Hey everybody. Took a while to get started because for some reason my computer wasn't recognizing my camera. Well, not my computer. The StreamYard wasn't recognizing the camera, so I had to keep restarting and restarting. So we were here on time. It's just technical difficulties. I hope it's not a bearing for the rest of the episode, but how's everybody doing? Let me see who's here and who's not. Looks like we got Outlook, Yakub, Justin D. How you feeling? I Sound Info. Yeah, everybody seems to be doing well. Khalid Saeed, how you feeling, man? Sly, what's going on? Some other people are joining us today, so it's not just going to be me. But Mario did a solo stream earlier about gun control. Oh, damn it. Somebody said they can't hear. Is that just him, or is that everybody? Yakub says he can't hear anything. Is this everybody? Because on my end, it says that it's working, but I just want to make sure. Okay, everyone can hear. Okay, Yakub. Using the old school computer, man. I don't know what's going on, man. Your computer's got the COVID. Got me scared for a second. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just messing with you, Yakub. Yakub is good people, man. King Jaguar, how you feeling? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I wanted to talk about. Check out the latest Chapo that I did. I mean, I think I did poorly on the Chapo episode, but it was a funny episode. It was really good. It was about we're reviewing a TV show called Million Little Things, and it was pretty funny. It was pretty good. So yeah, definitely check it out. And before we get started, let's do the house cleaning, just to get it out the way, because I always forget. But comment, like, subscribe. That's always important. Do that. It's much appreciated when you do. Comment, like, subscribe. And we have like 18 people here so far. So, take the time to comment, like, subscribe. And in the meantime, I'm just going to give everybody a shout out on YouTube to know. I'm going to give everyone a shout out on YouTube to know to come through, to say what's up. Yeah, definitely want everybody to come through. So I'm going to give the YouTube shout out. Bear with me a second. But how's everybody feeling, man? How's everybody doing? Y'all staying out of trouble? You're not licking any poles? Not getting coughed on? Wearing your masks? There's a lot of crazy white ladies out there, according to the internet, just whining out during this COVID. Have you seen these white ladies who get mad at people who tell them to wear masks, and then they start coughing on strangers? It's crazy shit. And one lady today flipped out on somebody in New York, I think it was Central Park, where they were saying, did y'all see that lady flipping out in Central Park? She was some guy told her to put her dog on a leash, and she just lost it, man. She went nuts. She was like, "You can't tell me what to do." And I was thinking about this Karen stuff, man. Everyone's talking about Karen, left and right. And I started realizing, man, like there's this general feeling of people just being tired of white women, and a lot of guys now are getting tired of them too. Have you noticed that, like white guys? And I feel like there's a lot of people sick of white women playing both sides of the fence. So, like, there's a sense of people getting tired of that, like, and what white women will do is they'll jump on the side of white privilege or cash in on white privilege when that works, when that is handy and works. But when the opposite is needed, when it's time to get uh, points as oppressed, they'll switch up and do that too. They'll play the oppressed card, and I feel like more and more people just are not feeling that. A lot of people are just sick of that, and I feel like a lot of white guys who felt kind of betrayed. A lot of white people who felt betrayed are going to feel justified. A lot of white men who feel kind of betrayed by white women or whatever. I feel like they're jumping on a lot of this. There's a lot of um, like there's a lot of women of color, especially women of color feminists, who kind of adopt a lot of these white feminist ideas, but also want to compete with white women to be the face of feminism and get the jobs. A lot of them are jumping on this Karen bashing. Then a lot of regular women of color who aren't interested in playing the games, but who really care about social justice, like real deal women of color who aren't just trying to compete for pundit jobs or compete to get activist kudos. Like a lot of regular women of color are just kind of sick of white women's fuckery. But these are the ones who aren't even trying to pretend to be allies with them. They just don't like how to get down. We're live streaming now. On Twitch at twitch.tv champagne sharks. Yeah, I just want to let the family know. Yeah, so there's a lot of that. And then there's black men who get kind of sick of how, white women are a lot of times making black men into a boogeyman, or trying to pretend that they're as oppressed as black men, or even more oppressed by black men. I mean, more oppressed than black men and oppressed by black men. Like, kind of standing alongside and gassing up women of color to make black men a boogeyman, so they can kind of, like, there's a lot of different people who get kind of sick of white women playing both sides of the fence. But I feel like there's almost been like an overcorrection, because now, like, you just have like a lot of white guys who I think are just straight up misogynists, or MRA types or stuff like that, just hopping on the bandwagon. It's almost like an overcorrection. Someone said, and this is true, I've seen some conservatives call white women Karens, and I think Karen is just gonna be, for a lot of like people, especially like a lot of leftists and progressives, like hotep has become like a socially acceptable way to say nigger. Like I've gotten into it with like white leftists and stuff, or progressives, who will try to insult me, and like hotep is not a politically correct way to badmouth black men, and it's just like become like a shorthand for like dumb black nigger and stuff. And I feel like Karen's just gonna become like shorthand for cunt, like, or bitch. It's just gonna be something that they just say, And this is true. This is an unfortunate truth. Conservatives have a successful history of calling out the hypocrisy of liberals. The problem with conservatives is they think that that's enough. Like, even with this Joe Biden Charlamagne thing, a lot of conservatives are saying, get off the Democratic plantation, or, see how the Democrats feel about you. And I'm like, well, yeah, you're right, but that's not enough as a reason to get on board with the Republicans. Or that doesn't prove that the Republicans aren't a plantation too. That's my problem with conservatives. Like they're really good. They're really good at calling out the hypocrisy of white liberals, but they think that's all they need to do, and that's it. Like they think the fact that I treat you like shit, but I'm not even pretending to treat you like anything other than shit, is so much better than someone who actually tries to pretend that they're not treating you like shit. And to me, at the end of the day, all that matters is that you're treating me bad. That's all that matters to me. All that matters to me is that you treating me bad. I don't care about all that other stuff. What does that do? Hey, we got in stream. Andre, how you feeling?
I'm okay. How you doing, man?
Not bad, man. Not bad. Why do you look like so crystal clear today? You look like rested, crystal clear. Like is your camera different?
Good.
What's going like you're like high definition or something?
Yeah, good lighting goes a long way. You'd be surprised. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually changed my lighting, but I don't think it did much. I think I'm beyond help.
Yeah, if you're like if you're burning the midnight oil, tweeting all the time, that's what that does to you.
Yeah.
And luckily, I can do the same thing. But A, I've got good genes, and B, I've got like a little mini studio set up over here. So yeah.
Yeah, man. But how's everything going?
Same as always, man. Just busy as hell. Like I'm way busier now than I was even before the pandemic. So it is what it is, man. It's all you can really do is just like take things one step at a time. And I'll say that I'll tell you because we've talked about this before. But I'm working on launching an independent Black media company. And
wait a minute! I just realized you're not coming through my earphones, which means there's probably an echo. Hold on.
Sure.
Notice for the record that Andre insulted my jeans. I'm just gonna let that sit there. Hold on.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the difference between Jamaican and Haitian jeans, right? Yeah, you had too little rebellion in y'all.
Hold on.
You had your one big rebellion, and that was about it.
Oh my god, it was a pretty big one though.
It was the most influential in the world. I mean, historians talk about that and the Spartacus Rebellion as the two quote unquote successful.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I cannot hear anything you're saying because this is the noise.
So you can't hear me through the browser, or?
I can hear you through the browser, but the earphones are like noise blocking.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So when I have them off, I can hear you. When I have them on, let's see.
Yeah. Now, are you Twitch streaming this at the same time?
Yeah, it's Twitch streaming.
Okay.
I don't know why this is. You know what? I have to do this the old school way. I forget these old school ways are possible. All right. So now the chat's joining in on my bad jeans. Look at this. See
damn, you see what I did? Oh shoot, I'm so sorry. It's okay. I've got the gray hair going early, so I'm starting to grow it out just a little bit. But I was starting to grow my hair out, and I thought to myself, this is exactly why I shave my head, because them grays just coming out too much.
The grays out of control.
Yeah.
You see what he said? He didn't say you don't have bad genes. He said I have bad genes too. See, so he's still doubling down. See, I can imagine you when you get into a fight with your wife. You're the guy that keeps making it worse.
Well, I will say that. I will say that I stick my foot in my mouth a hell of a lot, so let me not even front.
Yeah, but we were talking about the Karen backlash. How it's kind of cool to bash Karens. That's the.
Oh God, the Karen discourse is just white people just they take things and just like beat them to hell and back.
Yeah.
Why do we have to talk about this?
I mean, I think it's a necessary corrective, but as everything on social media, it's become an overcorrective. It's just become something that everyone is kind of just going overboard on. And I think a lot of white guys who are kind of reactionary themselves, that got sick of getting thrown under the bus, are just kind of hopping in on on the talking points, but it's still kind of funny to see. It's still funny to see it happen.
Well, I think my friend Stu, who's I don't know, Stu's sometimes a bit of an edgelord for my tastes, but he also he does say things that make sense a lot of the time. And what he did say was that this is sort of like the counterspell, I think was the way he put it, for the way that white women have been able to sort of sneak this like women in POC rubric past the radar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now it's almost like, oh, so white dudes have a way of like turning the table and showing them that they actually do benefit from white supremacy as well. So like when and this has been going on for a very long time, where white women would be like, white men, and then like talk about the ways that white men propagate white supremacy and that white male patriarchy, this, that, and the third. And it's like, yeah, but you benefit from that as well. Like, why are you fronting like this doesn't have, like, you don't have any stakes in this outcome either?
A term I've been seeing a lot is white male racism, and I've seen women get called out for that, saying like, that's why we have to fight white male racism. In the comments is something that maybe a black woman is saying.
Yeah, that's so annoying.
Yeah. Bill Burr had something in a recent thing like that. That was pretty funny. Where he was calling out like how happy he is to see the chickens coming to roost on white women. Now he's just kind of like sitting back, rubbing his hands. Or
Bill Burr's one of my favorite comedians.
Yeah, he's pretty good, and he's getting like woke to a good degree. Like,
but he's doing it. I mean, people say that he's getting woke, but I don't think it's that. I think it's that he just understands like the materiality of like that white supremacy confers material benefits, and he's just cognizant of that. That's not, to me, that's not woke. It's just like, maybe it is. Like, your eyes are open.
Well, it's the old definition of woke. I mean, woke has kind of been so ruined.
Woke. Yeah. When I think of woke, I think about like, you see, my brother. Then chemtrails are designed to calcify your pineal glands.
Yeah,
that's why they have you eating swine sausages, right?
Yeah, that's true.
You got to make sure to keep that third eye open. You got to drink this peanut drink. That's what I think of when I think of woke.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Peanut drink.
If you don't drink the peanut punch, then your pineal gland is going to turn to stone. And that's why they had these. That's why they had the planes running the chemtrails through the sky. It's because they want to calcify it.
What is it with Jamaicans and stamina drinks? Like the peanut punch thing. I remember my Jamaican friends would try to push all these things that were supposed to be like, hey, the obsession with the stamina, and like, did you ever hear this one? Guinness and condensed milk was supposed to be something for stamina, but I don't know, that's like 80s or 90s thing. There was a lot of stuff, and I would try them when I was young, so I would try everything that my Jamaican friends said.
Yeah, no, that's so fraudulent. If anything, Guinness has the opposite intended effect. I don't know what it is that people were thinking, but there is like Dragon Stout. People do still say that Dragon Stout gives you stamina, but they also say that like Manish water gives you stamina. That's the Trinidadian people.
I heard Manish
or
water.
You have to drink your cow cod soup. Like if you drink, basically like soup with bull's testicles in it, it's going to. But the thing is, like.
You know what? I can see the logic behind that one to a degree. The Guinness with the condensed milk, I just made no sense to me at all. Even though I still tried it.
Yeah. The Eagle. Well, listen, you're never gonna go to a Jamaican's house and not find Eagle brand milk in the fridge. So maybe there is still something to it. Who knows? I will say that my stamina does just fine without any of that. We're
you see that on the record.
That's an on the exactly. That's an on the record. You heard it from Champagne Sharks first. My stamina does just fine without alcoholic beverages or tonics or tinctures of any sort.
Your girl Doja Cat has been.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? My girl Doja. Why would you do that?
Yeah. Do you think her career is over, man? Do you
no, think... absolutely not. No,
I count her as one of the Karens that got taken down because she went full white woman with that apology. That apology was very make myself a victim in the midst of apologizing. So,
well, I mean, if she, that's that white fragility, right? Like she really leaned into her white woman side for that apology. I just skimmed it. The thing is, like, maybe I should just pay closer attention to a lot of this pop culture stuff, and I don't like I just find it very hard to have any continued hope for humanity by immersing myself too deeply into it. So I just skimmed her apology, and that was about it. And from what I saw, like she said something like, "I've never been in any racist conversations." I'm like, but you were being a racist in a conversation. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it was very weird. She straight up was saying racist stuff. So I don't know what she was even talking about. It made the apology ring kind of hollow. A lot of people called it out. And have you heard about the last bomb that's supposed to be out with her, and everything else that they've said is going to come out has come out.
Okay.
Well, the last thing is saying is that apparently one of the things that she was doing to get love from the white racists in the chat, the last thing she was doing is she was doing shitting on the floor and vomiting and stuff like that in like chats with white guys and stuff. So she was like sticking her fingers out her throat and vomiting. She's like a real lush. She's always like, in a lot of clips I saw, she was just drunk and falling on the floor.
Which, I mean, that's not uncommon for many of these like college types, like, and also like people who are like artists. I used to work in nightclubs a lot, right? So I would see like young artists. I would see like business people that I guess work in like Toronto's equivalent of Wall Street. Like I saw a lot of the really like gross stuff that you would normally think that people would keep to themselves or keep indoors, but everything from like, you know, like doing coke in the bathroom to like eating a girl out on the toilet to what, like all kinds of just like really strange and gross shit. So I'll say that coming from like a young artist who was just trying to find her feet, it doesn't surprise me very much, and I'm not really that moved by it because I've seen worse. It's the pandering to the 4chan crowd though, and I can tell that's just a desperate cry for attention. Like that's like to hang out around that crowd and debase yourself for them. I don't know. That's more fucked up to me.
There's a lot of gutter sex overtones to that, and that has like a high overlap with the whole slave play Twitter thing. You know, where but it's kind of weird. It's the same dynamic, but there's no pretense of wokeness involved in it, you know, because she kind of went full edgelord. But there is something to that, because I mean, she didn't really play the game correctly, because I think she's truly like addicted to the internet. I think she is too far gone, because she was doing this stuff up until like late May.
Yeah.
But did you ever see Jeremy O'Harris with the Trump shirt?
Yeah, I saw he was like in a gym or something with a Trump shirt a ways back. You just hang on. Just hang on for 1 second, because I'm about to run my stream myself. All right.
Sure, no problem. Cool.
Yeah. All right. So I'm just gonna hop in early. So you've already introduced me to your community. Hang on 1 second. You know what I just done? No, you know what I did? I do this all the damn time.
Yeah.
Watch here. I had myself muted that entire time I was about to make the introduction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is something that I do every single time. But yeah. So you've introduced me to like your crowd, and now I'm going to introduce you to the Resistance Mod channel. So this is my boy T. You may recognize T from Champion Sharks. If you don't know the face, you definitely know the voice. So we decided to do a dual stream, see how this works out, because I'm trying to work out some kinks and try some experimental shit for what we're about to do for our launch in July. And we'll see where this goes. So we were talking about the whole like Doja Cat episode, that weird stuff that was going down, and T made a couple of mistakes. One said like, "Yo, your girl," and two seemed rather surprised that like an internet edgelord was just doing really weird and racist shit online. It didn't like when the videos and whatnot came out. It didn't surprise. Actually, I'm surprised it took that long for it to come out. Like,
wait.
Yeah.
You can't say I was surprised when I was sounding the alarm on that she was an edgelord from 2000. Like,
oh damn! Hold up.
18.
Boy, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was calling out that she was a edgelord from 2018 or whatever with the didn't do nothing thing. Like, I wasn't surprised at all. Like, I was surprised that she was still in there as recently as May 16th. That's the part that surprised me, because I'm like, now you're famous. Just stay out of there, or go in as a fake account or something. Like,
yeah.
The May 16th part was like I've been saying that she was an edgelord. Like, you don't make a song that didn't do nothing, and she had a lot of that niggers vibe to her. Like she seemed like that girl that's technically biracial or light skinned black, but you can see her saying niggers. Like what's the girl from Guardians of the Galaxy?
Oh God, I know who you're talking about. Zoe Saldana.
Dominican girl, yeah, Zoe Saldana. I can see her saying niggers, like you know, like two black guy try to talk to her and they walk away. I can see her like turning to someone and say that. Like Doja Cat gave me that vibe.
Same vibe. Yeah. She gives me like the like, I know Black Poppy. She gives me those vibes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, she's black now. That she needs the apology.
Well, yeah. Did you notice that? Did you notice that? Now that all of these videos have come out, people have been like posting threads about how not racist she is, and it's her with her natural hair.
Yeah. Like the bar is very low. People are just, bringing up stuff like she has black friends, and it's like a picture of her with like her backup dancers or something.
Yeah. And also like all the black people that she's friends with and the black people she admires. She's like, yeah, you know, she had a post on Instagram about Martin Luther King, and yeah, she I guess like likes Nina Simone or some other black artists. That was not very surprising. My boy Ollie, you might know him as Universal Social on Twitter.
Yeah.
So it's like, yo, she came out with that nigga hair right away.
Oh yeah, exactly.
She was like, yo, she's not gonna touch a wig or lie for at least 30 days.
But that wasn't even a recent clip, was it? Because I don't think she's shown her face since she's had the apology, right? Wasn't that like an old thing that they dragged?
It wasn't like they went and pulled up some old pictures of her wearing natural hair. But what I'm saying though is that like all the people that are trying to like get into the apologetics for her are they're posting pictures of her with natural hair, and they're like trying to blacken her up. Whereas like she has got, aside from the language, like aside from the AAVE and using nigga every 3 to 4 sentences, there's not. I mean, I don't really see very much black about her culturally, at least. I mean, I don't believe in blackness as a genetic thing, because then we're getting into one drop rule territory. I don't believe in blackness as like, I believe that you can inherit blackness. But blackness is a matter of kinship, right? It's not. Yeah. It's a matter of kinship and culture. It's not just you have some genetics within you, and therefore you know what the black struggle is like. Like, no, I'm sorry. She grew up with her white Jewish mom in L.A. You know, whatever kind of bullshit she's on, she didn't learn that from black people.
But you want to know what's funny too, right? When you look up what she was actually saying when she had the hair, it was even funnier. Because peep this. People find the audio that went along with the kinky hair, and she was saying shit like this.
Yeah.
She's talking about 4C, as in this. I can't help it. This is the audio I got, but she's talking about 4C, as in 4C hair texture. First off, she doesn't have 4C hair texture. That's like the kinkiest hair texture.
Yeah. 4C hair texture is like what my hair texture would look like if I grew it out. It's like kinky and tight. Yeah.
Yeah, same. And she's saying she has 4C, which she doesn't, but she's saying like terrible things about it. And I wish there was like subtitles. Like the audio is terrible, but you hear what she's saying.
4C can suck my ass. Is what 4C can do. 4C can. Thought I heard my boyfriend. 4C could bend over and lick my ass. Good luck trying to finger comb it. Good luck trying to put a wide tooth through it.
What is she talking about?
Certain types of combs. Finger comb is a certain type of comb with a certain distance between. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah. No, I got that. It's just like I'm saying. What is like? Why would this? If you're a black person, these are just not problems. Like,
yeah,
my daughters are 2 years old. I mean, we run a comb through their hair. We know what kind of comb that we're using. There's not even a thought that goes through anybody's mind as to we would be using a different kind of comb. Like, why is she worried about using like a white lady's comb? That's what I'm trying to say.
But you know, that's a common problem with a lot of black women, biracial women raised by white women. One of the big problems that they had, there was even like a book or a YouTube video or YouTube channel I remember back in the day, just dedicated toward white women with biracial kids, because they had no idea how to do their hair, and their kids would be showing up to school looking like a mess. So I'm sure her white mom probably never knew how to do her hair. Probably.
I mean, that's the possible. I mean,
and nobody passed it on to her.
It's possible. Like, I can.
She's old enough to know.
I can pull my daughter's hair out and I can section it and I can maybe put the bubbles on it, but I can't braid it yet. like of getting there, but
Yeah.
that's there's still no excuse for that.
No, there's
Like,
not. Especially at this age, you know, you don't have any excuse.
that's the other thing too. Is like, how old is she now? She gotta be in her mid-20s at least.
I was wrong. Someone corrected me. Fair finger comb is using your hands to comb your hair. She can't run her fingers through her hair. Okay, my bad. So I was wrong about that.
What black person complains about not being able to run fingers through their own hair?
And you can if you moisturize it.
That is such a but that's such a 80s joke. You know what I mean? Like, damn, what movie am I thinking about where I think it was like Keenan Ivory Wayans. It was like in a movie where he's trying to run his fingers through somebody's hair and it got stuck. But it's like that's the joke about the kinky hair. That's some 80s shit. Like we've gotten past that by now.
But also though, run your hair through your joke, because I remember that in the 80s. The joke was that because it was weave, so the hair doesn't run through. There's the tracks. So that was back with the weave humor. So even then in the 80s, they weren't actually making fun really of black women's natural hair. Well, to a degree, one could argue it was anti-black woman, but it wasn't even the natural hair. What they're trying to say was your fingers hit the tracks of the weaves, and that's why you couldn't run your fingers through the hair. So she doesn't have a weave, so she has nothing to worry about. She doesn't have 4C. It's like even by the old standards, her talking point does. I'm gonna get you, sucker. I think that's where it was. But the joke I think was the weave. Yeah. Oh,
no, that was when he went home with that lady from the bar, and like not only did she have like fake hair, like she admitted he said that like, yeah, I have to admit to you, like I don't have. And he puts his hands up, he's like, I don't have 12 inches. And she's like, oh, okay, well. Then she like takes off her weave and she has like a bald head. And she takes off her eyelashes and her fingernails and like takes off her leg and everything. And it's like, yeah, this whole like, you know, black women's bodies not being real, that was passe even back then. So
yeah, it was. And there's a valid criticism to make about that. But I'm just saying, even with this thing, she's not even saying it's not real. She's saying what is real about black women is problematic. You know, at least that was saying, it was kind of insulting, but it was saying that, hey, if you were natural, you'd be better off. We don't like this fake stuff on you. It's still kind of policing black women's bodies in an arguably bad way, but she's kind of saying, she's the opposite. She wants to put on fake stuff, as in what is naturally black about me is the problem, not the things I add on. Like, you know, which
yeah. That's, I mean, but here's the thing, like I have a tiny bit of sympathy for that, just a little bit, but I'm also like, how often do we have to do this tragic mulatto story? Like how many times are we going to go through this?
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like
coming next, the two black for white people, two white for black people,
blah blah blah. Like I'm done. We're over this. You know, let's find some other shit to get at ourselves over. Why don't we get ourselves over for like, I don't know, not having a body politic or not having like a community that's like strong and cohesive enough that we like not just earn, but there is respect assumed from, say, like the Democratic Party. Like, why not be ashamed of that? Why not be ashamed of like, you know, the fact that we've entered an assimilationist sort of politic? Find some actual shit to be ashamed about. And yeah, I don't know. This is whack. This is fucking whack to me.
Actually, I lost you. Sorry. Let me put your face back there. Okay. Yeah. I agree with that. I mean, there's so much stuff to talk about because the whole Democratic Party thing, I had this whole bunch of stuff that I had written down and like we were going to go in order and stuff. But I feel like so much of the stuff is intertwined and messy. I'm just going to let things go where they were. And you brought up the Democratic Party thing. And there's two things that I want to talk about that I think are very weird, right? Okay, and I want to get your thoughts on them. One, regardless of how you feel about Tariq Nasheed or the Black Authority.
You're trying to get me canceled. The moment that name comes up, you're trying to get me canceled.
The Black Authority, Professor Black Truth, Yvette Carnell, Tone Talks. No matter how you feel about any of them, one thing that they've been beating the drum on recently, and I think probably Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks have probably been talking about this the longest because they're laying at state politics, is the whole thing about no black agenda, no vote, black agenda, black agenda.
Yeah.
Somewhere out of the blue, I don't know what happened, all the usual VOTEP types, and for people who don't know what VOTEPs are,
I'm sorry, this is killing me. Can you like, can we look at something else? Can we look at something else besides her like just agonizing over her hair?
I'm not putting her bigger.
Jesus.
Here she goes.
Asshole. I'm sorry. I have little to no sympathy for this shit. I just
No,
don't.
I definitely hear you. You know what? I was looking up for the VoTep thing, and I forgot she was on the screen. But
No worries.
yeah. Oh, I'm gonna find the picture of VoTep because I always love. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I'm putting the screen.
Oh no.
Damn it! Facebook has all these. Let me get Facebook.
Wait, what VoTep thing are you looking at now?
It's a great definition of VoTep that I like, and I'm trying to get it on, but because I'm bad with Facebook, because I don't really have a Facebook account, it's always asking me to log in and stuff. So, okay, here we go. I got it up. So they put it on the screen. I'm going to put it on the screen now, but I think it's the best word, VoTep. And have you heard the word VoTep?
Yeah. You actually, I think, introduced me to that word.
Okay. This is VoTep. VoTep, a person of African descent in America who only worships his or her ancestors through voting, or only shows concern for his or her ancestors during election season. Example, a VoTep will make statements like, our ancestors died for the right for you to vote, and you are shaming your ancestors by not voting.
Yeah.
But will then consider voodoo, Ifa, and all other forms of ancestral worship evil just because the misinformed pastor, imam, or parents told them so. And that's what a VoTep is. And a lot of these people who are like avowed VoTeps after the Breakfast Club Charlamagne thing have gone a full 180 and are now talking that Brexit type talk. No agenda, no vote. Angela Rye, who's one of the biggest VoTeps of all, the people used to tweet VoTep at her. She was such a VoTep.
Yo, have you noticed everybody has all of a sudden found their radical spine, like their backbone, and it took Charlamagne to get them to do it? Where was that during the primary, like the early part of the primary?
Yeah, it was, and this is what I hate about them too, is that it wouldn't even be so bad if they said, "Yo, we used to think this way, now we think the other way." They're all acting like they were talking this way all the time, and no one can remember. That's the crazy part. So Diddy went from vote or die to no black agenda, no vote. Amanda Seales has gone full black agenda. They even started doing a hashtag Black Agenda 2020. It's
after Amanda Seales co-wrote that awful Washington Post article talking about how being that black women are the most loyal voting bloc for Democrats, that Joe Biden has to win them over. She did the no black agenda, no vote shit. Why she's all over the place? Like I can't ever get a read on her. She jumps from issue to issue to issue, acting like she got there first. It's just the weirdest thing.
But when you're an influencer, you're like that with everything, all your hustle. So look at her hustle. She was a child star, turned rapper, turned part of Flowetry, turned actor again, turned stand-up comedian, turned web series director. Like their politics are like their kind of media jobs. Like I think I was telling someone the other day, that's why the word creative has risen, because August Wilson wasn't a black creative. He was a playwright,
Right.
Red Fox was a comedian. But now people are just
that's what Red Fox did. Red Fox made people laugh. I mean, at the times that he got political in such a way to make people laugh. Like there was always a whatever their craft or their profession was, everything else came second to that craft. Everything was subsumed into the craft. And you ask, like, what is the craft for most of these people now? I don't know. Like, I mean, you could maybe say that to me for some extent, because I've done like public speaking, I've done writing on a bunch of topics. But the thing is, like, but I'm a writer. That's like I'm a writer. I'm not I'm not an actor. I'm not a stand-up comedian. I guess you could say I'm a podcaster. I've been doing that, but it's for the most part like operating inside of political spaces where I write about things, I study things, and I offer analysis. Right now I'm doing history, as my stream knows. But the thing is, like, to me, it's all part and parcel of the same thing. I try to ask questions about things that I see missing and then go look for an answer. That's generally how I approach my work, my writing, my journalism, the podcasting, and my history studies. I don't see what it is that any of these people are trying to get at here, aside from just writing a wave or coasting on something. There's no craft involved. I don't understand what it is they're synthesizing their way towards.
There is a craft. But
well, I mean, aside from hustling.
Well, there's a hustling, but the craft is the brand, and they're good at it.
But a brand is not a craft, though. Like a brand is simply like keeping yourself in front of people. That's not really anybody can do that. You could like
I don't think so. Some people are not good at self-marketing. Like I don't think I'm a great self-marketer. I'm better than some people, but there are some people who have
somebody in my chat said their craft is being coons. Can't really argue with that.
I mean, that there's something about like it's not easy the way these people always like. I'll give you an example. The fact that they're not really particularly talented or great at anything and still so popular, that's almost more of a craft or harder to do than being great and being popular. Because I can understand to a degree people who are too good to ignore. Like you're so good, you can almost understand how you got popular. But people who have no discernible talent and who are always somehow in, like Amanda Seals was in the NBA celebrity basketball game a couple of years
back. Did she actually ball?
I don't remember. I don't think she was even balling. I think she might have just been
just there.
She was there, but she was employed. Like she was one of the celebrities that was there. And I was like, she's only doing Insecure right now. And before that, she just has a bunch of failed ventures. How did she get on a platform this big next to legitimate stars? And that's what I mean. Like,
well, I mean, before Insecure, like none of the people on that show were really what you'd call legitimate stars, right? Like Issa Rae was known for her awkward black girl web series. Yvonne Orji was, I didn't really know her for much of anything. I think she might have done some acting before that. I know that she and Lovey were good friends. Aside from that, like I don't know anybody on that show that was popular for anything. The show made them popular.
Yeah, exactly. But it's kind of funny because it's a reinforcing loop because they all got on that show because of micro celebrity. I mean, she got the show because of micro celebrity. I mean, because now legitimate celebrity, like there's no A-list anymore. Have you noticed that? There's no real A-list. Celebrity has been flattened. Will Smith is doing TikToks.
He is? Oh no.
He's doing TikTok and he has Broadivation success win. Instagrams and channels on YouTube
but I mean, what else are they gonna do right now, right? Like Will Smith was still making movies before the pandemic, and maybe he's doing TikToks because
no, he was doing this before, like since before Suicide Squad. He's been on this hustle before the pandemic, where he and his family's doing that YouTube show, and
the Red Table or whatever it is.
They have contracts with YouTube, and they used to not do stuff like that anymore. But it's like not only are influencers are new celebrities are not a new influencers. Like everything's kind of become flattened. Like I think it really started around the time of Paris Hilton, when Paris Hilton was a household name and Kim Kardashian. Like this kind of thing where, and reality TV in general, B-list and A-list, like all of it blends together. Like they were interviewing major A-list stars about how much they love Vanderpump Rules, and it turns out like all these A-list stars are fans of Vanderpump Rules, and they went on Bravo's talk show to talk about Vanderpump Rules and their fandom for it. And that would not have happened before.
I've never watched that show. There's so much, like I would say probably after. I'm trying to think of like what TV show was like my last. Like this is a show that I'm probably I think when Sex and the City ended. Yeah, that was like the last time that I ever really watched a TV show, and that was like HBO, right? You know, so I'm trying to think of any like broadcast TV shows that I've watched. I can't think of any offhand. Maybe Chicago Fire. I think that's it.
Yeah, I've never watched any of those shows, but they seem very popular. Like they have a whole Chicago Civil Service extended universe. I just find that amazing. That
yeah.
I always joke I'd be the worst network head because I would just not sign all these shows. They all make it. I would. If somebody came to me and said, "Hey, I got this idea. Just the Chicago Civil Service Extended Universe. You know, I'd be like,
Oh,
fuck out here.
Banner just asked me like, "Hey, didn't you watch Game of Thrones?" Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking about like broadcast TV, not even prestige TV, and I guess Sex and the City doesn't count because that was like HBO. But I can't, like, I'm yeah, probably Chicago Fire was like the last like broadcast TV series that I had watched, and a lot of this like reality TV stuff, I can't get anything out of it. So I've never really watched like the Vanderpump Rules or um like name a few others. Like people have been really into like Love and Hip Hop. I never really watched that.
Oh, that was terrible. I used to watch that just to see the memes, and that rots your brain. So
everybody loves that show, Pretty Little Liars. Never watched that. Like, yeah.
Yeah, no, that show will rot the hell out of your brain. Love and Hip Hop, especially because it's the same thing every year after a while. And that's the interesting about reality show is that it's not about reality at all. And that back in the day, I think people used to want to believe it was reality.
Mhm.
Now everyone just wants it to be plausible. So everyone kind of knows now. There's this weird thing now where people kind of know it's scripted now. It defeats the purpose. People know it's scripted. They only call it out when it's like pro wrestling. That's a perfect example. You know, pro wrestling, nobody believes pro wrestling is real anymore. But when people get mad at pro wrestling, it's not because they catch it in a lie, but because the storyline is making it hard to suspend disbelief. That's what reality.
The thing with pro wrestling is that like it was kind of different because there's a certain kind of spectacle involved, which is actually entertaining. It's like you know that there's going to be a resolution.
Applies to reality TV because they're always fighting and throwing glasses. Trust me, there's a lot.
The thing is like, but there's a purpose. Okay, the purpose of the people who are wrestling is to get into a ring and wrestle, and all of the drama and all that stuff outside of it is just like it's side entertainment. But the main event, like the main purpose of pro wrestling is the wrestling part. Like that's the part that entertains people the most, is like them being able to like do these powerful, like lift grown men into the air and slam them in creative ways, or to do these like aerial flips and whatnot. Like there's a certain craft that goes into it. You can't just be a wrestler who talks shit but never actually be able to wrestle. But with reality TV, it's like the thing that you're supposed to be watching, which is I don't know, people in relationships that are part of it. What is the purpose behind it? Is the purpose to fight? Because if so, yeah. it's not calling itself like Love and Hip Hop artists fighting. It's relationships. It's weird relationship shit.
I think wrestling, it depends on what you come to it for. But I think for a lot of guys, pro wrestling is just telenovelas for men. Like I think the fighting is secondary to the drama. But similarly, I think when it comes to reality TV, I think for a lot of people, the drama is secondary to the fighting. Like I'm telling you, Love and Hip Hop, once or twice an episode, had a fight. So it was almost like so 2 fights an hour. That's like slightly less fights than like if wrestling has like a 60-40 breakdown of like fighting to plot development. Maybe reality TV and Love and Hip Hop has like 60% drama to 40% fighting. It's to me, it's not as different as you would think, especially near the end, because the fights were getting worse and worse, especially with throwing drinks. That's a big move with them, is throwing drinks.
Yeah. And I don't know. I haven't watched pro wrestling in a very long time, but I would rather sit down and watch that than I would Love and Hip Hop almost any day of the week. I'd rather sit and watch that than like I don't even know if Vanderpump Rules is it a reality show? I've only heard about stuff that's happened on it, but I don't even know what the show is. But I say all that to say, like, there's like, as far as these influencer people go, there's just nothing there. Like I don't see what the core of their talent or their craft is aside from being noticed. Oh damn! Hold up a second. So DJ Indian, my boy Ian Campo is rating the channel. Thank you very much for the stream. Y'all can be anywhere in the world, but you're here with us tonight. So yeah, I'm just here with my boy T from Champagne Sharks, and we're just talking about a few things. We got past Doja Cat. Thankfully, we're over and done with that topic. Unless he decides to return to it to antagonize me.
I might.
And now we're talking about people who were Democratic Party shills, but now all of a sudden have put on their I call it the bulletproof kufi. They put on the kufi hats. They got the fists up in the air, and now they're talking about no black agenda, no vote.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. Like Angela Rye, Amanda Seals, all these people are just like, And I was saying, like, if I was Yvette Carnell, I would be pissed because these people not only are not crediting her, they used to all fight with her, like actively fight with her about this stuff, including about voting. Even Joy Reid, who's like the biggest shill of all, is going into this kind of. She's flirting with it. She's not 100% there. The backlash she just got over flirting with the idea.
Yeah,
I think it's going to scare her back to, where she belongs. But the fact that
I will say that when Yvette and Tone and the Eidos crew sort of wake up to this, and I'd be surprised if they aren't already seeing what's happening.
Oh, they're already talking about it.
Okay. I was going to say, like, they're going to get them out of the paint real quick. They don't like people like crossing into their turf. Which they shouldn't. Like, if you're not sincere, I mean, you can say what you want about Yvette Carnell and Antonia Moore, because some people like them, some people don't. I am, for the most part, aside from like the xenophobic aspects, I'm mostly uninterested in either. Like, I don't really have strong opinions either way. But for the people who are just discovering this politics versus people who, like I said, you have to give them credit for the fact that they're committed. Like, they're very, very, very committed to this particular project, at least to the reparations project. You can't just decide one day that this is the direction that you're going to go, and all of your actions and your words and your rhetoric before that was just sheepdogging for this party. You can't just all of a sudden find your spine. And I think what this is not so much that they care that, I don't think they really care that much about the community. Like, I don't think they really care about like the whole Black agenda and why people should vote. I think what they care about is they see that everybody else is talking about the Black agenda. They see that Black folks are pissed off with the party and very pissed off with Joe Biden for almost expecting their votes in exchange for nothing. Right. Yeah. And he really just pulled the mask right off when he said, if you are having trouble deciding between me and Trump, you ain't Black. That was saying the quiet part a little bit too loud, and it pissed Black people off. But because these people's cachet depends on showing that they can deliver the Black vote, or at least that they have some sort of influence over Black people, that they can corral Black people. If they can't show that value, then they have no value to the party. So I think this is them hopping on board with this wave to show, no Black agenda, no vote. It's me who's actually leading this conversation. Yeah, we've been saying this. It's like, no, they fucking were not saying it. You were sheepdogging like 3 months ago for whether it was Elizabeth Warren or Kamala Harris or whoever. Like, the fuck out of here. But without being seen to be at the forefront of some kind of movement, then their cachet disappears. They're completely useless to the party. And I think it should have been very evident that they don't have a lot of use within the party when that devastating New York Times article came out showing that Elizabeth Warren had a lot of support with Black activists, but not with Black people.
Yeah, where none of it actually led to...
didn't lead to any material support, led to nothing.
Yeah, the guy who wrote the article called it grass tops instead of grassroots. Which
was a fantastic, like, I love that.
Yeah, that was pretty good. You know what I was thinking about when you said that? I think what it might be is that with these people, they know they have no ends with Joe Biden. Like, Joe Biden is hiring people like...
He's got his team. He's had his team. He has team from the get-go. He got his Judases and Benedict Arnolds, i.e., Simone Sanders and some of the other people that are on his policy team.
Yeah, and he hired Jean-Pierre, who comes from a different school of accomplishment than these social justice influencers type. Like she's not really trying to be a media person,
Right.
Yeah, she's a little more serious-minded and stuff. Like,
here's the thing about these SGI people is that because they don't actually dedicate themselves to anything in particular, they're not particularly good at anything.
No,
the thing is, they think that they should be included in these conversations because they're like, well, I'm Black and I should be in this conversation, and Joe Biden needs Black people around him. It's like, but Joe Biden's got fucking Black people. He's had people since he was working in the White House. He doesn't need your quality of influencer. He already has people that have been doing policy work for years, decades even. What do you need you for?
The one person that he did have that where I can kind of crack the spell, but even she, I think, kind of drifts the line. Like Simone Sanders, she's doing press, and I think with press, you kind of have to have somebody who's Like that's the one thing that I think Warren could break into in his camp is being a press secretary, but he has that field. So Simone Sanders, I think, is the closest to an SJI, a social justice influencer that can fit into his camp. But outside of her, he's not going to put them anywhere else in there. He doesn't need them. He has his own people, like you said. Corinne Jean-Pierre, he just put as his senior policy advisor, and she's not of that camp. So I think that desperation is what has led them to this no Black agenda, no vote thing.
They are literally like with every political project they undertake, they're like that meme of the Grim Reaper knocking on a door, and there's two doors behind it, and you see like blood spilling out from the from the lintel. Like
that's a great way to put it.
And now they're knocking on the Biden campaign. It's a farce at this point. Like I don't think anybody is fooled by them. But here's the other part, and I wonder where this is going to go. I don't think that these Democratic operatives are fooled by them either. I think they actually see how much ire they generated during the primary, especially when they were standing for Kamala Harris and when they were standing for Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, they really hurt Elizabeth Warren. And
yeah.
Elizabeth Warren melted down. They started really making asses of themselves even more.
Right, like when her support collapsed, especially on Super Tuesday, they did the whole like, well, it's nothing but a bunch of like edgelords and incels and guys that yell at their girlfriends and punch holes in the wall. That's who these people are, and it's like, yeah, that didn't work either, because I think people actually saw what Bernie Sanders was about and what his people were like. So if you're that unprofessional that you can't even properly identify your competition, like if you can't figure out what the strengths and weaknesses are of your competition and adapt, but you're just on this hobby horse, and this is the only thing that's gotten people by for like the last 5 or 6 years, is just talking about white men, talking about patriarchy, talking about rape culture. And I don't mean to sound like I'm flippant and dismissing these things. What I'm saying though is that they tried to create a political strategy out of co-opting movements that had incredible validity and had there were necessary conversations to be had. But I don't think they really cared about any of that. I think a lot of them were co-opting and adapting onto these movements, making themselves visible over people that were in activist communities, like in anti-rape activist communities, and that were in like anti-racist activist communities. They projected their faces and voices over top of people that had already been doing the work, and not for the purpose of ameliorating these conditions, eliminating rape culture, or eliminating racism, or having campaigns for poor people. I don't think they were actually interested. What they were interested was being seen as the face of it to make themselves valuable for these political parties. And I think at this point everyone kind of gets that there's no actual principle or particular thing that they're fighting for. So now they're like fighting as hard as they can to make themselves relevant on this one last thing, because they know that Black voters overwhelmingly support the Democratic Party. And if they can't ingratiate themselves with the same people that 3 or 4 months ago that they were shitting on for not supporting their candidate enough, then that's it. They're toast. If Joe Biden, no matter what the outcome of this election is, if Joe Biden wins the election or Donald Trump wins the election, I think for a lot of these people, that's game over. There's just no credibility left for them.
Yeah, and I also think that this is the only tool that they have left to scare Joe Biden, because it's like, okay, when Elizabeth Warren or Kamala Harris invites them in.
Kamala Harris.
Oh, is it Kamala? Okay.
Yeah, it's Kamala. Yeah.
Okay. Kamala Harris invites her in.
Always having to correct lefties on this one. It's
okay.
And T, you should know this because you got Indian folks in your family.
Yeah, but I don't know any Kamalas. But
no, the first time I ever mispronounced a Kamala to a Kamala, I got chewed out for about 5 solid minutes. So
it's better than Kamala though, because some people have made her like rhyme with Pamela.
With Kamala, yeah.
The worst one, at least. But you know what's interesting? What I was gonna say, like when they're with Kamala and with Elizabeth Warren, they were being let into the camp, so they were able to kind of vote shame and do whatever because they didn't have to go to that. Because I feel like threatening not to vote, especially for Black people, like we have voteritis. We hate the idea of not voting. It's very tough. I know
it depends on who the we is. Like the political class absolutely hates that, but for the regular, just like masses of like working class Black people, most people don't give a fuck. Like, most people do not care.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. Well, for the politically minded one, I'm thinking mostly like, especially the boomers. I think in general, boomers of all races like vote the most. But
Yeah.
I feel like Black boomers tend to really be, especially middle class Black boomers. They're very.
I would even say like some of the older Black people that I know, you know, these are people who in the 70s, 80s, and 90s were not really that interested in voting either. Well, then again, I also happen to know a lot of Jamaicans who would say things like, "Brethren, you know them ways, you know."
Yeah, yeah.
Them politics, you know them politics, you know. We don't do them things. So when they talk about politics, it's always in the negative. It might be different in, I guess, like some parts of America, but I also think of like my American family. Like, not all of my family in America, I wouldn't say all, most of my family in America are not necessarily Jamaican. Like, they're married into other families, and there's other people that we know. I've got family in the U.S. that are like of British background. I've got family in the U.S. that are of like American descended Black background, and yeah, a lot of the old folks don't care. Just have zero cares about politics whatsoever, because it affects whoever wins. It affects their life in no way, shape, or form anyway.
I don't think Black people of immigrant descent in America are that much into the vote type thing, because I think most of them weren't here during that civil rights struggle. But what I notice is that with descendants of American chattel slavery, their big thing is the ancestors died for this, and that's something that I noticed.
I'll say.
So I would say with that, that's why I limited to the boomer middle class. Group. But yeah, I mean, like, I think dudes in the street don't really care about that, no matter if they're from American descent or immigrant descent. And I don't think young people care as much. I think millennials and younger are kind of.
I have a hard time getting anyone to care about politics at all. I'm actually at the point now where I don't even lead, because people know that I write about politics and so on. So they'll ask me questions, and I don't even talk to them really about electoral politics. I talk to them about what's going on in their lives. Like, a lot of people really just could not care less about electoral politics. I think people ask me questions about it so that they can own me when I try to explain them how important it is for younger people to vote. You know?
Yeah.
And I don't do that. Like, I don't engage in that conversation. Like, I don't try to be that guy that turns the chair backwards and sits down and is just like, okay, so let me tell you all about life. I don't do that. I say, okay, well, I ask them questions like, okay, so why would you want to vote? Like, if you were actually going to like get up one day and go to the ballot box, or if you get the letter in the mail and fill it out and you send it back, like, what's on your mind when you go to do that? And just like, man, I don't know.
Well, this is interesting. Malcolm Thompson and 2008 B. Scott, I think, are.
I'm wrong. Native Blacks is very important.
And then Malcolm Scott says, I think he has a very stringent definition of care. So I want to hear what they have to say. Because I'm curious about that, because I think what both of you are saying is kind of right, and I just wonder if you guys are coming at it from different perspectives or definitions of caring or what. Like, I assume Native Black means descendant of American chattel slavery. Is that what you're saying, Malcolm Thompson? There's going to be a little bit of a lag, so people never answer. Right.
Yeah. I mean, I really hope it's not going to be that the idea that Black people are the original quote-unquote Native Americans.
Yeah, that's why I want to make sure.
We're going to get into a scrap about that one.
Yeah. I want to make sure it's not that type of Native Black. I want to make sure that he's not talking about, because there's that movement that I only discovered on Twitter, where the people think that Black people are the original Native Americans and they didn't come from Africa, which is very interesting group.
All right.
I thought that was trolling when I first saw it. When people
no, you know what I mean. I think that there are a lot of people who have a certain kind of shame attached to the idea that they're descendants of people that were enslaved. Like, I don't even say slaves. I say people that were enslaved, because throughout history there've been, many varieties of people that were enslaved, but there was only one Ma'afa. There was only one transatlantic slave trade resulting in chattel slavery in America. That only happened once. There are no other dynamics like it. And I don't know what it is that people attach shame to that for. I think for a lot of people who do feel that way, it's because they just don't know enough about their own history. And it's just odd that rather than try to understand your own history and understand like what kind of pride you can pull from it, you would try to co-opt somebody else's. That's the strange part.
I also feel like it's buying into Western ideas of worth and power when you see a person who was enslaved and a person who was an enslaver,
Yeah.
and you feel more shame. You feel that the enslaved should have more shame than the enslaver, and I think it's a very um, Western way of thinking, like that. It's a very Yurugu way of thinking. That
Yeah, that there's a shame
I,
attached
I
to being the conquered and the conquered class. There should be a shame in that, and not the class of people that, like, they call it conquering, but I just call it inhumanity. Just the idea of being that inhumane to people is something to think about, or I don't know. But I mean, think about like the fact that
but also the flip side of that is,
yeah.
and this is the part that doesn't get made explicit enough, is that there's a pride in being the conqueror, and I think to some degree, a lot of these people have not only a slave. I think what comes along and doesn't get spoken explicitly enough, along with the shame of being a conquered class, there's a low-key admiration and jealousy
For the conquerors, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's where things like the Hamilton play end up happening, where you're happy to get a chance to play the exploited,
to play that part. That disgust. Like, the first time that somebody told me about that play Hamilton, I was like, come on, that's gonna be a fucking joke. No way, you trolling me. Just like when you're just like when you thought that you were being trolled. I literally thought I was being trolled when somebody told me about the play Hamilton for the first time, and it turned out to be this big liberal smash. And I'm like, y'all are fucking pathetic. Like, you have such little regard for yourselves and for your own history that you would like quantum leap yourself into the bodies of the people that oppressed like oppression, I think, is not even really the word for it, but like enacted a fucking Holocaust against your ancestors. That's funny to you? I don't get that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very weird. It's hard to figure out how to even kind of broach it or make a sense out of it. But it's sadly common. It's sadly
hey, common. Just one thing I'm gonna recommend for you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay? Your camera. You may want to sit up just a bit because you're being like overtaken by your bottom chyron there.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm using a different table. This table is like a foot higher than the other one.
No worries.
So, yeah. So with this new table, now I gotta set up like this to be seen.
No, I've got like a whole setup over here. As a matter of fact, my fiance, she for Christmas, she actually went and got me like a green screen and like a whole like lighting setup and everything. Because our mutual friend there, David Slavic, was like, he's doing good. Like he's got good intentions, but the production's not doing too good. So she went and got me this whole setup here.
So he was helping with your production before the live stuff.
So I was streaming just to I think it was Lance from the Surfs. There's like a fairly popular streaming channel on the politics Twitch, the Surfs TV, and one of the guys from that channel, Lance, who normally like handles all of the Twitch stuff, invited me on a show, and he's like, hey, based on some of the stuff that we were talking about, like, why don't you get into streaming? I thought, okay, well, I'll give it a shot. And I was like streaming whenever I could, like, on nights where I wasn't too busy with class or homework or whatever, or sometimes I would be studying, and literally like I would put up what it was that I was studying on screen, and here I am like mouth reading, like you see my lips moving as I'm reading through stuff, and I like highlighting it, and people enjoyed it for whatever reason. So I was doing that for a bit, but then I just got way too busy. Like childcare suddenly switched up. So there were times that I had to like be up super early in the morning to go drop the girls off at daycare, and then school got super busy, so I had to put it aside for a bit. And then I figured out, hey, it doesn't necessarily have to be me running the channel. We can find other ways to make this channel superior, at least to what it was before.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking better. So that red, black, and green thing is green screen. That's not.
Yeah. So because because there's work that I'm doing. Like, there's a site that we're launching. There's podcasts that we're putting together. We've already got like 6-7 episodes in the bag.
Talk about that now for people who don't know. Because
sure.
Some people on this channel don't know about the other stuff that you do.
Well, we're launching in July, so I was gonna keep it quiet, but I'm gonna just give a little bit of information. So myself, Jamel Love, might know him as Jamel the Creator on Twitter, Rennie Taylor, Nina Monet, might know her as Wild Fonts, Ali, may know him as Universal Soldier on Twitter. all of us got together to put together a podcast, and it was actually going like really well. Like we were recording it, and I was working out like the technical kinks, because like podcasts take a hell of a lot more work than it seems.
Yeah.
And as I'm working out the technical kinks, I was talking to my friend Empo Koaho one night, and I don't know if you ever seen that show Dirk Gently's Detective Agency on Netflix.
I've heard of it. It's based on a popular book series, right, or something like that.
Yeah. It's based on a my gosh, I know the name of the author. He's like one of my favorite authors. In fact, sorry, my brain is Swiss cheese. But anyway,
is it Douglas Adams.
Douglas Adams. Yeah.
The Hitchhiker guy. Yeah.
Yeah. So Empo, he played God, I forget the name of his character now. I'm a total mess tonight. But anyway, he was on that show along with Brad Dourif's daughter. She was the one that played like the holistic assassin.
Yeah.
He was the one that was like always got caught up into some adventures with her. But that's my boy Empo. So we were like hanging out one night and having a conversation about like just how difficult it is for like Black people to have voices in media or just about anywhere. And they reminded me of some of the conversations that I've had with both you and Teen from Escape from Plan A. So I thought, wait a second, like we're doing a podcast, but you know, Rennie's been talking about he has essays that he wants to write, but doesn't know where he can submit them for publishing. You know, Jamel has articles that he wants to do. Nina wants to do video essays and blogs and so forth. I'm like, so instead of just doing a podcast, why don't we do a full-on media company? Why don't we just put all of that together? Like, yeah, you can publish your essays here. You can put up your video essays. I can write articles. We can do our podcast. We can pull all that together. Plus, hey, I've got this Twitch channel that does fairly well for the fact that I stream in frequently. Why don't we find ways to have this? I mean, it doesn't just necessarily have to be me who's streaming. As long as anybody has authorized access, like any of you all can stream. So why don't we put that all together under the umbrella of one media organization? The idea being, you know, all of these like liberal-minded Black bourgeoisie narratives, we're just here to fuck that up. Like we're just here to match it up. Oh, Left Hand Stew, thank you very much for the sub. Yeah, we're here to basically like disrupt the narrative that of the Black bourgeoisie, these influencers and the voteps and so forth. And you see what we talk about, like when we're always posting articles online and posting like screen caps of essays that we're reading or books that we're reading, mostly talking about like Black radical history, about African history, some of the lesser known parts of Black history in America, etc. Let's just do that full time, and that's where we're going with it.
Yeah. So let me get. What is the actual?
Oh, I'm not. Yeah. So there's just right now. There's only the Twitch channel, but
yeah. That's what I mean. What is that?
Oh, it's twitch.tv/resistance_noir. I will. Let's see. I'm gonna navigate to your chat and drop it there, or I can just give it to you in Discord.
Yeah. Actually, do it in the chat because I look actually do it in the chat, but I guess you weren't checking it. Because I want to put the banner up right now. I got the Champagne Sharks one.
All right, hang on.
Somebody already did it.
Okay,
there we go. Look at that, man. Look at teamwork versus
just gonna say, awesome, wait, it always happens, eh? You always are about to say the thing that I'm gonna say. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Good. Great minds, right? Guess what's trending on Twitter right now? Like almost like on cue. Karen strikes again. The top 5 trending.
Yo, the Karen discourse is fucking wild to me, man.
Yeah, and you know what? Let's post the latest thing that.
So by the way, Stu's in the chat. The one that just told you about the white man counterspell. That's what Karen is. Like he's in my chat right now. So yeah, Stu, we were basically just saying that like it's an interesting sort of dynamic where there are white men that are just all too happy to right now like find a way to shit on white women and get away with it and sound woke. But then on the other hand, it is kind of white women's fault for acting as if they don't contribute to white supremacy and like global hegemonic patriarchy as well.
Yeah, and throwing white men under the bus too, man. They've been.
Oh damn! And my brother's in this chat too. What's up, Ken? Oh yeah. So T, you know how like your co-host is Kenny?
Yeah.
Yeah. My brother's name is Kenny. He's in the chat right now as well. Yeah.
How you feeling, Kenny? The other Kenny might be coming through, and then we'd have a 2 Kenny situation.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I'm trying to get him to stream as well. Like he's, you think I'm like mean or militant or whatever? Y'all have not met. Like Ken does not give a fuck. Actually, he's a lot like your Kenny in that respect. He doesn't care. Yeah.
Kenny's a bad cop.
Exactly. Right. So when I say to people, like when people try to like try to mix it up with me, because people are always coming for me online or whatever. And my problem is I don't actually get flustered or upset. I'm just gonna make fun of you until you stop talking to me. That's how I am. Kenny's not like that. Kenny's like, listen, man, either I can block you or we can just fucking fight. Pick one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you gotta get that. You gotta get like that sometimes, man.
I know.
You need all types.
I guess what it is with me is that, like, especially a lot of these white quote unquote leftists, like these people that say that they're on the left, but really, I think it's just like they want healthcare and they want some of the social benefits that they feel that they've been denied, but that's as far as their politics goes.
Yep.
And so they tend to like, and I think a lot of them assume that because I'm a black writer that I got to be a black writer by affirmative action or diversity hire or whatever.
Here's two things that they love.
They don't. Yeah.
Black guy with affirmative action, or if you're brown, they have an obsession where they think everybody brown has a trust fund. There's a secret.
Yeah. You're part of the you're part of the Brahmin caste, and therefore like, your family has money, and that's why you got what you got. And I think it's not very often that they try to engage people that have actually not only done the readings, but done the readings that they say that they do. So when people like try to challenge me on like Marx or try to challenge me on fucking Deleuze or Kropotkin or Bookchin or whoever the fuck, the thing is I actually know what was written. You know what I mean? So I think that's why people come at me so often, is that they kind of underestimate the fact that I do read a hell of a lot of shit. And that's part of the reason why I might be so persistent, is because I'm just like, I'm here to make you look stupid. Like you it wasn't like you thought that today was going to be the day and you thought it was going to be you. It's not going to be you. And now you just look stupid. You know what I mean?
Well, one thing I'll say about you is you're one of the few people who has really gone deep on socialism and socialist reading, but also gone very deep on Black history, African history, diaspora readings. And I think most importantly,
like I would say maybe one of the few online, but there's a lot of people. Yeah.
But also like, because I feel like there's a lot of Black socialists who their idea of being a Black socialist is to just be the Black version of whatever the white online socialists are saying, and to kind of exist as shields or mascots. And there's another wave of like Black socialists who I think have really engaged on Black socialist thinkers who've really done the work to kind of already critique white socialists for decades.
Yeah, I was kind of lucky in that respect because like my family are a bunch of Garveyites. Right. So, my mom found it really important when I was young to like, she would wake me up on Saturday mornings and take me to this, this tutoring class. It was called Higher Marks. It was run by this older Black conservative dude, this conservative Jamaican, Mr. Donald Blake. And Mr. Blake had us reading everything from like the Black battalions to like the history of the sleeping car porters to like Nkrumah and conscientism. I'm like 10 years old reading this stuff. It was like boring. I didn't really get it. And the thing was like, when I was in university, a lot of these narratives about the global South, about Africa and so forth, I knew that they were wrong. I knew that they were just flat out like, I'm reading like fucking Samuel P. Huntington, and I'm like, this is absolute bullshit. I'm reading about American imperialism, or rather not American imperialism, but like American foreign policy. I'm like, this is also bullshit. So it kind of became incumbent on me to show why. Like I said, I'm not that smart a guy. Like I'm just a fucking meathead who asks a lot of questions and knows where to look. So when I was, getting into like history and tying that into economics and tying that into local politics and so forth, that was really me just asking a bunch of questions. But I kind of got there because my family put me on that path. And I think for a lot of Black people, online at least, they don't get to their socialist synthesis by like Pan-Africanism or the history of Black socialism or any of that. I think oftentimes they get there by reading Marx, or reading Chomsky. And they act like we don't really have a history of our own. And that's kind of sad, because on the one hand, it's like it's good for them that we they understand dialectical materialism. They understand like U.S. imperialism, how like the fascism that Black Americans have faced is really just the fascism of colonialism turned inward. Like they understand that intrinsically, but they also seem to think that we don't have a history of struggle and resistance of our own. They're just these aesthetic markers that look something like a clip of like Fred Hampton speaking in the 1960s, or the aesthetics of the Black Power movement, or an essay from Adolph Reed. Yeah.
Do you know what Fred Hampton is for them? Fred Hampton is
their Martin Luther King.
Yeah, but also that one speech of his is their "I Have a Dream" speech.
My God, yes, yeah.
Like liberals don't grapple with all of Martin Luther King. They only grapple with the most narrow part of Martin Luther King that supports white moderate liberalism, and white leftists do the same thing with Fred Hampton. You would think Fred Hampton only said those 3 sentences in his young life.
Somebody asked me to explain the Cash App left. Let's watch this Karen video and then we can get into that part.
Okay, and I don't know, the Cash App left is a great word. I think I know what it's referring to, but I'm not sure. So you have to explain that to me. But let's play this video real quick.
Yeah.
Would you please stop? Sir, I'm asking you to stop.
Also, to give some context, this is what happened. This is a birding area of Central Park, and this is a place where avid birders, people who watch birds and look at species, and people go there with like apps that are bird identifying apps. Like birders are like hardcore, and this is a part of Central Park, if I understand correctly, is dedicated toward birders. And you're supposed to have your dog definitely leashed there because the dogs can attack the birds.
Mm-hmm.
So what this guy apparently did was he just asked her, "Can you please put your dog
on a leash?" Yeah.
Which is what you're supposed to do. It wasn't an unreasonable request, and this is what she did.
Please don't come close to me.
Sir, I'm asking you to stop recording me.
Please don't come close to me.
Please take your phone off.
Please don't come close to
And
me.
I'm taking a picture and calling the cops.
Please call the cops.
Can you tell in the
Please
voices that these two are very afraid of each other?
Oh yeah, for sure. But honestly, I think he's more afraid of her
than she is. But the thing is, like, she got caught doing something that she knew was wrong, and so she's flustered. But she's also flustered by him. Like, I think she is afraid of him, but he's also afraid of what she can do to him with that phone call, and which is why he pulls his phone out.
And I don't think she's really afraid of him. I think she's kind of upset that he doesn't know his place. I feel like
listen to her, like run it back and listen to her voice again.
Okay, I think she's trembling, but I think she's more. I might be wrong. I think she's more trembling with rage, like indignation. That's the word.
Yeah.
Would you please stop? Sir, I'm asking you to stop.
Please don't come close to me.
Sir, I'm asking you to stop recording me.
Please don't come close to me.
Please take your phone off.
Please don't come close to
And
me.
I'm taking a picture and calling the cops.
Please call the cops.
Okay, watch how she's
Please
strangling
call
her
the
dog
cops.
as she's doing this.
Oh yeah.
African American man threatening my.
See, this is what I thought. I thought that her rage was so much she's squeezing the dog's neck because of the.
No, this is fear.
You think it's fear? All right.
I think it's actually. I mean, I don't think she's afraid of him like he's going to physically hurt her. Fear, as in like she knows that she did something wrong, and he has the power to hurt her, which is not a position that she's used to being in, because it turns out she's like the head of, like, I think it was like an head of investments at Franklin Templeton.
Oh, also she's involved with she does something with animals too, I believe.
Get out of here! Oh, that's funny.
She's on the board of something with animals. I read too. So
yeah.
I sort of.
But I was like, as if Franklin Templeton needs any more bad news. Like they've had a really shit year. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, and she brought the African American card.
Oh yeah.
Please call the cops.
I'm going to tell them there's an African American man threatening my life.
Please tell them whatever you like.
Well, like, why would you?
Excuse me.
Tell him what you're about to do.
Normally she's being recorded. She says, "I'm gonna say African American."
She basically said, "I'm going." I mean, she didn't say it, but she made the implication without actually saying it, because she knows what happens. Is she basically said, "I'm going to make sure that your life is in danger by calling the police right now, because I'm going to lie on you."
There is an African American man. I am in Central Park. He is recording me.
She knows what she's doing because she says African American. Why is that important?
Because she doesn't want to sound racist, to the cops at least.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you either. I'm being threatened by a man in the ramble. Please.
Karen Brand is in
Thank you
right now.
Oh my god.
And someone said something in my replies today that got a lot of grief, right? Someone said in my replies, why is it so trendy to get mad at Karens and have, like, Backyard Becky, Permit Patty, all this stuff, and everyone can understand it when it's time. Everyone understands that white women like making false reports now. That's a new trendy thing to understand by everybody. But the next time a white woman accuses a man of color of sexual impropriety, it's going to go right back to taking her at her word.
Right.
You know, a lot of people got upset in the replies to this guy. In my replies, they're like, "That's rape. That's different." He's like, you know, why? Like, we have all these people out there that are being shown, like it's become like a joke now, a punchline that they will lie on black people all the time. But the next time a black guy is accused by rape of white people, it's gonna default right back to.
Hey yo, you showing on my backstage shit right now?
What's that?
I said you showing on my backstage the camera angle that you just chose to show the both of us. Now you're showing on my backstage shit.
Oh really? How so?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay. I didn't realize I was doing that. Okay, cool.
That's all good.
Yeah. But some people said some interesting things in response to this. Someone brought up the Bill Burr thing. Bill Burr had a recent special, and he pointed out during the special that white women have always been part of the heist, but you know, they're the first ones to snitch and point the finger at the co-conspirator.
I know. They're driving the getaway car, you know. And then they drop you off at home and just go straight to the police and snitch. That's wild.
Yeah. Or when the police show up, they'll be like, "Oh, he forced me to do it." You know, I didn't do it. He had a gun to my head to drive the getaway car. You know.
I know. Oh, it's like what's her face? Like Patty Hearst with the Symbionese Liberation Army. You know, she's out there robbing banks and like threatening people and whatnot. And then when she got on the stands, for her complicity, she turned into like the whitest white woman imaginable.
Yeah, and they totally twisted her arm all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And Dave Chappelle said something similar. Someone brought up what Dave Chappelle said, where Dave Chappelle said, you know, you were always in on the heist, but you were just mad about your cut. Exactly. You didn't like the cut that you were getting, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, people like I asked like why I end up like going so hard on them, and that's one of the reasons is that it really bothers me that. And this, I noticed that about like gay white men as well, is that they'll say, like, you know, straight white men did so and so. So like everybody wants to displace their role and their complicity in this project, until like there's just a very narrow band of people that were ever responsible for it in the first place. And I think that's absolutely horseshit.
Yeah, and what's worse is that they still keep doing the fuckery themselves. Like
the
book thing and how the West Hollywood community was like, you know, being really racist to the people mad about it, or how this woman had no problem trafficking in African American stereotypes to get the guy in trouble. You know, they have no problem with this stuff. And the lady's sister, the guy's sister, is a writer and director on an HBO show. You know, so she kind of has some media access to boot. Mm-hmm. And she's, I guess, active on Twitter, so that helped to go, I think, very viral. But even without that extra stuff in the favor, I just think the internet is primed now to Karen bash. That's just
it's not just the internet. You know what it is? I think it's residual resentment from the Warren campaign. I actually do think so. I think there's people were not done with the bashing the Warren campaign. I think people were still kind of pissed off at it, and I think this is like. Especially because her campaign people were so fucking obnoxious. I think there's just a residual hatred for those types. Like when I say Susan B. Anthony Twitter, or I say Warby Parker Twitter, or I say the LinkedIn left, everyone knows exactly what I'm fucking talking about. Like, people know that I'm referring to the cat eyeglasses professional managerial class. You know, the types that like have an expensive ass liberal arts education and talk about themselves as if they're like. That they're like demigods that, you know, like bring the fruit of political reality to the worn out masses, like to the lumpen proletariat. Like, they consider themselves so important, and they actually don't know a hell of a lot. I mean, they know a lot in terms of like their field, but in terms of like actual life experience and having conversations with people and figuring out like how to organize people that don't belong to their educational or income tax bracket, they have no fucking clue about that. But they were really insistent that they had all the answers. And I think there's a lot of like residual anger and hatred for that class of people that really showed their ass over the course of the election. That's kind of playing itself right now in this Karen discourse. And the thing is, it wouldn't be so hard. It would be very hard to do that if it wasn't for the fact that a lot of these types that do, call the cops on kids for lemonade stands, or call the cops because of a cookout happening outdoors that they don't think is on the proper grounds or has the proper permits, or the fact that this lady called the cops and completely lied on them. But they always belong to a very particular class of people. The same kinds of people that would talk about themselves as being anti-racist. Like, do you remember that one white girl? Was it Yale, who there was a black woman in like the lounge area, and I think she might have been sleeping or she was studying or something like that. But this white girl from one of the dorms was like, "Well, you can't be here," and then followed her to her room and called the cops on her and shit, and made the cops like have her hand over her ID. Yeah. She was also like this tremendous anti-racist and had all of these like bona fides and so forth. So like,
she was always part of the white ally industrial complex. I remember.
Yeah. It's always the same fucking people. It's always the same type of person. So I think that's kind of what's coming out, is like, for a minute you escaped responsibility for your sisters doing this fucked up shit to black people, in terms of aligning with this political movement that.
This is a great name. LinkedIn left.
Hey, listen, I think between me and you, like, we have seeded the internet with a lot of like awesome terms. But these people attach their fortunes to the campaign of somebody who literally did red face, and not only did red face, but like her spot at Harvard was fought for by a black male professor that wanted a black woman to be a faculty hire, and with her and with her lying about her indigenous ancestry, ends up getting the spot and names like the first, what was it, POC faculty, or was it indigenous faculty? But yeah, Derek Bell fought for years to get that spot open, then she just swooped in and took it. It was not hers to take, and that's crazy. In a nutshell, that's what these people are fucking like, and I think that's why everyone's having a lot of fun at their expense right now.
Yeah, and you had a term that you said before we started talking about this lady. You said some kind of left. What was it? You said a blank left.
Did I say LinkedIn left, or did I say what?
Oh, did you say LinkedIn left? Or did you say something else? You said LinkedIn left,
or the professional managerial class.
Maybe you said LinkedIn left first. I don't know. Okay. I thought you said.
I said war, because I've had trouble figuring out which one of these I like the best. But yeah, Warby Park. Oh yeah, CashApp left. We'll get into that in a second.
Yeah, CashApp left. That's
God.
I'm not sure what that term meant. I had a feeling, but I mean, is it those people who try to be like a shield to like white leftists and then hold out the tin can, hoping that
Yep. It's them and the Afro Depressionists. If you make a Venn diagram out of the CashApp left and the Afro Depressionists, it would be a very slightly oblong circle. Like, they're not. I find that they arrive at their analysis with just no information, just off their feelings, just no information whatsoever. Have done like no research. Maybe they haven't. They're just misrepresenting shit, but they generally don't have a lot of information. They just have a lot of opinions, and their sharing of their opinions should cost you money. So because they're doing this work and sharing their opinions with you, most of which are wrong, most of which comes at the expense of working class black people.
Pay black women, pay black queer people, pay black socialists.
And I'm getting really fucking sick and tired of it. I really am. It's striverism and individualism wrapped up in this like this very thin like veneer, or this is like patina. Like, it's just it's got this very thin veil of like social democracy around it. I don't know, or even socialist theory sometimes. But it's just the most craven striverism and individualism, and it always attacks the same people. Like, it never actually attacks like white people. It doesn't attack the capitalist superstructure, except in like very vague terms, like the system, quote unquote. It doesn't attack individual actors. It doesn't attack people in places where they want to get jobs. It tends to be, quote unquote, punching down at regular ass working class black people. If it's black women that are just like, what the fuck are you talking about, then it's that they're being oppressive, and that it is possible for black women to be homophobic and yada yada, or internalize misogyny and all this other shit. I'm thinking of like the way that people address like my friend Nina, or our friend of the pod Vita, or Ashley Brown, even, like, people will go at them as though they're the oppressive types, and in return for doing. I don't know what the work is exactly that's being done, but in return for like doing the work of putting these people in their place, like they want to get paid off that.
And put them in their place in like the lamest way possible. It's not even like a real. It's just how many times are you gonna read somebody about wearing box braids? Like, okay, the 15th time you've.
Nobody cares. Nobody actually cares.
Yeah. Okay, we get it. This white girl's wearing box braids. Okay, it's the 15th time, and not only do they not do anything, I think they become so dependable. They become an actual marketing strategy, as in like now people will straight up just aim to piss these people off. Like
yeah. They're like people will purposely antagonize them. Yeah,
people will purposely antagonize them to go viral. Like like every time that Kendall Jenner like puts on box braids on goes on Twitter, you think she doesn't know that's gonna go viral?
And that's why I say I'm like, just leave her the fuck alone. Like, stop talking about Kendall Jenner. They do this stuff on purpose because they know it's gonna get them attention.
Yeah, troll marketing is a thing now. Now actual legacy media does it. Like some of these headlines that come up are so clearly deliberately offensive, like deliberately deliberately antagonistic, and they're counting on it for clicks. And I think to a degree, the same way I think some people like being trolled. I think some people it's like a quid pro quo. Like I want my platform to grow, and my platform grows off of hopping on viral trends. In a way, they almost low key. It's an implicit bargain. Like, okay, this is our unspoken contract, our implicit bargain. You do shit that gives me a reason to go all Tumblr on you, and I'll give you free marketing. And then maybe at some point you might even hire me for something. To do like some kind of sensitivity training, or you might give me. And this is something weird that people bargain for. People now will bargain for representation. Like people, Kenny was joking out. If you give somebody a lot of times these days a box of retweets or a box of money retweets, there's a lot of people like that with like representation. If you give them representation, it's not even them. Like I'm not even gonna give you a job. I'm gonna give someone like you a job. People will kind of bargain for that. And I think, for example, with the women who did the Washington Post op-ed that they're pushing right now, I think that's what they're bargaining for now. They're holding that black vote hostage, which are not really, because they have no sway over it. They're really like someone. I've said this a couple of times recently, but they're like someone who stands in front of the ocean and waves their arms and pretends like they're moving the tides, right?
Yeah.
That's them with the black vote. They're like, look, we control the black vote, and the black vote is doing what it wants to do.
Yeah, they're like King Canute, standing before the tides and instructing them to leave or come back. Yeah.
Or the guy in the movie that predicts when the volcano is going to go off. The white guy who infiltrated the native tribe and pretends he's the god making the volcano go off. Like that's them. They're trying to pretend that they that they have power with the black vote, and all they're bargaining for really. They have a lot of decoy stuff, but all they want really is for Biden to pick a black woman VP. And somehow they think they're going to be able to eat that. Somehow a black woman VP, like how many more black men have gotten jobs in the media after Barack Obama? I would say not really any. It hasn't really, like, there's no proof that's going to work. I call it trickle down representation. Like, if we get representation up front, it's going to trickle down somehow.
I call it that too, and it's vile. Like it's the idea that if we get jobs, then it somehow ameliorates the condition of black people. But the thing is, like, and it kind of goes back to the importance of reading texts by radical black authors and by black activists, organizers, etc. Like Kwame Ture says this. He says that there's no such thing as benefits for the masses of black people by benefiting individuals. I'm paraphrasing here, but the whole idea that in by benefiting a particular black person or a group of black people, it's actually going to translate into benefits for the masses has never been true. Not only is it not true, it's kind of revolutionary, right? He was talking about that back in like the 1980s. It's been, I think, probably a good 32, 33 years since the speech that I'm referring to. But we still think that this is true for some reason. We still think that, like, if you root for everybody black, if you give some people like awards, Oscars, Grammys, journalism awards, or whatever, it's somehow going to turn into tangible benefits for the rest of black people. But how's that been working out for us so far? Do we stop getting lynched? and I didn't find out about it. Are the police not beating our ass? Are we able to get jobs? Did our net worth as a people happen to go up at some point? Where are we seeing it?
Here's the thing with them. They think they're immune from that stuff. They think the masses are the ones that have to deal with that stuff. So they don't really care. They only think about the narrow range. Like, if you ever notice, these types, whenever someone who's not the type of black person that's supposed to have the bad stuff happen to them gets in trouble. Like, for example, with Ahmaud Arbery, he was jogging in a white neighborhood, not dressed like a thug and whatever. And when he got killed, a lot of people, the guy's like, wow, I live in a white neighborhood and I dress nice when I jog, and they reckon like this is more real because it happened to someone that looked like me.
Oh, did you read that article from that light bright lady? When you sent it to me. The one that was talking about, like, it's hard for me to discuss Black Death with my white partner.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Why you ruined my whole day sending that to me?
Yeah, I want to talk about that one too.
And I feel like you knew I was gonna have a reaction to it. That's the thing.
Yeah, I said it for a reason, but I also was thinking about this. And I think you commented on Twitter where this guy was like, do I have to wear my law school sweatshirt to jog now? And stuff.
Man, yes. If you happen to be jogging through that particular neighborhood and they saw you with your Greek letters on your fucking sweatshirt, they would have like, oh, sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Nigger, you're free to go. Like, man, again, if you're reading history, do they not understand that some of the first people to be lynched were the professionals?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at Black Wall Street. They weren't.
Oh my god,
they didn't care.
It was anybody that they felt was passing their place. It wasn't a matter of like we just want to like find somebody vulnerable. It's like, no, we want to find the pillars of the community. We want to find the people that if we lynch them, it's going to hurt the community. It's going to demoralize them. Lynching wasn't just for the purpose of individual punishment. Lynching was collective punishment. There's a couple of really good books. There's Rope and Faggot, and where's this other one now? Oh, the Many Faces of Judge Lynch. Read those books and understand that none of the history of lynching had to do with having individual grudges against individual black people. It was a form of collective. It was like pitting heads on pikes. But Jesus Christ, as a black person, for you to not only not know that, but to think that you're somehow going to escape the clutches of lynching because of your law school bona fides tells me you know nothing about your own people.
But there's a reason why they think that, even if they know the history you're talking about. And it's not just that they think they're different than the unwashed masses or the poor people or the black masses, that they think they're insulated. They think they're different than the past professionals. For example, the old Black Wall Street type of lawyer or the shingle hanging black dentist or black banker was still very much entrenched in that black community, was not assimilation minded, was still in that thing. They think that crap, like they wouldn't want to be a professional like that. Like that professional was too entrenched with their people. Their clientele was probably mostly black. They wouldn't want that life. Like they think they're a new breeded professional, but they think they're a better type of professional than the old one because it's that same type of thing.
Silver, thank you very much for the host. Appreciate that. Sorry, go ahead.
The problem, no, it's very much like that. We're not our ancestors thing. They think we are not our ancestor professionals. Like we work for white companies. We have white clientele. We have white peers because they're the crowd, right? That always talks about the first black person in X company, the first black person. That's all they think about. Yeah, and they won't say that.
I would never. If I was for example, I'm pretty sure, although I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that I'm the first black contributing editor at the magazine that I write for, OnlyKlans. I'm pretty sure that I am, but I could be wrong. But the thing is, I've never thought to explore or examine that, because if that were true, that would be embarrassing, both to me and to the publication. So it's just not something that I ever think about. But to them, it's like, but that's these milestones, exactly. They want to be that person. They really want to be that first. They want to be that first black person to like get through the door. They're the black person that gets together with a bunch of their med school colleagues or peers and goes to a plantation, takes a picture on the same fucking soil where their ancestors were like they tortured and killed, and say that we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. That's that shit. Yeah.
That's like I don't have it handy now, but there was a tweet that Roxane Gay had to end up taking down, but it was the one where she was saying people are jealous. Oh wait, actually, you know what? I found it, and I'm
hold up. Okay, so Kenny, if you wanna talk shit, you better come on the stream and talk shit. All right, don't talk about me teething nobody's lyrics. All right, these are my bars. All right, I sat down and I wrote this flow in my notebook myself. What? Listen, just because you're older than me doesn't mean that you get to just flex your seniority on me, old man. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is your brother trying to flex?
Yeah, he's trying to talk shit.
Okay, but hold on. Let me just pull up what I'm talking about, because I'm the paraphrase is not going to do it justice. Let me find it real quick. Yeah, here we go. Just give me a second, and I'm not going to paraphrase it. It's too good. But this is a really enlightening thing when I saw it. But to even get to be the token, you have to be.
Oh no, I remember this one.
I'm
really fond to bringing this one up. I feel like you. Yeah, this one really hurt you. Yeah.
Oh no, it's not that it hurt me. It's the opposite.
No. When I say it hurt, like it really hurt you to see her say that.
No, but I know what you're saying, but it's the opposite. It was like this was the smoking gun.
Yeah.
It was like I'm a detective and I got the.
Oh my God, she admitted.
Yeah, she admitted it. I'm going to hold on to this. This is like my ammunition. That's what it is. It did the opposite of hurt me. It made me jump for joy. Like I got the confession on tape. There it goes. It said the quiet part out loud. You know, it brought me joy, and she deleted it, and I got it, and I was like, "You said the quiet part out loud," because she got roasted for this, rightfully so, and that's what I'm saying. This is what makes me think they're different, because so all the things that you're talking about before about that old class, even if they know the history, the reason they're not taking the right lessons for it is because they think they're better because they get to be tokens for white people. And that old class, like, what's the point of being the best if you're only the best among the Negroes? You know, to them, they feel
there's a hard cap on Black achievement, and they feel that they have like reached the pinnacle. And at some point, you know, given enough chances, they may actually begin to break into the bottom rungs of whiteness. Who knows?
Yeah, and they really think that the white man's ice is better.
Ice is colder, yeah.
Yeah, they think the white man's ice is colder and stuff. So what people don't realize, for example, is that Jackie Robinson wasn't actually the best person in the Negro Leagues. There were plenty of people better, and even before him, there are people. But they just thought that he had the best blend of skills and geniality. And there are other factors besides just sheer skill.
Yeah, it's almost like the whole like I mean, this is not exactly tokenism. It's just something different. It's like, you know, Rosa Parks was more sellable on her boycott, her protest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Than a dark skinned woman who I think had a child out of wedlock or something like that. So, and again, because my brain is Swiss cheese, I don't remember the name offhand. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Jackie Robinson had the type of personality and image that they thought was more congenial to white coworkers, white bosses, white audiences. So some people who were better actually didn't get to break the Negro Leagues. But the common wisdom among the respectability blue check crowds, they automatically assume that he must have been the very best, because to break into the white thing, you have to be the best. And that's the same thought that's behind Roxane Gay's thing. So I think to a certain degree, these people think like iron sharpens iron. They never got to be around white people. They're a different breed. I'm white battle tested. I'm white whatever. I would be treated different because back then, the Rosewood days, they didn't know how to fit in among white people. I should
not realizing the whole time that being around them for so long has made them lose touch with their own people. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. So like you don't know how, like not only do you not know how to talk to black people, but you assume that being around white people for so long makes you better than the rest of us for some reason. So you can just like talk to people however you feel. Yo, Stu, thank you very much for the host. Appreciate that. And by the way, I should let you know that inside of my chat, my brother has turned the chat against me. Like there's an actual
really?
Yeah, there's a mutiny happening now. So basically, everyone believes that my takes aren't my takes; they've come from him, and I've laundered them into respectability.
Oh my God! So yeah. You're like Captain Queeg. They're just taking over. taking over.
Yeah.
It's like Mutiny on the Bounty.
Yeah.
Let's just run through just a bunch of stuff that I have sitting around that I just want to get through, like quick takes, and just move on. They pulled up this thing about Doja Cat, an old tweet. Like, internet detectives.
See, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm having a very hard time with my stream keeping up because I think here's what I think it is. When you flip back to the mode where it's just the two of us, you got to have it so that like the both of us are as large as possible, and there's like a little option at the bottom of
Would it be this one?
I think so. Hang on a second.
Wait, there. That's not it.
No. There's one that's like the two of us are in full mode, like full screen mode.
Two of us in full screen mode.
Yeah,
like
when you pop out, yeah, just that one. That's exactly it. Because when you pop out of the mode where you can actually see what's on your screen, the screen share.
Yeah.
Then I come out looking really weird.
On
my end, I'm like having to keep up on my OBS editor.
Oh, okay. So, but how about when we're like this? Does this work?
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's just when you come back out of that, then you gotta like pop to that full screen mode again.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So she said, this is kind of heartbreaking to me. I gotta move this stupid banner to get it out. But she said, thinking about being black can make any sensible person depressed. Like, just think about it. Wouldn't being white make so much more sense? Life would have value, right? Which is an interesting thing to say because her apology was kind of the opposite. Her apology, I thought I had the apology queued up, but her apology was all about how I'm a black woman, I'm proud to be black. And that's not what is actually, being said. This was what she actually tweeted from a couple years ago, I think. I don't know the exact date.
Oh, yo, DM, thank you for the sub. You know what though? Like, I've seen other people talk about like how blackness makes them depressed, and I don't know that I can say I have a lot of sympathy for it. Maybe I can understand where they're coming from, but at no point has like being black been a thing that makes me upset. My blackness has nothing to do with the way that white people treat me. That's just the way that they are, right? Like the way that white people treat you under white supremacy has nothing to do with your blackness whatsoever. That's all them. That's all over there with them. So I understand when people say things like, like it's just really hard sometimes and like it really sucks. And I get that. At the same time, there's a difference between this is why I really find it important to make a distinction. Like there's the actual Afro depressionist. There's a huge distinction to be made here. Like how it is that you are with other people has nothing to do with them, and how it is that they treat you has nothing to do with you. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah. There's an old Eleanor Roosevelt quote that's along those lines. Something like, "How you feel about me is none of my business."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like nobody can make you feel like a lesser person without your consent. And And to me, it's like these are people that are feel like lesser people because they allow how it is. Because it's like, well, why are you so fucking inhumane to me? What's wrong with me that you're being this way? My question is, no, what the fuck is wrong with you that you're acting this way? So I've never really gotten the whole like being black is so hard on me. Like I wish I could change my blackness. But there's actually nothing I ever wish I could change about myself. And I'm frankly just really sick of like mixed people just sitting in their feelings about not feeling accepted by either world, because I'm fucking sorry. You're valued far above like the rest of your peers. Like the rest of the people that actually like live within blackness. You don't live the same kind of life. Like I mean, I've had this conversation with like our friend here, Kay Swiftly, and had the conversation with some other mixed people. And I'm not saying that like there never has been instances where black folks have like treated mixed people really shitty. That happens, but there's probably also a hell of a lot of hurt that's happening on their end that they are that way, and oftentimes it has to do with like this caste system that we call colorism.
Do you know what I think black people? Why mixed people are really mad subconsciously?
I think I'm gonna give you an answer, and I want to see if yours matches up with mine.
Okay.
I think it's because they're so close to whiteness, but they're just never gonna get there.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
But they get this weird thing, right? They're so close to whiteness that they're not going to get there. But instead of blaming they're so predisposed or conditioned.
They don't blame
to
the
worship
oppressive
whiteness.
people. They blame the black people that is like, if it wasn't for you niggas, if you dirty black roaches weren't so niggerish, they would accept me. But they won't, because you're just savage animals. I completely get that.
Yep, and it's two things. It's what you said, the black behavior. Like, they believe in the negative tropes of black people. So they're like, if you just weren't acting so niggerish, they would accept me. But they also hate black people on a genetic level. Like, if I didn't have these,
these cursed genes. Yeah, if it wasn't for this human stain story that is my life, then my life would look so much different. Yeah, I completely get that. And you know what it is too, is because they know that they have no ability to really reward or punish white people, but they know that they have power over black people, and that's why they get that way.
Exactly, especially because they know that
like, there's nothing that they can actually do to hurt whiteness, but they can very, very much hurt black people. Like
to that white incel chat room that she was in, she was kind of like a joke and a walking fleshlight. You know, she's just she's just a beige fleshlight to them. You know, at best. But she knows, and this is a sad part about black dudes, right? And to the degree, like black women buy into it too. A thick light-skinned girl can be like a god in the black community. So even though she doesn't like really like black people, she looks at them as a stain. That human stain thing is what the hair talk was about, when she's talking about her hair. You know, that's that thing, like, oh, I hate this 4C hair. It's not even 4C, but it's like body dysmorphia. Someone has racial dysmorphia. You know, people with body dysmorphia, they gain like a little bit of weight, and you see a 400-pound person. She probably just sees like a little kink, and she sees like, you know, straight out of Africa, like straight out the slave ship action. I bet she has some kind of weird racial dysmorphia. That's not a term, then that should probably be one. And I think like that happens, and that's where a lot of the hostility comes from. But she can't even, like, her apology said something along the lines of, I'm going to read it now, I'm not going to put it in the screen, but she said, "I'm a black woman. Half of my family is black from South Africa, and I'm very proud of it."
What does that mean? What does that mean, though? What does that really mean?
Yeah. It doesn't mean anything, but also, like, we have the video of you like hating your hair. We have the thing that I just put up of
she's basically reacting like a white woman.
Exactly, she's reacting like a white woman. The whole apology is like a white woman.
Azealia. Thanos has entered the chat. Azealia Banks, where the fuck was this sympathy for me?
Yeah, you saw that? Is that pretty good? Like,
that's so. The thing is, I mean, as much as Azealia Banks can be toxic, I have the biggest soft spot for her. I can't tell you what it is, but there's something about just her being she's not sassy. She's not like one way to one group of people and one way to black people. Like, she doesn't do the whole like double standard with white people and black folks. Like, she doesn't do the whole like suck up to them and then like shit on us. No, she's like this to everyone. And I kind of admire it, even though it can be incredibly toxic, and she's just said some really wild and out of pocket things. At the same time, I'm like, but how many people do we allow to be like that are not dark-skinned black women? There's a lot of people that get away with the same shit that Azealia Banks does and gets trashed for all the time. And I'm at a point where I'm just like, you know what, just allow her. You know, I was saying on Twitter earlier, I'm like, she wants to sell her bussy soap and talk her shit. Just leave her alone.
And
who is she hurting? She's not hurting nobody.
I think she said she's a bed wench, but yeah, I'll be honest, man. She owns what she is. I don't care because she comes at everybody, and it's like
that's the thing. She doesn't. I don't think she actually wants anything from anybody, and maybe that's what it is that I admire. She doesn't care because there's nothing that she's looking for that anybody can actually give her.
And like today, for example, she outed that she slept with Dave Chappelle and said it was great dick. And that's kind of what I mean about she's all over the place. Like, I feel like, I don't like to use the term bed wench, but the type of woman the term bed wench describes would not touch Dave Chappelle with a 10-foot pole. They would rather, like for example, Doja Cat would rather be with like the bummiest white guy over Dave Chappelle, I think. Whereas Azealia Banks, I think she might be a little all over the place, and day to day, you have no idea what she's gonna do. But this was, I thought, was a good point, because Ebro, I think, is very hypocritical, because he went in on Azealia Banks so much for being toxic and Lord. And then he's one of the people copping pleas for
Doja Cat.
Yeah,
but she's 100% right. She's 100% right. She makes some money.
Yeah, but not just that. He's biracial himself, so I think he kind of has a soft spot,
Yeah,
I think it's that same kind of royalty thing, like a light skinned black
Jiffy Pop cornbread looking Negroes. Woof.
Yep.
That's the thing too. Is like she has the most creative drags that I can't not like her.
They're so good. They're so good. And I think she was right in what she said about him. Like he was being a hypocrite. They put this back. I think it defaults to that when I get out of that.
It does. Yeah. So just do this. Well, I actually look like a professional streamer.
What's that?
I said just do this when you pop out of that view, so I look like a professional streamer, not some amateur.
Yeah, you know what? People want that raw, rough around the edges streamer, that DIY punk streamer. That's what they want.
I mean, then I may as well just like show what's in my office instead of the green screen.
Yeah,
may as well be able to see all the network cables and everything that are like strewn everywhere because I was like redoing the network in my house. But yeah.
Is the green screen like a solid foldable panel? Is that how it works?
No.
Is there a curtain?
No, my fiance got me. She got me. Yeah. It's like these two stands that are on tripods, and this curtain rod that goes across them, and then basically the screen is like a curtain with a rod through it, and it sits on top of these two stands.
Oh, okay.
I'll find it. You know what? I'll find it on Amazon. I'll drop it in the chat. But it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Please, let me see that because I want to check it out. But yeah, I feel like she's a Karen at the end of the day, and she's behaving like a Karen. And I think biracial people are kind of like going to be the new. They're going to be the new highly litigated thing. It's already started, but because like white women, they kind of flip back and forth.
They flip back and forth according to whether they need cachet or they need sympathy. Is how that works, and it's really annoying to me.
One thing I was gonna say earlier about what these people are good at, we're bouncing around, but you said before you don't know what these social justice influencers and these climbers and different types of influencers are good for. But what I think they're good for is right, and this is what I think is dangerous of messing with them. No matter Kenny and I had the stream. We were talking about like the Devil's Luck or Agent of Chaos people. Like an example of one is like 50 Cent kind of has that energy where it's like
he's got the chaotic evil energy, yeah.
Yeah, but what happens is he always ends up better. Even when he gets down, right? He'll come back out. Like he gets shot 9 times and somehow parlays that into like a mogul thing. So like they get away with a lot of stuff, but then even when it does go wrong, Hold up. Stu,
Stu is asking if my idea would work. I'm gonna say no, it's not. I'm not asking that fucking question. You must be out of your mind. Do not embarrass me in front of my friends. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's your okay. I don't know.
Yeah. White guy about to take liberties over here.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
The other thing was that Tekashi 6ix9ine is one of those people. Tekashi 6ix9ine is one of those people that Tekashi 6ix9ine, one of those people who has a Agent of Chaos thing. Like he took down that whole crew. Somehow he manages to get out of jail.
How is he still alive? Is my question.
Yeah.
How is he alive? Streets is done.
We were talking about that with the movie Belly, how DMX character, even when things do go bad for him, somehow he ends up pulling out
by the seat of his pants.
Yeah, but meanwhile, everyone around him goes down, and I think a lot of these social justice influencers are like that because you made that reference to the meme of the Grim Reaper knocking on every door.
Yeah.
And they keep taking people out, and you said they won't campaign and knocking people out, and Biden escaped. Biden escaped the Grim Reaper and then got enticed back to the Breakfast Club. Like he didn't have to go back there. He had the black vote. South Carolina showed he had the black vote. All he had to do was, I said before, he's the guy.
I feel like I understand why he did though. I feel like I understand why he went to the Breakfast Club.
Because he was afraid of being called like racist for not going.
No. He could have skated by and not done any interviews with black media and still gotten the black vote. That could have happened. Because like
I agree.
Don't forget, wasn't was it Tom Joyner or was it Dude
I
that
think it was
had
Tom Joyner. You're talking about with Obama?
well, Tom Joyner I think was mad at Obama, but it was also somebody else. It was dude that used to have the show on BET. What's his name?
I know
Tavis Smiley.
Tavis Smiley. Yeah.
Yeah, Tavis Smiley was pissed off at Obama because he didn't go through like the usual avenues during the course of his primary. He didn't go to black media, and they were upset about that, right? Which, I mean, in retrospect, I think they had every right to be. But I think Joe Biden could have gotten by just if Obama can do it. Joe Biden can definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
That's fine. I think he did it because I feel like he had to show black people like who's boss. I feel like he went there because it's like, I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna show them what's up. And you see the way that he was talking, was talking to Charlamagne Jack, like he was just talking down to him, like he was talking to his wayward nephew or something. Let me tell you something. Yeah.
It was very entitled. Like,
but then he goes,
I'm insulted that you're even questioning me.
Yeah. And I forget whose show he went on afterwards, but I'm pretty sure he was on NBC right after that. Like he had another interview, and his whole demeanor changed. It was completely different. So when it comes to talking to black people, it's just like, let me tell you about life. When it comes to everybody else, it's like, well, I'd like your vote. So I feel like he went there because he had to own them.
Oh, that's a great theory, and I fully agree with it. Now that you say it, I think you're right. Because you know what? Charlamagne was making a lot of rumblings in the media, and maybe that's what he felt he had to do. He felt that I just gotta take
put him back in his place.
Yeah, because look, you only gave him 18 minutes, so you could tell he didn't take the interview very seriously. You know, because Breakfast Club is usually people sit there for like an hour. You know. So and he didn't even want to stay around. He goes, no, I just sit with my wife. Like he basically booked him in such a tight thing that he couldn't even stay an extra. Remember, Charlamagne was like, "Hey, where are you going?" I thought we were talking. He goes, no, I got other things to do. Like I squeezed you into like my
yeah. It's just like I gave you a few minutes. Be happy with that.
Yeah. So N-word, you're absolutely right. So something else I want to talk about, right? Like I feel like with the white ally industrial complex, and this is another way Karens are getting screwed up, right? I think a lot of Karens steal the swag from these black social justice influencers. Actually, but let me back up for a second.
They're so bad. They're so bad at it, though.
Yeah, they're so bad at it. But
and the thing is, like, the black social justice influencers are themselves like super corny. So it's like you're getting a pale reflection of that already existing corniness.
Exactly, because
you ever
people already think of them as swagless, but there's so much more swagless that they can't even tell that these black social justice influencers are swaggerless.
Yeah. So you ever like run out of dishwashing liquid? Like you already had the dishwashing liquid halfway filled with water, like inside of the bottle, because you run out and you couldn't be asked to go to the store, and then you try to like so you run out, you're almost running out, and you want to cut it one more time. Like, let me see if I can actually wash dishes with this like this barely like even making soap bubbles water, right? That's kind of what it feels like. Is like they're just like this hyper diluted version of like corny blackness that can and when they get called on it, because I don't like the phrase call out, but sometimes because I don't think that where it comes to these liberal types that they really get quote unquote called out. I think what happens is people mock them and make fun of them, which is, I mean, I do that. I definitely make fun of them, and they can't tolerate it. Like, because they value their degrees and their social circles, they value their CV, they value their education, they value the jobs and the positions they've held and who they've taken. They value that shit so much. Yeah. That when you laugh at them, like, yeah, but you're a corny piece of shit. Like, I don't know you. I don't like you. Nobody I know knows you. And you have a very poor grasp of like what the conditions are necessary to affect material change for the vast majority of Americans. It's not going to be through more technocratic policies. It's not going to be through like tweaking some sort of like government grant, like the Kamala Harris's what was it? Fucking tax credit thing that she had, that she's like shilling for every possible. She's shilling it as a solution for everything. Solution for reparations, solution for COVID. I forget what it's called though, but it was this tax credit that was going to give people up to $600 a month, and it's like, that's fucking more technocratic bullshit. That's never helped anybody. Just give people money, right?
Yeah. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, and when you point out that their over-engineered solutions actually have some very comical outcomes, like her student loan forgiveness program that simply wouldn't have forgiven any student loans, or forgiven any black people student loans. Like when you make fun of that shit, it makes them so upset, because that's what they stake all of their credibility on. That if you try to pin them down with logic, this is why, supporting Biden with the Terry Reid allegations in midair goes against your political project. They can logic their way out of it because it's like, well, I can hold two ideas in my head at the same time. I can have these principles, but I can also support somebody who's not Donald Trump because I think it's important to get Trump out of office. And I'm willing to sacrifice something, so why can't you? So you're never going to pin him down on logic. But if you fucking clown them and make fun of everything that they value, they lose it.
It's like a sheepdog, and the sheep won't listen to the sheepdog. But the
shepherd, the Lift Act.
But the shepherd,
my head is strong. Yeah, the Lift Act. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, it's like the sheepdog who the sheep won't listen to, and they know that their days are numbered with the shepherd. So the shepherd's watching, and the shepherd's looking at the sheepdog like, "Yo, why don't you got these sheep in check? What's going on?" Like, and the sheep are just like, "Bah, fuck you," and they're like, and they don't know what to do because their job.
You've never seen this before. Like, oh, what? You're supposed to listen to me.
Yeah, and there's like 5 other sheepdogs waiting in the wings with the CVs, just waiting, and the sheepdogs is like sweating bullets. You know what I mean? So I think that's what happens. But like, one thing that you'll say, oh wait, Mario's trying to get in, but it's not working. So let me see if I can add him in. Oh wait, that's something else. Sorry, but one thing about influencers in general, not just the black ones, that's the social justice influencers, but influencers a lot of times, yes, what they're good at.
Hold on, you weren't able to get Mario in?
No, he was talking about something else. I thought he was trying to get in. They want, right? They know how to build and climb. They know how to be that that agent of chaos. They know how to have that devil's luck. Like they know how to keep climbing at the expense of everyone else. So like take for example, I know I used the example a lot, but even the Jeremy O. Harris from Slave Play, when it turned out that thing was a monumental flop, think of all the investors' money that he basically wasted.
Yeah.
Right. But what did he get out of it? He's a household name now. He appears on all the late night talk shows. He got a deal with HBO, and now he just tweets all day with millions of followers, with hundreds of thousands of followers, and he's like a media darling. Lots of profiles. Lena Dunham, like when I found out the ratings of Girls got, I was shocked. But she left Girls like a bigger name than before. She's had another show since. I heard about this new podcast network she's starting. Like she came out of that wasting everyone else's money, but she came out bigger. The same way that Tekashi is an influencer.
You know what? I figured Jeremy O. Harris out. I figured him out. And here's do you remember a while back he and I had an exchange where I was just like, no, like the work that you do makes people despise you. They're not jealous of you. It's just that you've produced some really shitty and harmful work or whatever. And we had a little bit of a back and forth. And he's like, well, I'm in Paris right now, so I'm gonna go do my thing while you sit there.
He always name drops even during an argument.
But you notice that though, right? Like he values being in Paris so much.
Exactly.
So the win isn't that he has a stage play in Broadway. The win is that he's in Paris, a place that you could tell he absolutely values whiteness, right? And the thing is, like, what is there about Paris, and what is there really about France that there is to admire? France is a fucking parasite on the world. France is where France is because they extracted African wealth. That's what France is. Nothing but like the fat queen of a worker ant colony, except it took over somebody else's colony and just like got fat on all of them. You know what I mean? Like it sits there doing nothing. France is a fucking boil on the ass of the world, right? It's just that France has a hell of a lot of money because it extracted wealth from these colonized nations. Now, for you to, sorry, go ahead. Like to me, France is like just philosophically, it's a backwater, and historically, it's a backwater. Like I have no fucking respect for France whatsoever. So as a black person, for you to have that much value, like place that much value on the fact that you're in the heart of this colonial leech or this colonial parasite, like, well, I'm in Paris and you're not. I'm like, fuck, do I care? Okay, you can go ahead and be a parasite like the rest of them. Go be with them. I don't give a shit. But
he projects his values onto you. That's what they do. They think
like that's something that is going to hurt me. Like, oh, you're in Paris. That's
gosh,
I wish I was there. But
you're over there with the Negras, and
So when
he's doing that in London too. He's always doing all these things. He's in someone's apartment in London and he talks about it nonstop.
Yeah. So when he says, I'm in Paris, what I figured out is that he's actually not intending to be a craftsman either. Even though, granted, like he is a screenwriter or a playwright rather. He is that, but it's not for the purpose of writing good plays. It's for the purpose of getting to Paris. Like that's really the end goal here. Is just being able to be elevated to like the type of whiteness that he envisioned himself being around, perhaps as like a child or a young man or whatever. But if you actually like from the standpoint of like just about any measure, I think for most Black people, like what value does Paris hold for anybody, really?
This that I put on the screen is his account right now, and look at what it says. What's his jokey screen name?
Former Broadway. All right.
So he's even making a joke out of it.
Yeah.
He's kind of like wearing it as a joke. That's part of one of the things I talked about with edgelords is I said that edgelords. Yesterday I was saying edgelords have something called Riddler-itis, but they're like the Riddler. The Riddler, in the modern Batman mythology, he's somebody who could be the best like criminal ever, but he has this compulsion where he has to taunt Batman and leave riddles. Mm-hmm. And like there was this like Batman story I remember reading once where a bunch of Riddler's henchmen said, this guy is really a genius, but because he has this big ego and he's so narcissistic, right? We keep getting caught when we fuck with him. Let's steal his plans and commit his crimes without leaving the riddles.
Yeah.
So they stole a bunch of his riddles, but they stole a bunch of his crime ideas. Then they beat him up, his henchmen, and then started becoming the best criminals in Gotham. And Batman couldn't figure out how to get them because they weren't using the riddles. But a lot of those 4chan or edgelord types, and I think especially because they think of normies as so stupid, they love leaving little clues or doing tongue in cheek, and that's why Doja Cat had to didn't do nothing and stuff like that, like a tongue in cheek. And like for example, she had this when she had that beef with Lana Del Rey. She put gang sunk a dunker.
What did that even mean?
This is what gang sunk a dunker means, right? And this is what happened with the OK symbol. You said they always do the OK symbol. They could just not do that stupid shit, but they like winking and the idea of getting away with something. And they think everyone's always so stupid. And you notice whenever someone catches the OK symbol, they're always like, "We're just saying okay."
Yeah, we're just saying okay. It doesn't mean anything. It's not a white supremacist symbol. It's like, well, but like you've made it one. Like you can actually pull up the screen caps from that thread where you said that this means white power, like the 3 fingers and the anyway.
Yeah, and they just think everyone's like that stupid.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, it's not even that they think that people are stupid. It's that because they value nothing and want to laugh at. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I don't think they value nothing. I think it's that like they get off on the idea of like pissing off or triggering people. So when they behave like little kids, they think that your annoyance is like them really getting under your skin or like shaking you to your core, your foundations. Where it's like, no, you're a fucking grown up. Why are you acting like this? What the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
they think that any kind of, it's like a little kid who's like tugging on your pants leg, like any kind of reaction they get is a good reaction.
Yeah, exactly. But they also think that they can get away with it when they don't want to get caught. Like sometimes they don't want to get caught, but they think people, because that's what's point people. They didn't want to get caught, but they just think they're being so clever and stuff. And it's like an in joke. They like to wink to each other and code to each other. But gang sunk a dunker. What you're trying to say is, hey, gang, everybody gang up on her, right?
Yep.
So like,
no, what does dunker mean though? What is that?
No. I'm gonna get to that. So you say gang sunk a dunker. Now, dunker is a term that they use on 4chan and those type of sites to call black people. They call black people dunkers because they're only good for basketball.
No.
So they call black people dunkers because
she said that about Lana Del Rey.
Well, yeah, because I think what she was trying to do, and this is what I think she's trying to do, right? Like gang sunk a dunker.
Hold on a second. So she's talking about like I've never had a racist conversation, and yet she's using these like white supremacist tropes to. Oh, what a dumb.
So she says
what a dumbass.
She says didn't do nothing. She says didn't do nothing, which is a clear white coat. But
see, I think
what she does is she likes to leave clues to let that crowd know.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm one of you, but she thinks everyone else is gonna be too stupid to know what. She's not
as if
totally
nobody
wrong.
as if nobody can search 4chan, or people don't
Yeah.
actually watch, or people don't watch these. I mean, you can argue whether 4chan's a white supremacist message board. Like, there's a whole lot else to it, but
Yeah.
people like monitor these sites and then talk about the developments happening within them, so that when things trend on social media, they can pinpoint the source. Like that, there are journalists who devote all of their time to that.
And she's not totally wrong, because she got away with it for like years.
No,
like,
it's not that she got away with it. It's just that the people who were talking about it were not people to be listened to.
Yeah, exactly. It's because people like us were talking about it. I know Jamel was talking about it a lot. Other people on Twitter, I was tweeting about it.
I deleted all my tweets back in February, but I was saying since like last year, I was like, yo, listen, when Doja Cat says nigga, that's a white woman saying it.
Yeah, she's saying it with a hard R.
Yeah.
That didn't do nothing thing was crazy. I couldn't believe she was getting away with it.
Yeah, she was saying it with a hard R, but her Boer accent covered it up. Well, I guess her mom's not a Boer. Her mom's a Jewish lady, but whatever.
Yeah, so it was like so gang sucker dunker. Even if she wasn't using it to refer to a black guy, the fact that she knew that term and it was in her lexicon and she absorbed it, they were probably saying that, for example, like, when a black guy comes up to do something, let's all maybe she was in rooms where they were rating black websites, maybe. So maybe someone said gang sucker dunker, but you don't say dunker is not a normal slang term, So the fact that she absorbed that stuff, even if she's not particularly using it, for example, didn't do nothing. There's nothing especially racial in the song, but knowing that term is a sign. Knowing dunker is a sign, even if using it against Lana Del Rey. But
sorry. Kenny just mentioned something, and he was saying that he was having a conversation with like a black blue check, and he mentioned her issues. Like, he mentioned that she'd made this song and that she was hanging out with like a bunch of like white racist edgelords or whatever, and blue check just told him to shut the fuck up.
Of course, yeah.
It was a black lady, like, yeah.
But what I was saying about these like agents of chaos, like bringing everybody down, but all the good guys bringing themselves up. Who comes out good from the Charlamagne Breakfast Club thing? Like, Charlamagne's more of a household name than ever. Joe Biden doesn't improve, but I've seen so many stories like basically Vox Explainer type articles about, in case you're wondering who this Breakfast Club people are, This is a lot of people's first introduction to Charlamagne. Like, for all the people who have come out looking bad on the road of Breakfast Club and Charlamagne's rise of power, he's consistently coming out looking better and bigger each time. Like, he's basically a household name now, and there were a bunch of articles that I've seen.
Who I think of him like? I think of him as like the Black Joe Rogan. In the sense that, like, if you want to be known, you have to really go on his show. Like, he does actually have a hell of a lot of people who listen to him, and there's this whole like the problematic aspects behind him, where it's like, yeah, but nobody cares.
Yeah,
like, that's stuff that people care about on the internet, but IRL, nobody really cares. And people, it's the same thing with Joe Rogan. People trying to find reasons to cancel Joe Rogan. Like, has Joe Rogan said some racist and inflammatory shit, some transphobic shit? Yes, yeah, he has. And you know what? People don't fucking care. Like, I promise that it's possible to hold the idea that somebody is problematic, that somebody is perhaps bigoted, and they have lengthy media careers at the same time. And you know what? I have other things in my life to be worried about, and I think that other folks should have other things in their lives to be worried about beyond problematic radio hosts. I'm sorry, but Don Imus like lived out his full ass career until that nappy-headed host comment. But he had said a whole lot of racist shit before that. It's like, I don't know if that's what people want to dedicate their time towards, is like pointing out how problematic a radio host is. I just dare you to turn on an AM radio station in your local neighborhood and just listen to it for like 2 to 3 hours and see what you hear. Like, it's just that's the nature of the game. Like, find other shit to be worried about. Damn.
But I will say though, like, Charlamagne has year after year with these controversies come out on top, but someone else takes a fall a lot. And like Hillary Clinton, the hot sauce meme, is stuck with her forever.
Yeah.
He called Elizabeth Warren like the racial dolezal politics when she showed up. And that became a punchline. The Kamala Harris rap genius thing became a punchline. But I've seen so many articles this last Friday in mainstream legacy media explaining who Charlamagne is, who whatever is, and he's gonna come up from this, and I think that's what their skill is. And the same way Jeremy Harris was able to come up off of failing on Broadway. Issa Rae doesn't really deliver ratings on Insecure. That's not a profitable show. It gets kind of low ratings. Better ratings than Girls. Girls got even lower ratings, much lower ratings. But she's become a legitimate A-list leading lady somehow. She's going to be okay. And I think that's what they're good at: self-preservation, self-promotion, climbing. But then I think the next question to ask is, what are they good at?
Sorry,
that actually helps?
Did Bakari Sellers actually say the hot sauce was his idea? Was that true?
Did he? I didn't know that. Is that something?
Somebody in my chat said that.
Oh, what I heard actually is that she actually does like hot sauce, which is ironic enough.
I mean, sure, but it was so lame. It was so whack.
This is the story about the hot sauce.
Corny. Yeah.
But this one makes it kind of lamer, right? But actually, I just want to finish the point I was.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Sorry.
No, I forgot what I was saying though. Damn it.
Sorry, my incessant need to play up my chat's parasocial relationship with me has thrown me off course, and I'm very sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I was gonna make. Oh no, I was just saying how I remember now. I was just saying how everybody with Issa Rae, she's a legitimate A-list leading lady now. Like this is what I was gonna say. This is the final sentence. I was gonna say. So I think the question isn't like what are they good at, but what are they good at that lifts other people with them, or it doesn't push other people down. And I think that's probably the tough thing to answer of what you're saying. Like they're good at stuff. I just don't know what they're good at that lifts other people with them. That's the part I don't know. Like what are they good at that's not self-directed or selfish? And that I don't know.
I mean, if we talk about their whole ethos being striverism, then what else would they be good at? Like if we're talking about like if they're good at the notion of trickle down representation, why would they be good at anything else? Like they don't exist to lift other people up along with them. They're like I don't know if you ever seen this movie. It's an anime or it's like a 3D rendered anime. It's called Gantz Zero.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I never read it.
Okay, watch Gantz, and there's a point in the movie, right, where basically like these people who have like died somehow are resurrected to fight these monsters, and so like there some of them are just like super like venal, like they don't care about anybody else. They just care about being rewarded for what they're doing, and even though they might like team up together, they'll team up because it benefits the both of them and not because they have any particular like affection for one another, right? So like some of the people that are supposed to be like, you know, Earth's heroes or whatever are just absolute pieces of shit and they don't care about anybody but themselves. So there's one scene where like these two guys are like about to team up and fight this monster, and one guy's like, no, I'll take care of it by myself. And then he like got like fucked up by the monster, and his friend just like sat there watching him like, seriously, come on, you can't do this by yourself. And then he just let his friend die. And that's kind of how I feel about like what they're like in terms of they don't actually really care. Like they claim to care about other people, which is why your term that you coined a while back, sincerity poisoning, was just so effective. It's like they want to look like they care about things, but they actually don't really care about much besides themselves, except that if they were to openly say it, it would destroy their careers and reputations. So they have to get by on pretending to actually give a fuck about anything outside of themselves. But the fact that they're never good at uplifting anyone besides themselves kind of gives the game away.
And actually, you know, to a small degree, I guess they do help other people like them, but it's a very mercenary quid pro quo.
That's what I mean. Like if they see their friend like getting annihilated, they might care, they might not. I'm thinking of like, for example, like the Gia and Tolentino thing, where it's like a lot of people like Gia and were like trying to like step in and say, you know, solidarity with you or whatever, and just completely like sidestepping the conversation on immigration exploitation, which the amount of people that I've seen from Guatemala, from Haiti, from the Philippines, etc., Somalia, that get taken advantage of, but the same types of agencies that people accuse their parents of being, it's like, okay, maybe we should actually have a conversation about that rather than like trying to show solidarity to your friend. But to me, I see that as a bit of an outlier. I oftentimes see people just like are willing to let their people get burned, just go down in flames, and as long as they make it out okay, they're fine.
And I think the reason why they help each other is if they think this person might
do something,
help me down the line. So
yeah.
Gio Tolentino is hot. So you know, when I say hot, I'm not talking about her looks. I mean, she's hot as in her book
as a writer, yeah, and she's one of the few people. I think her book actually is profitable. It's not just a lost leader or a decoy thing. I think her book actually is profitable. So it's
there might be some quid pro quo coming out of it, and I feel like all those women who work together, like in the Wash Poe opinion article, like it's like a mutual admiration society. So I think the extent to which they help each other, or their mutual admiration society, basically just looks like, and I've been using this picture a lot, but it keeps coming in. It keeps coming in handy. It's just basically.
Hey! I was gonna say. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
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 This is the extent to which they help other people. Is just this. Like when it's time to boost each other on. So.
Just put their friends on. Yeah. I mean, and granted, like I try to be really careful about characterizing people that way, because really, like, you tend to like lift up the people that you know around you. So I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. But if all you're doing is trying to put other people on so that they'll one day put you on in return, then it's, what is it besides the snake eating its own ass? It's like, human centipede.
Yeah.
Except it goes full circle.
But yeah, because you try to help people, to actually be a good friend, but also because you think the people that you're trying to help have value to give to the world. Like, not just because you want, but I don't think these people care about the value that goes to the world. They just care about.
I would say that, like, I help, for example, like if a Black journalist reaches out to me and says, "Hey, I need some help with this article, or I need help with this idea, or I just need you to proofread this for me, and because I want to submit it as a draft, but I'm not quite confident on it." I mean, if I have the time, I will always say, yeah, absolutely, send it over and I'll have a look. Always. I unless I do not have the time available, I will always say yes.
And these types won't do that to a stranger. The only do it is somebody who can help them. It's the way narcissists help people. Narcissists only help people if they can see some type of immediate benefit out of it. Like they won't, like these types won't help a nobody just to because they don't care about their own craft. Why are they gonna help somebody else with their actual craft? But I wanted to show this thing, because I don't know if a lot of people know about this trend, but we always talk about, and this goes back to like Karens. Part of the larger Karen backlash is this new trend of they always try to jack the swag of Black women, and it's women who themselves are outcast in the Black community. They're not actual authentically Black constituencies themselves, but they try to hop on the bandwagons of these social justice edgelord types. And one of the things that these new edgelord Black women, and these are women who, I think, what's her name, Doja Cat, is cut from the same cloth of, that's why so many of them are defending her. Like they call Black men bullet bags. They say the police ain't killing y'all fast enough.
Are you saying that there's a correlation between Doja Cat fans and the whole bullet bags or police ain't killing y'all fast enough? I
think so. I mean, those are the types I see defending her right now, like those apologists. Yeah. It's like those types, and it's the same thing. They idolize white men and want to date them. They have a disdain for Black men. They'll traffic in the Black community and Black imagery for the appearance of swag, as a way to look exotic or cool to Black people, but it's almost a type of blackface. Mm-hmm. And they are conveniently like pro-Black when they need to be, but most of the time they're just on some edgelord shit. Like I've seen a lot of people change their screen names who didn't do nothing after this. Like a lot of these Black female edgelord types.
Yeah.
So to them, like I think they just think this is a cool thing, and they'd probably like her more than ever. But one of the terms that these types of people have been using is, we talked about it, the police ain't killing you niggas fast enough. And I'm showing like a source so you can see how often it gets used. One of the things that they do that's interesting, if you look at this, they misspell deliberately killing with
Oh yeah.
With the number one, and they put niggas with the number one so they don't get banned.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so that they don't get reported.
Yeah, so they don't get reported. So they're doing a lot of slicks, and that's the type of tricks that edgelords like to do. Like, that's part of that Riddleritis, where they think they're so clever.
Yeah.
So
but they have to leave. Yeah. Fill with breadcrumbs.
Yeah, exactly. So, they misspell niggas and all this stuff. And they love saying the police ain't killing you niggas fast enough, bullet bags, stuff like that. And then you showed me this, which I thought was pretty interesting. This is something that you showed me where someone started adopting it for Palestinian talk, where Somebody was saying in response to let me see if I can find the context. I think I have it ready here. But somebody was basically telling a Palestinian person something along the lines of, "They ain't bombing you." Oh, I found it. Here we go. It said, somebody tweeted this. Imagine gaining the rank of a sergeant and ending up dying from stones. Lame. And somebody responded, "Lord, they ain't bombing y'all fast enough." So it's like these people are just kind of a poison with their edgelordness, where now like Zionists and stuff are like their digital blackface, the same way like liberal.
Scroll up though, because I think it's important to give the context of why.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, well, he was given the rank of sergeant first class after they called it a murder, but he was actually conducting like a snatch and grab raid, right, in Palestinian territory. So it's not like, this was a military action being taken out, like let's say like within Israeli borders. Like, no, I'm pretty sure it was in the West Bank. If I'm mistaken, chat, please correct me. In Gaza. So I'm pretty sure it was like an incursion. And someone threw a rock, I guess from like a balcony or something, and it hit him and killed him. Now, the fuck was he doing there? Was he there for legally sanctioned reasons? Was it because there was like intel that proved that there was some like reason for the military to have to be there, or was it just one of the regular ass snatch and grab operations that they used to terrorize Palestinians? Because if of the second variety, then why does anybody care? But because Zionist fascist types see Palestinian life as less than worthless, then to them it's almost like I forget the fellow who said, or the name of the fellow who said that like the thumbnail of one Israeli is worth more than 1,000 Palestinians or something to that effect. I know I'm probably like butchering the sentence, but
was that Ben Shapiro or somebody else?
No. This was like one of Netanyahu's predecessors. So. Okay. Yeah, it was a Zionist fascist dude. This was like back in like the 1980s or some shit. But and so the memory is coming to me vaguely. But that's one of like when I started sort of like understanding the nature of the Zionist occupation of Palestine. I would remember like all of these news clips and footage that I would see from like back when I was a kid. And this is like in the 1980s and 1990s, and thinking like I would even think to myself back then, I'm like, but why is it okay for them to steal land from other people? Like, I don't get it. What makes it okay? And I realized as a grown up, like, oh, it's because they're fascist. That's why. Okay, no wonder. So, these fascist types, like, it's just like par for the course. Of course, it's like you say, Lord, they ain't bombing y'all fast enough, because they don't value these people's lives at all. To them, they're just like they're vermin. They're just like they're to be exterminated. And the idea that they're actually talking back to them, or that they can actually like fight back this way, I think makes them a little bit upset. So the idea that he would pick up this language from, and it's up to debate as to whether it is actual Black women that are saying this stuff online, or if it's bots that are looking to sow discord. I try to really not care that much either way, because the fact that it's coming out of somebody's mouth is bad. But I do see people propagate and laughing at this kind of stuff. When people said, "Ooh, child, the police ain't shooting you niggas fast enough." Now, I'm pretty sure that there was an actual Black woman who said it. And I'm also pretty sure that it was in response to something really out of pocket that the guy had said. But it doesn't matter if he says something out of pocket. Why would you respond that way? Just like how I say, the way that people treat you has nothing to do with how you treat people. Like, those are two completely separate conversations. So if somebody says something to you that is like sexist, and you say something back that references like the lynching of all of Black people, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I mean? It might be a funny joke to you and your friends, but now not only has this like propagated beyond Black Twitter, it is now being used by Zionists to demoralize Palestinians, of whom they're occupying their territory and are hoping to bomb them out of existence. So there you go.
And if you look at this is the bio of the person, and the person's name, and these people are all the same. A lot of ratchet sex talk in the name unnecessary. So it's Pops Bussy is their like screen name. Oh God, and one of these indecipherably ironic bios that they think are so clever, but they all sound like each other. Like some people used to make fun of hipsters for like being so
non-verber. Yeah.
Yeah. The non-verbal name, but half follower of Christ, professional tweet appropriator, hashtags ugly gang. Like, this says nothing about you and everything about you. Like, you're so like lame. Like, you're such a forced weirdo that you're kind of giving away how much of a weirdo you're not. You're just like, and that's kind of the thing with edgelords. A lot of edgelords are just kind of loser. They have this kind of loser energy, and I hate to say that, but I mean, even like Doja Cat, she kind of gave away the game about her. Like, she kind of gave away the game a long time ago, but a lot of people just missed the memo. But like, these people don't really care about anything except getting attention, really. But what was interesting about
full screen the ting, man, full screen.
There we go, full screen the ting right there.
Yeah, okay.
So this is what I found really funny. This is part of that Karen backlash, where some liberal white lady was trying to, I guess, be the same way, and do all that stuff. She thought it was cute. Some liberal white lady did this. Some feminist in Australia. I'm going to put it on the screen now. This is hilarious.
I feel like your whole goal for bringing me on this stream was just to fucking antagonize. Oh God. I feel like your whole goal here was to antagonize me into saying something interesting. Like, I want to get some quality content out of Andre, and the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to trigger the fuck out of him.
Yeah, it's a totally antagonizing. Look, honestly, the coronavirus isn't killing men fast enough.
All right. Is her name really Clementine Ford?
Yes, and she's like an Australian feminist, a white feminist, right? And then someone put a white guy you gotta be careful. This is like an old white guy. This isn't funny. Please delete it. I'm over 60, overweight, and diagnosed with heart disease, hypertension, and diabetes. If I get COVID-19, I'll croak as quickly as you could wish. It's really not funny. And she goes, what's not funny is the entitlement men show in regard to women's unpaid labor and time.
Oh my God, shut up.
They be given the respective parenting rights. This is a tweet about a man being unable to last 3 days caring for one child so his wife can work. And your inability to see that in the context of the tweet that you're replying to is indicative, yet again, of how men insist on censoring themselves and everything. So she sounds just like one of these crazy Tumblr people. But the thing is, those Tumblr people know to save that stuff for black men. they know not to do it to white
they know
men.
their limits. Yeah, they know the limits.
Yeah. They know the difference. Those Tumblr types are quiet as church mice when it comes to black men. So she did that, and she got into a heap of hot water. It was very funny. She got to do that social justice influencer edgelord shit, and she got into a host. She got a host of grief.
I just and I'm guessing that obviously in her apology, somebody had to have pointed out to her at some point that the majority of people in America dying from COVID happen to be black men. It goes back to like remember when people were doing that whole like kill all men thing, and it's like black men have been historically killed quite often and quite quickly. Yeah. Whenever someone is like, hey, let's just kill a bunch of people, we're the ones that go first. So what the fuck? I don't even know how to respond to that.
I mean, this is how bad it got. And this was
how do you in the middle of a fucking global pandemic say something that like, full screen the ting, man? What's wrong with you? Okay.
No, it's coming back. But this is what happened. So basically, freaking Sky News. It hit Sky News.
Is that who's that?
As what Clementine Ford tweeted over the weekend. Do you think
she's
I
in
would be here
Australia
tonight? Do you not think it would be a wall of protest that says I must be dragged out of the studio? Honestly, the coronavirus isn't killing.
And I just put that up. I just put that up to show that they don't. You can't do that with white men. Like, the smart thing about these black men are trash types. They know black men are powerless. You can talk about them, whatever. Liberals don't really care that much, whatever. And she got like she saw all these sassy black women. If they're really black women, I think some of them are 4chan white guys saying this stuff. People like that Pops Bussy person was saying that about Palestinians and getting away with it, and he probably thought, oh, I'm going to do some digital blackface. I'm going to do some appropriation and stuff, like do my Karen thing. And she tried it against white men, and it is not happening. White women right now are they're targeted. They are a targeted group right now, man. They are not able to get away with this stuff right now. And what I want to ask you is, what do you think is going to happen out of this as far as for feminism? Like, do you think between the Me Too and the Tara Reid thing and things like Alyssa Milano having to take Me Too out of her bio because she's so blatantly sold it out, you know, and all that fracturing, like, I feel like white feminism credibility is at an all-time low, and I'm wondering how's that going to affect like white male MRAs? How's that going how's that going to affect like the women of color feminists who kind of hitch their wagon to them? Because a lot of those women of color feminists,
you know, I don't think it's actually going to have much of a, I mean, MRAs are MRAs, right? Like, I don't know that they've ever really had much of a aside from just like, you know, being vile and scary oftentimes and just really fucking weird at others. I don't know that they actually have like that much of an impact in the broad discourse. I think what does happen though is that, like, and my friend Heidi Matthews talks about this a lot, is that like using it as a political strategy. So as a social cause for good, it is of itself good. As a political strategy, it's piss poor, right? Like, I think it worked to, for example, like when Al Franken was called out for that photo that was taken, right, where he had his hands on a woman's breasts, and apparently she was asleep, or I'm not really sure what was going on there, but yeah, he ended up having to resign. Some people are still resentful about that. Frankly, I'm just like, yeah, but you actually did that shit, right? On the other hand, that doesn't mean that because it worked once, it's going to keep working. And then the other part is that, like, you can't shame people that don't have shame. Like, it's not going to work for Trump. It's not going to work for most Republicans. They don't actually have shame. They don't really have values. It's like the same way to try to pin down liberal people on their values and on logic and so on. It doesn't work because they can always worm their way into a new moral high ground that they can look down on you from for not acceding to their point of view, which is what Alyssa Milano has been up to for like the last 4, 5, 6 weeks. But where it comes to people on the left, or not the ostensible left, like the centrists, the Democrats, the liberals, etc., it's kind of the same thing, where it's like if someone can do something for them, they don't actually apply their own principles and values. This was what you've talked about when you mentioned like Toronto Burke doing the whole like to black people, like, well, why is it my job to go after white men? But then when it came to Joe Biden, there was just like this long plea copying that culminated in accountable but electable, or some ridiculous shit like that. Makes no sense. I have no idea what the fuck that even means, right? So like, I as a like going forward, I don't know. I think what'll happen. I think there's going to be sort of like two countervailing forces. In both, and I've actually talked about this since 2018. I think when I wrote this article where I said like this is going to be the end of centrism. Like 2018 is the year that centrism essentially like falls apart under its own weight. Like it's just going to collapse. And I think maybe I was eager, or I don't know, like maybe I was counting on it happening faster than it did. I didn't anticipate the slow collapse with like every facet of centrist and liberal politics folding in on itself and misfolding itself out of existence. Like it's almost like what we're watching is like the molecules of centrist politics reverse on themselves and like create a black hole that just warps them out of fucking existence. Like everybody's credibility is shot to hell. Everybody has like all of the contradictions, all of the first order contradictions of the system have revealed themselves, and all of the contradictions of centrism and liberalism has revealed itself to be the acts of like venal assholes who would like sell their own mother if it meant grasping onto power. Like no, they have this, there's tendency to moralize, except they have no morals. So I
even if Biden wins, they lose. I think they take too much of a hit that even if somehow even if he wins, yeah, exactly. If he wins, then it's actually, first of all, I don't think he'll be more than a one-term. In the long shot that he actually wins, I don't think he'll be more than a one-term president. And I think everybody's credibility that got them this far, like everything from the Democrats aligning behind him because they needed to keep Bernie out of power, or to keep him from
And this is a mild social democrat. Like, if you watch my Twitch stream and you've heard me talk about Bernie Sanders before, I have a lot of disdain for him because I think that he's a bit of a heat sink for like socialist politics. But I mean, this is a mild social democrat, and he posed so much of a threat to them that they had to align themselves behind the most incompetent fucking jackass that they could have possibly produced. Yep. Which means they actually don't have value. And I think it's just so visible and so clear to everyone that you're right. Even if he wins, he loses. And I think this is where the whole project, this whole like left of center project immediately falls apart, because there's no way that you can look at what's happening out in the world. There's no way that you can see like personal support workers and nurses and doctors like dying en masse. There's no way that you can see, you know, Amazon taking away the $2 per hour hazard pay. There's no way that you can look at people like banging down houses of legislature because they want to get their haircut. There's no way that you can look at all that. Like, we want to force workers out into an environment where they can possibly like contract a fatal illness and just die. Like, we want them to work not only because we want them to like work or die as it was already, but now like we've gone even farther to say we want you to work and die. Before it was under capitalism, you either work or you die, and now it's like if you go to work, you die, right? If you have to leave your house to go to work, there's a fairly good chance you could contract a fatal illness. You could fucking die. Get out there anyway. They're going to lift the eviction freezes, whether it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump. They're going to not do anything to these companies that are lifting hazard pay, that are union busting, that are taking away workplace safety rules, that are not abiding by their own standards where it comes to like social distancing and cleaning the workplace and all that, or making sure that like if somebody has symptoms of COVID that they don't actually come into the workplace. It doesn't matter whether it's Trump or Biden. These things are just going to fucking happen. And I think people are acutely aware of that right now. So regardless if Joe Biden happens to win, the system has just completely jaded and disillusioned so many fucking people that there's really just going to have to be a choice. It's socialism. It's like my friend Karen says, this choice is no longer socialism or barbarism. The choice is socialism or death. Fucking pick one.
Well said. There's a couple other things I just wanted to finish off with. Let me see if I could just pull up some stuff. Oh yeah, but you see Stefan Molyneux. Someone just sent me that while you were talking. Where he said Karen. What did you say? He said Karen is an anti-white slur.
Maybe it is. Oh my gosh, hold up. Okay, so econ is never ethical. Thank you very much for the gift subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. Right. I thought this was a good point. White feminists see women as an ethnic group, which is why they say women and people
of color. Oh yeah. They've done so much work to detach white women from whiteness. That is because the thing is they don't actually ever say white women and POC. They just say women and POC, which is like, what is that supposed to mean exactly?
But you want to know what's interesting? A lot of these new pop intersectional types, they do the same thing with black women.
Oh, I call this
blackness. They do the same thing.
I call this PEMDAS intersectionality.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yo, Kay Swiftly coming through with the raid. Okay, so our homegirl there, Kay Swiftly, came through with 57 viewers and whatnot. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it.
Oh, nice.
Damn, yeah. So say what's up to our boy T. You know, we out here chopping it up. Anyway, you remember Kay Swiftly?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's only a couple of days ago. That would be terrible. Can you imagine? Who's that?
You have no idea how poor my memory is. So, she says, "What's up?" She says, "What's up, T?"
Yeah, tell me what's up. How you doing, Kay Swiftly?
You have no idea how poor my memory is. So that's something that might have happened to me even.
Yeah, but you know what I saw recently? Say how bad the edgelords stuff is getting. Somebody recently said something about Future and Lori Harvey that someone didn't like, and someone tweeted, "Zimmerman, you missed one." In response to the guy.
Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, thank you for the cheers. Appreciate that, man.
Yeah, so I mean so there's a lot of mini Doja Cats out there, and I feel kind of bad.
Oh, that's the other thing too, is that no, you're right. I think that they're like the swirler like divest Twitter, along with like I think there are like there are a few K-pop stands that intersect with Doja.
Yeah, a lot of
so I feel like they're all gonna like put their power rings into the air and summon Captain Anti-Blackness to get her out of this one.
Yeah, because they're like her, so I don't see anything wrong with it. And someone even said like, "Hey, she was only bashing black men." I don't think she dislikes black women. Yeah, I found it. This is it. Someone said something about.
Oh snap! Ripley Violet, thank you for the host. Oh, yo, T, this is what happens. See, like I haven't streamed for a little while, in fact, and yeah, you put the stream on and having to say like, hey, it's T from Champagne Sharks, and the next thing you know is like people are showing up.
Nice.
And everyone, by the way, like Banerjee, if you're able to like add Champagne Sharks to our shout out list, this way, like if they're streaming or if we're like streaming on together, the people know the URL. And yeah, I think I have added you to the host list so that if you're on and I'm not, my channel is going to host you.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Also, I'm putting up for people on Twitch. If you want to go to Andre's Twitch, it's on the screen. I'm like rotating stuff, so I just keep moving stuff around. So I put mine, I put yours on there. But yeah, for people who want to hear more about Andre, who like to hear his crazy talk and hear who he's coming at on Twitter today.
Oh God, I don't do this on purpose though. Eh? Like I think it was for about a week or so. I was just like, okay, so everyone that's been like, on their hobby horses and like unable to come up with any other solutions besides just like do the same shit we've always been doing to get us out of this crisis. So like the LinkedIn left, the K Hive, the centrist Democrats, the what was that guy's name? Tom Nichols type of like death of expertise, never Trumper types. Like and like the like the irony poison, like super social light socialist.
You got sucked into the death of expertise guy. His thing with Trump and the manhood.
No, I haven't gone there yet. I'm saying that the centrists that I've gone after were like his types for sure. Like the center right people. So like, but I did that because I'm like, none of these people have the answers. Like none of them have any fucking answers, and stop listening to them and don't let them bully you. They have. Why are you afraid of these people? Why? What can they actually do to you? You could be dead in 6 months for all you know. Why are you afraid of these fucking clowns? Right. So that's kind of why I was like that. And I found that after I came at a bunch of people, because people are like, "Are you okay? Like, are you upset?" I'm like, "No, I'm not upset. I don't understand. Why does it we have to fucking listen to these clowns? And why are you being bullied by them? Like, can they harm you? Are they gonna? First of all, are they smarter than you? No. Do they have answers that you aren't? Like, do they have answers? No, we know that they don't. Can they find you and whoop your ass? No. So what are you afraid of them for? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think what people are afraid of is.
But I think what happened after that was like when people saw that Andre doesn't really give a fuck anymore, and will just like if anybody who wants it can get it. Oh, thank you very much for the bits. What happened after that was like everybody that had a reason to be pissed off at me thought, okay, today's the day. Like I'm gonna go take a run at him, and I'm gonna prove him to be a complete jackass, or whatever. I'm gonna own him, and it doesn't really work. It doesn't happen that way. But sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that I think a lot of people are afraid because they don't like.
Oh, Stu, thank you again for the bits.
That deluge of attention they get when one of these trolls comes at them, but sometimes you just have to power through it, because that's what I think these people do is they scare people with their deluge of trolls. Like if you get
yo, hold up. Okay, so K Swiftly gifted 5 subs. Thank you for y'all are great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'm glad you're getting so much out of this discussion. And this is why I say like you gotta step your Twitch game up, bro.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
get to know these people.
Yeah, no, I do. It's like on my screen, I can see Twitch followers and YouTube commenters. So it looks like one giant stream for me, but it's actually two streams. But I was gonna get something where in the corner, where I was gonna do OBS so that on screen it would show one giant mega stream of it would be like a giant conversation you see on the screen of YouTubers and Twitchers chatting. So. Mm-hmm. When I get that set up, it'll be cool. But
I'm trying to figure out like how to manage StreamYard versus OBS, because like if I wanted to like co-stream with you, I can't do it on. I have to be in your StreamYard or you have to be in my StreamYard. It's one or the other, right? There's no way to really co-stream for both of us. So I'm just trying. Like I like StreamYard a lot. It's just I'm not really sure to. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much. So Salian just gifted I think 5 tier subs out to folks. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. You folks could be anywhere in the world, but you're here with us tonight. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
See, you're a better people person than I am. I got people that I'm not shouting out all in this chat. I give them one shout out.
Just give me your money and shut up.
Yeah, I give him one big shout out in the beginning, and then I just kind of.
Yeah.
But I do shout out the best comments on the screen, so I do something, but
Okay.
I gotta be better at being
If
engaged.
he's like, give me your money and give me your comments, or just get the hell out of here.
But actually, no one's giving me money yet. I've only just got the affiliate thing on Twitch, and
Oh, you got affiliate. Good for you.
yeah, I only just got that, and
Okay.
I've not set up to take any super chat money on
Listen,
YouTube.
when we launch, we're gonna get you to partner. We're all gonna get to partner. You're gonna be in partner.
There we go.
That's how it's gonna go.
Peep this. I just want to put this real quick. I thought it's pretty interesting, right? And a lot of people like.
Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for. There's more subs happening. Use duct tape. Thank you for the sub. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, this is a good night.
It is, yeah. Well, I mean, because I think people like the discussion we're having.
Yeah. I hope so. Peep this. Paper had this story about Doja Cat back in the day. I'm gonna say this real quick. Hey, Void 912 says sub today to your channel, T. Thank you so much. I definitely appreciate that. Thank you for subbing. Peep this. Check this out. It talks about Doja Cat in this interview, right? And it goes, Doja's omnivorous. This is an old paper interview. And I think this is what I'm saying. I think a lot of so-called journalists now just glorify chills. Like they skirted on this truth a while ago, but either they don't want to because they just want to get the clicks and ride the wave, or they're just too busy just trying to generate more clicks. I feel like journalists now, there's no advantage to doing a deep dive on a story because you're going to get fired. You're there to generate clicks. These things are glorified blogs now. But like this is I think an example of like the Riddleritis or the giving the hints. But this article is interesting. It says Doja's omnivorous cultural appetite shouldn't come as any surprise given her background as a suburban teen who, like many of her generation, spent the majority of her time glued to a computer screen where subcultural boundaries are blurred and information about anything and everything was merely a click away. Those years were a formative time that involved a brief stint uploading makeup tutorials, and that's kind of thing these influencers just go from one thing to another on YouTube, and later SoundCloud bedroom recordings that actually caught the attention of RCA Records. Now, Didn't Do Nothing was on that SoundCloud. Yeah. So I mean,
so they had to have seen it.
Yeah, people knew about her SoundCloud, right?
Yeah.
You know, but Doja confesses underlying all of her online activities was a near quote unquote religious obsession with a chat room, right? So she's talking about this chat room openly years ago, which she declines to name or share any further details about, citing the fact that people are fucking crazy and will try to hunt it down, but that she frequents to this day. So she gave away all of this in this story that came out in December 2019, which is the funniest thing. She basically said all this. According to Doja, she would skip school for days at a time, holed up in her bedroom and hiding and hanging in chat rooms. She'd spend endless amounts of time engaging in the lighthearted play fighting that was the predominant mode of communication in the chat.
Lighthearted play fighting?
Yep. People would pick on me and use horrible language. Just the worst. And I just didn't understand why people were so crazy on there, Doja said. But rather than leave the chat room, she instead developed a thick skin and eventually joined in on the fun via her own quote-unquote offensive rhetoric. So she said,
oh my God, so she admitted.
Yeah, this is the funny thing. This is all open. And these people, the door was 3/4 of the way open. Are you
posting this to your Twitter account? Because it seems like you're in a bit of a back and forth struggle with the people that are trying to whitewash this story. And did you have you already posted this or?
No, I haven't posted it. Well, one thing I've been trying to do is not be on Twitter so much and talk more about this stuff here. Because I feel like Twitter expends a lot of my energy. I'm like, why do a thread there when I could talk about it here? So I kind of deliberately have been leaving a lot of stuff off Twitter and just talking about it here because I feel like when I talk about it there, then I lose the interest in doing it here. But also, it wouldn't work anyway. People who want to be an apologist for her are going to apologize. But that's the funny thing. She admitted all this last year. And to anybody who's paying attention, and that's that Riddleritis. That's that edgelord shit. Edgelords, what's the point of pulling a prank if no one knows you pulled the prank? It's that Andy Kaufman thing. Andy Kaufman could pull a prank and not give it away for years, but these people aren't like that in this age of this.
They're so enraptured with their own petty genius that they have to let you know that they pranked you. Yeah, I get that.
Exactly.
Oh damn, we got hype trained up and everything. Oh, okay, yo, my chat is like the best people. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know what that means. You got to tell me what that means.
Hype train is basically like there's rewards that happen when people like subscribe or donate or give bits or whatever. Like if they do all that within a certain period of time, then there's like emotes and other rewards that they're able to get. But it's just like a quick way to say thank you for like making all of those contributions so quickly, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, some people are asking questions in the chat. Some people in the YouTube chat are asking questions about the Twitch chat. So yeah, I mean, check them out. Check out twitch.tv/Champagne Sharks, or check out Andre's, which is this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, I thought I had it up. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so check out either one of these. Maybe you'll like it more. Some people prefer that to YouTube. For me, Twitch looks like it's a better community as far as like a lot of interesting people. But that layout is such a gamer layout. Like you gamers can absorb a lot of
information at once.
Yeah, whereas I'm not a boomer, but I have boomer eyes. At least when it comes to games, when it comes to gaming, I have a boomer brain. I cannot wrap my head around that.
Well, I mean, my channel is not granted. Like the layout is a bit because of some limitations in terms of like, the way that we're streaming. Like I said, it's hard to integrate like a StreamYard into a co-stream, right?
Yeah.
That all said, like go have a look at my channel. It's not like super complicated looking.
Oh no, your channel is not bad, but I just mean this when you get into Twitch just in general.
Oh yeah.
Try to navigate like that created dashboard. It took me forever to even get to that thing. I had to go through so many things.
I know.
To find stuff, but I'm getting used to it now. It just takes some practice. But she said, so I became the person who would make offensive jokes and do things sort of out of the box. So, and this is the kind of thing like people think, oh, she's light skinned with a big ass, that she has a great life, but there's a lot of female incel, like when I say that there's a lot of female incel energy out there, they're not just aping the language and whatever, they're living the life. Like she's sitting at home all day for hours with no friends online, the same as like the stereotype of the white incel guy who's in the basement. Like she's like that. Like her childhood is more,
I think it's kind of it's very similar in terms of like, because if you actually see some of these incel dudes, like when they do stories about them and they actually like come out of the dark and talk to journalists about like what it is that had them live in these hikikomori type of severely social isolated lifestyles, and you're like, but if you just like, I don't know, cut your hair and got yourself a nice little trim up, if you like put on clothes that fit you, you'd be fine. Like, I don't see what the problem is. You're not a bad looking person. Like a lot of people have this idea of like incels being these like just these
slobs,
these unfuckable ugly fat.
Comic book guy from The Simpsons, and a lot of them are good looking. Yeah,
oftentimes, yeah, exactly. They're handsome guys that are just like maybe just needed a final step to like, I don't know, have like proper hygiene and like find clothes that fit and get a haircut. Like they're almost always like just one small step away from just actually being socially viable people. But there's also this like large up the ting, man.
Oh, hold on, I'm gonna put something else up, so don't worry. I'm gonna put something else, so it's not gonna stay long.
Okay.
Wait, you can keep talking.
No, the thing, but I find that's the same thing with these black women incels, or you call them incels. I'm not really sure what to say exactly, but people who kind of like live in that like hikikomori lifestyle as women, it's very much the same thing. A lot of times, like they're good looking. If they were just like socially adjusted, were able to like act normal around people, they get by just fine. And she especially is one of those types.
I call them incels, and by incel I say involuntarily single instead of involuntarily celibate, because I think a lot of women can get sex. They're not really female incels, but like these are girls who probably they can get somebody to smash maybe, because I think even unattractive women have a better chance of getting sex, but they can't get like relationships. And if you go into a lot of that diverse Twitter or diverse YouTube world, they're always complaining about how they can't get a man or can't get anybody to settle down with them. And they say some vile things too. They call pro-black women mammies, and they
And
call
white
people who
women
are,
who, yeah,
yeah,
go ahead.
they call white women who date black men, even black women who date black men, mud sharks.
Mud sharks.
Yeah, weird things.
When you showed me that, that actually legitimately made me depressed.
I want to get one of them on the show and just like talk with them. I'm so curious. I don't know if they'll ever go, but this is the second to last thing I want to talk about, and I figure we could end it there. This tweet was amazing, and this is what I talk about. We coined this term.
When I tell you that same person tried to come at Rennie one time, and I think it was on the matter of, I forget if it was Hortense Spillers or Sadia Hartman. I'm inclined to say he tried to make it seem as if it was Hartman, because it was in reference to Tommy Curry's reference to Sadia Hartman in The Man Not. And did the same thing that I've said people do to me, whereas I assume that they're the only educated black person in the conversation, and that anybody else to talk to is just a complete dumbass that doesn't read anything. The phrase "niggas don't read," goes viral for a reason. Because even when we do read, all we ever read is what is it, the 40 Laws of Power?
48 Laws of Power. And
Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and whatever, right? Like, yeah, sure. Yeah, people who try to understand the system that oppresses them are awful people, right? But he tried to come at Rennie, and you know that Rennie has the receipts. And I think he'd asked the question, like, so which feminist author has addressed black male rape, like the rape of black males? And I think that's pretty much where the conversation ended, because the answer was, there haven't been any. When I saw that, though, I've said to you before that when I see something on Twitter that actually makes me upset, I try to sign off. And I said something that day, and I didn't actually sign off, and I actually didn't regret referencing that thread or whatever, but I probably should have logged off, because I was in just such a bad mood when I saw that day. Doja Cat, but when we're going to mention how straight black man's sexuality is 98% race play, LMFAO, if you're dating a black man who's had non-black partners, I assure you her mulatto behavior pales in comparison to his. Shut the fuck up. Well, the thing is, I get mistaken for a straight black male all the time. So knowing this, I have had, like, I'll put this. I've been sexually assaulted by white women who thought that I want, because I'm a black male, like I should want sex with them. Like I should want to be sexually entwined with them. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like I worked in nightclubs, I worked in bars and restaurants and so on. So you understand what happens.
Drunk white women at bars, and you're.
Oh my God!
Were you a bouncer?
Yeah, it was.
Bouncer.
Kenny was too. Yeah, we worked together for a while, so he saw some shit, and I seen some shit happen to him, and we've actually had conversations about that. But one of the common, and the thing is, like, I think he has a stronger sort of like "don't fuck with me" energy than I do in a way. So like people have, like, white women especially, but oftentimes just like drunk white people in general, have just like tried to take like sexual liberties with me. Now here's the thing, I had a hard time drawing boundaries until probably like my mid to late 20s. And when I began to draw those boundaries, I thought to myself, like, why wasn't I able to draw these boundaries before? And it's because I was afraid that something was going to happen to me if I didn't give them what they wanted. Right now, when someone like that says that about black men, what he's assuming is that every time that a white person, and first of all, this whole 98% shit, like, get the fuck out of here with that. But there's an assumption that if there's any sort of like racial or race play or any sort of aspect to that in their relationship, that's something that they want, that they're asking for. No allowance whatsoever for the possibility that under the power dynamics, and they're fucking fond of this word, power dynamics, no allowance for the possibility that even if that does exist within their relationships, it's not something that they actually want and that they feel obligated to provide. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It made me so, because the thing is, like, how the fuck are you a PhD and you can't even come to that level of analysis? Like, it didn't take me more than a second.
Is this person a PhD?
I'm pretty sure he's either a student or a candidate, or a candidate. But yeah,
man, Carter G. Woodson said Harvard has ruined more black minds than bad liquor, and I really think it happens with a lot of these. He said it ruined more Negro minds than black whiskey. No, Harvard ruined more Negro minds than bad whiskey, and I really feel like that should be replaced with, just PhD programs, because it's really
the academy, especially where it comes to language and sociology. Like, I'm just, I see what comes out of it, and I'm just, I don't know.
But I have another theory too. I feel like these people, they kind of see that because that's what they either engage in their own interracial relationships, or that's what they actually want. Like, I think it's a kind of jealousy. Like, I think not only is this not true, but okay, you ever see somebody who is living like a life that you kind of want, and you have a mix of resenting that and also being jealous of it, but then you'll start projecting all this stuff onto it to kind of make yourself feel better about it, you know? So then, you know, but the stuff you're projecting is also stuff that you had to kind of deal with whenever you got a taste of that world. So when you see the person maybe having a great job, you're like, oh, he probably had to kiss a lot of ass and be humiliated.
Because that's what you had to do to get to your position. Yeah, and you assume that because that's what you had to do and you're better than everybody else, then that must be what everyone else has to do. And I think especially where it comes to, like, they call it desirability politics. I just call it fuckability politics, because really what is at the root of it for them is that there's a lot of people, and the Afro-Depressionists are fucking rife with this tendency that they want to be fucked by white people. Like, they just want to be lusted after, and in lieu of that, they're willing to lust themselves, and they assume that because they have these lustful thoughts and they allow themselves to be debased and degraded, that must be what everybody is doing.
Yeah, exactly. And they both like it, but they're also to a degree ashamed of it. They have conflicting feelings.
Yeah.
So that kind of makes them project this stuff on other people, where, you know, they project this stuff on other people, like, oh, these other people are feeling, and they're thinking the little bit of white love or gratification that I've gotten has been at the expense of my dignity. So if this person has 5 times that, then I'm going to convince myself that they've been debasing themselves 5 times as much. Like, they have no proof that most of black men's
none whatsoever, because I mean, you know, with the amount of bullshit that, you know, that crowd tends to say about black men, like, okay, so do you really hang out with any straight black men is the question, right?
Yeah.
I would say that most of my friends are straight black men, but that's just because, like, that's who orbits inside of my social circle for the most part, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a bit of a hermit. I don't deliberately go out like seeking out friends. I fucks with who fucks with me, right? So I would say, like, the majority of my friends are straight and black, both men and women, right? But in that, like, and we talk about things. We talk about everything from, like, childhood trauma to, like, you know, like the kinds of sex that we regret to, like, bad relationships. We talk about just about everything, right? Like, people say that, like, black men don't talk about, like, deep things. Like, well, me and the people in my social circle definitely do. And you know what tendency I've never once noticed among them? The shit that's up on the screen right now.
Yep. But
never.
But also, when black men do talk about this stuff, they kind of shout them down because remember when Rennie did a tweet about black male abuse, and that girl Dania called, she just started mocking it, and everyone started mocking it. So even when
people were Rennie is a sexual assault survivor, just like I'm a sexual assault survivor, and I don't like to talk about this stuff on the like, I don't like to talk about it on social media, just because I don't believe that I should have to fucking splay my guts out for people to understand these things or to sympathize with them. Just as a human fucking being, you should be able to do that, right? You shouldn't have to have someone just pull their guts out to do that. But he's willing to talk about these things, I think, and he does it because it helps other men that see him talk about it, which I admire and I respect. I wouldn't do it, but the fact that he's willing to be brave enough to do it really means a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
And in response to him talking about the you know, the sexual assaults that he's faced and how it affected him, like how it messed him up and how he's had to work on himself and heal from that, people mock him. They're like, "Oh, you still talking about this nigga?"
Yep,
like,
yep. And
it's just, who else would you actually ever do that to? Like, what other demographic of survivor would you actually do that to? It's fucking it's vile. It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, because they don't really care about any of this stuff. But here's something that I want to ask too. Why is this face there?
I don't know.
These people are so weirdly childish. You're a PhD student. Why can you not make a fucking point without a little cute GIF or a Disney princess GIF or whatever all the time? Like, you're a grown person. You're a PhD. Can you picture if James Baldwin, every time he has to make a point, pulled out a picture of, like, Felix?
Well, if you're Jamel, you post Tobias Whale from Black Lightning. But aside from that, no.
But your mother doesn't put one every single post. Like he's making a thread. he put this lady from Couples Court there. He adds, reminds me of that time in college when my friend's sweet mate was having sex with a white woman, and they heard him go, "You like that big black dick, don't you?" And she went, "Oh my God, why would you say that?" She cussed him out and left, and my friends were on the couch like, why can't you tell a point without ever? And first off, I think this is a lie because these people lie pathologically. They are like,
I don't believe that sounds like, again, and I think I said this before. I'm like, these people get their analysis from blacked.com, and I said it and I took it back immediately, and I was like, no, because there are male sex worker actors, like there are black porn actors that have actually like either called the industry out and even sued companies for the fact that the white actresses that they do scenes with
we're using the N-word.
Use the N-word and do this race play stuff, and they're like, I didn't consent to none of that shit. Listen, I'm here to film the scene. I'm not here to get into your weird shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the guy's name was Mo the Monster, and he sued.
Yeah.
We talked about it in an episode once because he actually sued, right?
But this is also rampant in the industry that like they will push them in towards this race play stuff, and they're like, I don't want to do that. I'm just here to film a scene.
So he said this in regards to Doja Cat. He projected that this is actually what 98% of straight black men do. First off, what does you know what straight black men do in the bedroom? First off, then he follows up with this stupid fake story that he was on the couch, and I mean this shit was straight.
And then he heard apparently he heard that. Right?
Yeah, he
one of my friends, sweet man. You actually from where you were sitting in the living room, you actually heard that? Man, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, and then she cursed him out and then left, and they're on the couch. Like this is
lying
like
shit.
Yeah, and then he adds, Doodle Stain Twitter has discovered this tweet, LMFAO. That's what they always do. Whenever they get busted, then they start laughing and kikiing more.
Yeah.
This is the part that I thought really said a lot and was disturbing as fuck. And this is the part I'm putting on the screen now. I'm reminded of how Kevin Rigby Jr., whoever that is, and I pulled up his thing, and this is his face, and another writer and PhD student based in Oakland. Oakland's just taking a lot of L's, man.
You know, it's not just okay. Can I just say one thing?
Yeah. These
students of fucking Jared Sexton need to shut the fuck up already. And
tell me about Jared Sexton, because I noticed he's listed when a lot of people are saying fuckery. A lot of times,
Jared Sexton is somebody who has a lot of mixed feelings, a lot of light-skinned feelings, and projects these mixed and light-skinned feelings on everything, and also has this tendency to want to tear down previous black authors. Okay. Like, and I had this conversation with a couple of friends of mine, and I'm just like, why is it that like foundational, like decolonial black authors get this much scrutiny from other black academics? And I find that it's like, on the one hand, maybe it's rigor, but on the other hand, I have noticed a tendency among their people on social media that either look up to them or have been taught by them or whatever to deliberately go after very specific decolonial black authors. Frantz Fanon is like chief among them. I've even seen people say, what was it, Fanonist Hotep Twitter or something like that?
Yeah, yes. So someone said Fanon Hotep Twitter.
Yeah. And it's like, the person who not only has written some of the most definitive decolonial work, but also provided the contrapositive to the Hegelian master slave dialectic, like the person who basically hit the dead stop is like, nope, actually this is where your epistemology terminates right fucking here, okay? And did it in such a way that he not only indicted Hegel but also indicted like black people that lust after white partners, including himself. Like,
oh, he did. So he was.
Have you read Black Skin White Mask? Black Skin White Mask was a self drag.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Sexton. No. I've read that where he indicts himself. And some people on Twitter, they put this up to show that you're right. When people kept asking him to show his receipts, he said, "We have literature. Here's a place to start." And sure enough, the second thing he listed was Jared Sexton. There is no interracial sexual relationship.
Oh my God! I hate that book so much.
It's funny you called it, but these are the only types of things that these people read about black people. Is weird.
Sorry, no, that's a paper, which I'm not sure if that was like a paper that led to a book or if it was expansion on one of his books. But oh my God, I have to hang on. Let me see if I can find this book here.
Okay,
one sec.
But I was talking about what came before. The Color of Kink is an actual book. It's about black women.
Okay, here we go. Amalgamation Schemes: Anti-Blackness and the Critique of Multiracialism from 2008. read it, and there's things that you can pick out of it where it's like, okay, this is true, but the overarching theme. Hang on a second here. Just like I really wish, and really the crux behind it is that, like, yeah, we talk about, mixedness or multiracialism as if it's like a fairly new phenomenon, or it's a thing that's like that's like sui generis, but like for the most part, Black people have mixed heritages, which is like, oh, okay, that's fine. But then some of the conclusions that he comes to are just so out there and so like, no, you're just in your fucking feelings and you're justifying it with obscurantist bafflegab. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and a lot of these people come from this Black intellectual tradition where they believe in pathologizing not just interracial relationships, but to a degree, even intraracial relationships. Like, and that's why this guy said in that thread that all Black relationships are like gutter sex relationships. But if you look,
whoa, what said what?
Hold on, I'll go back to that. I'll go back to that. But and also he used some Jamaican patois to drop his beat.
What was actually said in the tweet?
Like, no, don't worry. I promise you, I'm getting back to that. I promise you, it's the very next thing.
Okay.
But he said, continue thinking about things, right? And first off, if he's gonna commit to it, he should have said thinking about things. He didn't even fully commit to the patois bit because everything for these people is performative, right? So thinking about things, the color of kink, Black woman, BDSM, and pornography. This is what you're telling people to read.
Can I just get you to pull up Jared Sexton? Just run a search for, or just pull up Homeboy's picture.
I've seen him. I'll put it on. But
I'm just like, how does this fucking light bright get to make these pronouncements exactly?
But look at the things that he's saying. This guy who has his horrible views of Black relationships and Black men, and 98% of their stuff is race play. This is his stuff that he has to read. The color of kink, Black women, BDSM, pornography. There is no interracial sexual relationship by Jared Sexton. Extravagant objection. I don't know what that book is, but that doesn't sound right. Extravagant, like it's like something's extravagant and beautiful about being objected. The Black body in ecstasy. Reading race, reading pornography. Why is everything you read about Black people pornography? Masochism and male subjectivity.
When I tell you, if you go to Google Scholar, or if you do a library search and you look up anything to do with Black and sex, that's all it is. It's all pornography. It's all
BDSM.
The basement. It's BD. Yeah. But it comes across to me as almost like people reverse engineering their own kinks and fetishes into I don't know if you want to call it academic philosophy or what. I don't know. Yeah. Philosophy.
They're trying to legitimize and it and intellectualize it.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're intellectualizing the same fucking pathology that we've been branded with for hundreds of years, that we are sexually depraved and dehumanized beings. And it's like, but you're not examining it as a means of understanding the white gaze, for example. It's just, well, no, actually we are fucking depraved, and maybe that's just the way it is.
And maybe we can render it woke. We can actually make our depravity a sign of intellectualism or wokeness, but for some reason we're gonna project it on Black men. And
but the thing is, hang on. Have you read that paper though? Is the question. Have you read that paper?
No, I haven't read that paper. A quick thing that I will say as well, right? Peep. This is the last thing I'll say. I have Jared Sexton's picture up just to show you what you were talking about. That's him on the top right. But also, but tell me about the paper. What I'm about to pull up. You can tell me about the paper. But to go back to our friend, former playwright Jeremy O. Harris, I got to produce a play. He's talking about slave play based on notes I took from L.H. Stalling, Hortense Spiller, Jared Sexton. I know it's for white people who
didn't take nothing from Sadia Hartman. Get the shit out of here.
No,
that was just name dropping.
Yeah, he was just putting stuff in there to kind of balance it out and make it look more balanced. But I think it was really just 90% Jared Sexton and those types. It's
with references to Njeka Crosby and at Lyle Ashton Harris. Man,
here are the two people I recognize that I recognize in slave play: Jared Sexton and Kara Walker. Kara Walker is big into that depraved black gutter sex as intellectualized aesthetic thing. Do you know about Kara Walker and her work?
I mean, only in passing. Like I've heard
she's into all that stuff.
Yeah. I've heard about her work, and I just don't really have an interest in reading any of it. So I know who she is. I just don't know her work.
GM Playfair said Jared Sexton sounds like Tyler Perry. I would not disrespect Tyler Perry like that. I think Tyler Perry has some weird tropes, but I don't think Tyler Perry hates black people. And I don't think Tyler Perry Perry.
If you want to talk about somebody who like resents blackness because they're just this close but not quite there, like Sexton's work kind of reminds me of that.
Who's that?
Like I think,
Sexton,
yeah. I think he does come to some. That's the maddening part is that he does come to some, I think, fairly reasonable conclusions, and then he has reasonable analysis, but just comes to some really fucked up conclusions.
Yeah, but it's like I like Tyler Perry gets a hard break, but I never get the feeling that Tyler Perry hates black people, and I always feel like he almost gets a little bit of too much of a bad rap. Like his stuff is terrible, don't get me wrong, but I think it's a bad rap. But I'm gonna go to the point that you asked about. I'm gonna pull it up where he said like all black sex is something.
So what does he say? All black sex is gutter sex?
I'm gonna put it on the screen. He doesn't use the word gutter sex, but the last thing he says in the thread, and again, notice every single tweet he has to put a little cutesy gif or gif before I say it, right? He's reusing the same one. He says, this is what he says. I'm reminded of how Kevin Rigby Jr. Told me that all black sex is race play, right? And first off, look at this guy. I don't trust this guy to tell me a goddamn thing about anything. That dude is suspect as hell. Who the fuck is this dude? And he's another PhD student. I don't know but back to what he said, right? I remember like Kevin Rigby Jr. and he name drops him, told me that all black sex is race play, in so much as our ideas of race and embodiment and desire are always informing one another. So there's that. Also, what makes someone an incel? Being in a group chat or hating women? Because if that's the case, and this is a problem, he feels attacked by the attacks on Doja Cat because he's got some skeletons in his closet, and this is projection. And he wants to.
Didn't you pull up a bunch of his tweets talking about like white men who like fed him after sex or some shit?
Jamel did, and I'm gonna get that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Jamel did. Yeah.
This is what I pulled up. I searched his name and slave play, and he had nothing in his whole tweet history about slave play. And I'm like, if you really cared about promotion of race play and all this stuff, then how can the slave play hit and you don't mention that at once? It's because you have no problem with it. You just don't like straight black men attacking you for it because you feel guilty and you want to convince yourself that they're doing it to the same level that you are. But then he adds this, which is again giving the game away. I'd like to think that I don't shake my ass for incels. He didn't say I don't shake my ass for incels. He goes, I would like to think
that I don't
shake my ass for incels. But many of us do in one way or another. LMFAO.
No,
that's generally that's generally what it's meant to desire men. I ain't trying to tell Gata Mulata's story. That's what he's calling her. Mama is a grown woman. I'm just saying that the tea is and has always been piping hot.
Okay.
Her.
So when I say
you're a fucking adult PhD.
Yeah. When I say tragic mulatto, like it refers to a very specific trope.
Yes.
Now, when you are referring to somebody and then calling them a mulatta, that's an actual insult. You know what I mean? Like it's
yeah, exactly. Because
if I refer to the story of the wandering Jew, it's referring to a very specific trope that has had that has had an effect on the way that people perceive Jewish people.
It's the name of the trope. But if you call someone, "Hey, you wandering Jew," that's different. Right. One thing is being descriptive, and the other one is like actually using the actual negative name. Like if I say, "Hey," that's an example of the buck stereotype. That's one thing. But if I say, "Hey,"
call somebody a buck.
Yeah, that's a different thing. But these people don't understand any of that because they don't. But peep this. This is what Jamel So Jamel, God bless him. First, I found out he's had nothing to say about all the queer examples who have traffic and slave play and whatever, or female examples, or race play. He has nothing to do. But Jamel pulled all this stuff up from him. The pancakes were much better than the sex. Let's not play ourselves. But I obliged. We hooked up again. I went to sleep knowing that I'd wake to find a plate of hot, crispy flapjacks awaiting my devouring. The Mason-Dixon was dripping in Aunt Jemima's.
Are you fucking kidding me?
A new day had dawned. This is triggering and reminds me of the time I thought a white boy was going to make me waffles after sex, but he served me lox. We're in, And then he put, I find it hard to believe James Baldwin was fucking with James Dean if his lips were cracked. No way, Jose. A white man? Fine. A white man with cracked lips? Nah, not Jimmy. His lips were probably like whipped mayo, to be honest. I need to investigate. I had sex with this white man, and in the morning, I woke up with Sister Harriet. I guess something like Harriet Tubman. They love bringing up the ancestors to debase them with this type of BDSM stuff, like the same way they turned Harriet movie into like a BDSM subplot, right? I woke up with Sister Harriet glaring at me from the corner of the room. I ain't saying nothing. I realized he wasn't in.
No, Sister Harriet would have shot you. She wouldn't have been glaring nothing. She would have just shot you in the face. Like, get out of here.
Yeah,
in a video game. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. I realized he wasn't in the bed and assumed he trusted me in his house alone. Whatever, But
I here's the other thing that I really get upset about is like this whole like bringing the ancestors into your bedroom. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Harriet Tubman twerking, all types.
Yeah, it's like why do they love that so much? It's one like if you have your own sexual peccadillos, that's nobody else's business, really. And I'm not really a big fan of people like talking about that stuff in spaces where nobody like asked for it. Like I don't like scrolling down my timeline and see people having like really graphic conversations about sex, because it's like, man, nobody asked you for that. Keep that to your fucking self. And that's not even just like queer people or gay people or black women, but I mean straight black men do that shit all the damn time too. And I'm still like, keep it to your fucking self. I don't want to know. I don't care. But the thing that actually like offends me on a level where it nurtures a hatred within me is when they bring, because the thing is, I believe there's power in names, and I believe that I believe in the power of ancestors. Like I believe that I don't believe our ancestors ever die. I believe they move on, but I believe that they're still with us, right? So, and the thing is, we come from people that believe heavily in ancestor worship, not worship as them as deities, but reverence of them as the people who came before and guide and nurture us even now. So when I see people bring up the names of dead black revolutionaries in that kind of a flippant manner, it makes my fucking blood boil.
This gets even better. Look at this. I'm going to trigger you so bad today. I'm on a mission to trigger you. Jamel found this, right? And Jamel tweeted, "Black people who sleep with white men love bragging and recounting the sexual escapades and making humor out of it while they're at it." Look what he says. So this is the same guy, the one who said that 98% of black male sex is race play, and that they have no respect for himself. And he told that fake story about overhearing some black guy next door get rejected for trying to force race play on a white woman, whatever. It wasn't just enough that he did it. That's just that he got rejected. So he's not even good at it, But he definitely succeeded because he tweeted this. He said, "He sat the plate down and I went to town with the syrup close at hand in case his creation tried to choke me out. Surprisingly, they were delicious, wonderful, truly, duly delightful. He poured a large glass of milk, ice cold. My stomach had been colonized and I was not mad." And yeah, my stomach has been colonized. And again, the cartoonish, childish, like
by milk?
I know. I don't know. It's a great question. I don't know if you meant by milk or by semen.
Or by leche. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But basically, and this is the person who has the nerve to open his mouth and say, and it's so funny how predictable it is. Each time these people say stuff like this, you can just search their mentions and they're actually doing the same thing themselves. Quick note by the Clementine Ford lady, by the way.
T,
a whole bunch of
you killed me, T.
Yeah, a whole bunch of grants and stuff that she
No, I'm talking about, big up the thing.
Oh, yeah, big up the thing. Hold on. a whole bunch of grants that she got have been threatened to be pulled, and she had to apologize. The white patriarchy slapped her back in line really fast. She has a lot of
Who?
the Clementine Ford lady. It's a side note.
People were going pull funding from what? Like what is? I don't know anything about her. So what was she doing?
She had a publicly funded grant by the city, and the whole city.
Why would you do that?
They threatened to pull her grant, and she had to apologize for saying,
no. Too far ahead of yourself. You can't be doing that. Like, if you're doing, especially if you're doing like not just having a public grant, but having publicly facing work at all, you're probably working with people that are going to lose someone to COVID, whether they live in Australia or abroad or whatever. Like what is it? I don't know. I don't understand what it is with people that they're. The thing is, like, if COVID was affecting white men at the most, I know that a lot of people would be tempted to like make jokes about it or to laugh. I can't. I wouldn't be able to do that. Now, if like COVID affects somebody like Boris Johnson, I can make a joke about Boris Johnson because I think he's an unctuous piece of shit. So Boris Johnson getting COVID is one thing, but he fucking deserves it. But people in general, like, I'm sorry, but this idea of now I don't have a particular need to individualize white people where it comes to white supremacy. But I think at the very least, if you're a human being that can exercise humanity to other people, that somebody's participation in an oppressive system just out of the default fact that they are identified as the dominant group within that system doesn't really have a lot to do with whether they deserve to live or die. It doesn't. Like, there's a whole hell of a lot of poor white people that are dying from COVID and that will continue to die from COVID. Am I going to be like happy or make flippant comments about it? No, because I'm a human fucking being that has compassion. And these people like love to like just shame everyone into caring about the exact same things that they care about. And if you don't care enough about it, then you're all kinds of ists. You know, you're an ist of some variety. But they cannot be arsed to exercise basic human compassion. That's the part that makes me the most upset about them. It's like, if any of this were actually sincere, like if you were actually serious about your beliefs, your points of view, you actually wanted like a better, I don't know. I don't even think that anybody wants a more equal humanity, but just like a humanity where everyone has a good shot. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? If that's what you actually believe, then you would never say any of this shit. But you take glee in saying it because it's like, oh, this is the one demographic I can get away with joking about in this crisis.
Yeah. And this lady got a harsh wake-up call. She saw these black women edgelords joking about this stuff. She saw, you know, this cool phrase, and, you know, she got her like a wake-up call. But a lot of this stuff is a game to people. And I think Doja Cat, I think what happened with Doja Cat, honestly, mm-hmm. the talking point that she was talking about Sandra Bland, which was not proven, but I think if she was able to convincingly convince people that it was just about black men, I think she would have had way less of a hard time. She would have still had a hard time, but I think she lost a lot of extra people out of that, because there were a lot of people who were saying, oh, it's fine, she's only talking about black men, she's fine with black women. Mm-hmm. But then with the Sandra Bland thing, which I don't think is even true, I think she was talking about all black people, but I noticed that it gained a lot more traction.
When people thought she was referring to Sandra Bland, which I never saw that she said anything about Sandra Bland. When people found that out, or thought, okay, Sandra Bland is also included in this list of quote unquote didn't do nothings, then the cancellation train begins. But when they thought it was Mike Brown and Stephon Clark and whomever, what was it, fellas? Jordan Davis, the kid that got killed because that asshole thought his music was too loud. When it was like Tamir Rice, when it was like these other like black boys that were being killed, you know, it's problematic. But because
the night she got canceled, Sandra Bland was a number 2 trending topic in America. So a lot of people really ran with it.
They made the correlation.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so 2 last things. I'm going to mention the Hillary hot sauce thing, and then I'm going to mention a topic that people think I'm obsessed with, but it's just so I'm going to go back to it anyway. But the Hillary hot sauce thing, I actually found out about this a while ago, right? But she and this might actually make it almost lamer, I think. On NPR in January 2016, there was a story about how Hillary Clinton and Jeb Bush both love hot peppers, right?
Okay.
It's actually kind of lamer than the black pandering. And I think she was doing it to black pander. Like, I think this is one of those interesting things where something was true, but she was like, even though it's true, I'm going to use it to pander anyway, because I'm hoping people will take it as another meaning, right?
So they agree on what one thing, that they like hot peppers?
Yeah, but this is the reason she likes hot peppers, right? And it's so lame. Clinton had said the way she stays healthy on the campaign trail is by eating fresh jalapeno peppers every day. As our conversation was wrapping up, I asked where she picked up the hot pepper practice. She said it was during her husband's first presidential campaign in 1992. I read an article about the special immune-boosting characteristics of hot peppers, she recalled. I thought that's interesting because campaigning is pretty demanding. I'd always liked hot food, Mexican, Indian, Thai, but I started adding hot peppers, and then I got into eating them raw, wherever they weren't really, really too hot. One of the reasons I'm so healthy today maybe is because I have so much stamina and endurance out there because of the peppers. Clinton said she used to carry a tiny bottle of Tabasco sauce, but graduated to the real hardcore hot peppers. And so this story actually predated the Breakfast Club thing. She is into hot sauce for the lamest reasons, just because she read in the article and she turned it into a form of like a performance supplement. That's all it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've known people who do that with like aspirin.
Yeah.
I know the people who do that with like ginger root and so forth. So it's not that far-fetched, I don't think.
Oh, someone said Doja Cat is on IG Live apologizing again. I wish we had a way to live stream it. I don't know how to.
You can. Yeah. You can just go to your IG account, and once you've actually like pulled up her stream.
Sure.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, I think I can add it to the chat. That'll be interesting.
Hold up. I'll see if I can do that myself, actually.
Okay, yeah. If you can do it first and beat me to it, then I'll add your pick. Yeah. So
yeah. Okay. I'm watching it right now. Hold up.
Yeah. So if you're gonna add it, I'll just wait for you to add it.
No, 1 sec.
Let me know when it's there. I'm pulling up at the same time. Okay, here we go. I think I have it up already.
Okay. Like, I found it, but I don't know how to pull it up on my OBS. So I'll just wait for you to do it.
I'm trying to comb out, wash, do this twist, everything. It's frustrating.
She's
it's
battling.
very hard for me.
What does this mean? What does any of this mean, man?
A lot of my friends would agree who have hair like mine that they have a hard time taking care of it. What I think that the mistake may have been that I made was saying it on a social platform, saying it out in public, maybe being honest about how I feel about.
This is the first time I've seen her out of character. You see, there's no wigs, there's no skin showing.
To me, absolutely not. If I think that it's difficult, if I feel that it's difficult to take care of my hair,
for people who think I'm being rude by talking over it, it's because of YouTube copyright. I have to keep talking occasionally.
Sure I'm right now. My
keep the algorithm picking up the stream.
I think I look great. I don't look like the most beautiful person on the planet because that's just fact. But I'm fine with my hairline now.
Could she make the apology without having to big herself up? Like she's out of character for the first time, but she's really not. She's in character still.
You're right.
So
wait, notice she put the comments off.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't understand the pain that it was to have a wig on all the time and taking it off and seeing the tan line and seeing all that. That bothered me. That pissed me off. I didn't like that.
That was not.
This is surprising. This is surprisingly not
entertaining. Do you not know any other black women?
Does it mean that I hate my hair? My hair is amazing.
This is way bigger than your hair.
I have beautiful hair. I get lots of compliments on it.
Like, what about didn't do nothing?
It's an outer thing and it's an inner thing. I know that I'm beautiful.
I think she's actually going to stay. I would be surprised if she actually addresses it.
That's why I parade myself on fucking social media constantly. Why do you think I'm on here all the time?
Because
all right. Maybe that didn't sum it up for you. I love my skin color. I think I'm beautiful.
Okay.
The times that maybe there was a photo that was.
I have a feeling this is going to
lightened
work.
to a
I feel like we're in a
certain
society where this will
She's
actually
actually
work.
not. She's actually not addressing what it was
I'm
people are
not
upset about.
Oh my
She's
God.
basically saying like, I'm
editing
proud
my
to be black. Is
photos.
what she's trying to
This
say
is
here.
a whole
Yeah.
team
Even though
of
there's a
people
tweet
who
where
are
she
behind
said,
Remember
it.
when I said
You
like
can speak to them.
they
not
rely on their
me.
blackness for cachet, and then they rely
Now,
on their whiteness.
says
for
on my
sympathy?
bullet points, didn't do nothing.
She's doing both at the same time.
This is in no
Oh,
way,
you're right.
shape, or form in
Talent.
order.
I'm sorry.
Of
Unfortunately,
what's
I don't know
most
how
important and
to.
what,
Actually,
but it's
hold on. Is it muted?
What's muted?
Can you see?
Oh yeah, it's muted now.
Okay, because she's not saying anything important anyway, and I want to hear what you said.
Oh no, I was saying that she's in character, but remember when I said earlier that when mixed people fuck up, they tend to split their identity this way. They will use their blackness for cachet. I mean, while it's popping, they'll use their blackness and for the black cool or whatever. But when they fuck up and they need people to feel sorry for them, they rely on their whiteness for sympathy. And what I find interesting is she's doing both at the same time right now.
You're absolutely right, and she's doing that white woman thing of making herself the victim too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute it, and I'll let everyone know you missed absolutely nothing. She has been babbling the whole time.
She's just rambling.
slanderous terms after another.
Because I had it playing in my ears.
The term that I used in the song is one that I learned that day.
Perfect timing. I think she's didn't do nothing.
People were calling me it left and right, and I used it in a song. Okay. And it was to kind of take back and fucking.
Oh, so she's trying to get power.
Say fuck you.
She's trying to take back power from the song. Get the fuck.
The song, however.
Get out of here.
I agree. The worst, maybe the worst song.
This is Kenny. He's
in the entire world. Not good. Lyrically, lost. The worst song. The lyrics in the song don't make sense. I see some of the interpretations of the lyrics.
Kenny is killing me.
A lot of them are wrong. I can rewrite the lyrics for you guys. I don't know how important that is. But if you need me to, I can. But that song is in zero ways, in no way connected to police brutality or.
Okay. All right. The song is in no way connected to police brutality, even though when you released the song, there was hella police brutality happening. Like,
I lost it for a second, but it's back.
Okay.
Connected to an innocent black woman's death is one of the most awful.
Remember we were just talking about it had
that I've ever.
There was no proof it had anything to do with Sandra Bland.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't see
color
in any way how that's okay to push and create a story like that around the song that I've made. Next bullet is stripping for white supremacists.
Oh boy.
I am going to start with the chat room that I go to is a public chat room. Mm-hmm. It's me, my friends. You go in there.
But people say she was DMing
now
these
you
guys.
have to pay $30 to get into the chat room, which is a new thing. But I used to go in there for free. And I learned.
This is a great point. Someone said she wanted to reclaim the phrase, but she didn't know what the phrase meant either.
Who come in
she and out.
What did she just say that she didn't know what the phrase meant?
They
earlier she said she didn't know what the phrase meant. She just learned it that day. But she wanted to.
So she was going to take
the idea that
this that she just learned.
Chat room is a white supremacist chat room is.
Katie said, "Bitch, just cry."
I don't understand it in any way.
Katie, stop.
And not even full. I just don't understand.
I just want to be clear. That's your Kenny. That's not my Kenny.
Yeah.
You know what I do understand is that there is racism that happens across Tiny Chat. And there is racism that happens across Instagram. There's racism that happens across Twitter. This shit happens everywhere. it just happens more on Tiny Chat because it's not as monitored. So when you see racist shit on Tiny Chat, it's because people aren't paying attention. There are mods that are idle. This happens. And there was a time where I was a mod and I was able to ban people.
She is so lucky that
like
she can't do live
Whoa,
commentary.
whoa. So
You know, harassing women.
She was a mod
This
at some
happens a
point.
lot.
I wouldn't have admitted that.
But Tiny Chat is a
She
place
probably
for
knows it's coming
everybody.
out soon next
It's
anyway.
a place for
Yeah, fair enough.
all walks of life. And sometimes it's hurtful to people. It's hurtful to my fans because of me, because I spent time maybe not banning at the right.
She needs to go to racism rehab.
I've seen it, and I know that I've been targeted
that would
by
be
it.
a great thing for people with racial Tourette's and this type of shit.
I know that it's controllable.
Racism rehab, where people just come back.
But the narrative
she's gonna have the most fire red
a
table
white
talk
supremacist chat is completely
oh, you're right. She's
incorrect.
gonna do red table talk.
It's absolutely 100% fucking incorrect. The next thing is race play. So I watched a YouTube video by Abba and Preach. Very interesting people.
Those women do good videos, by the way.
They can be very smart in a lot of
Oh no, the two guys. I'm sorry, it's different. Abba Preach.
I enjoyed a few videos by them, but there was a video about me that came out a few hours ago. I don't think it's been a day, but the video that came out was about me, and they misinterpreted what I said in a clip on Tiny Chat. So the clip that you see me where I was, and yes, this is me 100% fucking excusing
sitting in front of or
my
sitting right behind the
dumbass
camera.
behavior. I'm dumb, but I'm also drunk. But on the other side of things, I can be concise. I can be clear. I can speak.
We should live stream with Abba and Preach. Those guys are pretty funny.
I am smart.
One day
but I'm also kind of a dumbass. In this video, I'm being completely fucking blackout drunk and completely fucking dumb. I have turned off the smart switch in my brain, and this is where I'm saying, shut the fuck up, you. And
I get to see her turn it on.
The N-word. Now, they thought that I was saying, and maybe some of you thought that I was saying, call me the hard RN word. I'm in no way into race play. It's not something that
she said.
I don't know anybody who does it. These people who made this video about me, Abba and Preach, who made this video. I think it was Preach that knows people who are into race play. I am in no way. I
You think she saw that tweet that we were just talking about?
I'm kinky as fuck.
The whole race play thing?
Kinky.
I wonder, maybe.
But
who else was talking about race play?
No.
But that was one of the accusations
I think
against
that's
her,
where they tied it in. Maybe Preach thought that I was talking about race play, or I was trying to.
One of the rumors about her is that she does a lot of like kinky race play
public,
in DMs with the white guys in this chat. Not in the public part, but a lot of the white guys said, "Hey, I know people who have done like cam sex with her.
Yeah.
And they do race play in the cam sex." So
Tiny
I think that's
Chat
where it
being
came
white
from.
supremacist, that was one bullet. I debunk that. Arabic tweet. Now, the Arabic tweet.
Oh boy.
A lot of my fans went and pretty much slammed that. I haven't addressed it, but I feel like this is the perfect time to. I have never.
She should do a Tila Tequila thing and just become a mascot to the alt-right.
Yeah, just become a full-on Nazi. Why not?
Yeah. Tila Tequila stretched her career out for like an extra 2 years.
Don't even
being
see
an all-out Nazi. I mean, I don't think it'll last long, but she might squeeze out
it's
a little bit more juice out of that stone.
It's an awful, horrible rumor. So there's nothing much else to say about that other than that's bullshit. Sandra Bland, I clocked that. Not showing my boobs. We're getting down to the real, to the real fucking, to the.
So does she think all this happened because she didn't show her
unimportant
boobs?
bullshit now? So I have 3 more.
I think she got to earn some goodwill if you showed her boobs.
Maybe one of them
At
is
least
kind
the
of
simp
important.
crowd would have, maybe
Not
came a little
showing my
harder. But I
Oh
think
God.
I should have
when
left
she didn't
that
show
for
her
the
boobs,
last.
a lot of that bad will, people took that
Yeah.
that predator sip
Let's
energy
move on
and
to the
put it
next one.
toward becoming a
Dating white men.
Here we go.
It's so interesting to me how in these times me dating white men is in any way. I've seen comments about it, and it has I'm completely empty in thought as far as this goes. When I love someone,
Who was her
am
Olivia Pope?
attracted to someone,
Who was
when
what?
I
Who was her Olivia Pope?
want
She
to
probably has some kind of
fuck
social
someone,
justice fixer.
I'm gonna
trying to
either
help her.
see how that
I don't
fucking
know.
pans out. I'm going to talk to them, and that's all that
Oh,
fucking matters.
I think I know
is
who it
what
could be,
I
but I'm not
fucking
going to say the name
want.
on the stream.
What I
Okay.
who I love.
You don't think it's Jamila Lemieux,
is
do you?
God
zero.
damn it! Shut up!
Whether you like me or not,
Shut up!
it's zero of your business.
Listen, I don't want
If
none of that
I
trouble
like
right now.
someone, if I'm attracted to
You,
a
you,
person,
you can,
no
two
matter
can
what
beef.
their
Leave me out
skin
of it.
color is, no matter
I don't
where the
think-
fuck they
I don't
come
think
from,
it's
no
Jamila
matter
Lemieux
what
just
their
because
religion, doesn't
black
matter.
men
I
are
don't
trash
give a
would have
fuck.
come up at
I'm
some
gonna
point in
fucking
this.
love them because
So
I
the fact
love
that she's
them.
not saying that, I don't think Jamila
This
Lemieux
isn't
was.
about fucking. I don't date people based on.
She's gonna date.
I don't even know how to.
She's gonna date Manute Bol after this. She's gonna date the darkest guy that she could date.
that
When
concept.
this is done.
Oh my gosh, she's gonna find the blackest man
I'm
from
not
the darkest
looking
part
at
of
their
the dark
fucking
continent.
skin
Oh
color.
my god.
I find people.
She's gonna find
attracted
a guy
just
so
because I
dark. She's
find
gonna say
them
Wesley
fucking
Snipes has
attractive.
colorism privileges. Like she's
If
gonna
I
get
find a
somebody.
black man attractive,
that
it's
dark.
because
Well,
he's
she will.
fucking
Here's the
attractive.
thing. I think she will try.
If I find
and
the Asian man attractive, it's
here's my
because
POV,
he's
right?
fucking
And if you
attractive.
maybe want to mute this for a second because I'm gonna go off.
If I find
Oh,
a
yeah,
white
yeah,
man
yeah.
attractive, it's because
Or do you want me to wait?
he's fucking attractive.
Oh, this is so
And
not
that's
true.
it.
She says she finds a white
But
man
you can
attractive. It's because he's
create it,
attractive.
You
Have
can
you seen the
spin
white
it,
guy?
and you can do whatever you want.
He looks. Yeah.
We have
he
a
looks like
lot
snot
of
bubble.
time.
He
We're on
looks like she
quarantine.
found him dumpster diving. Like
We have,
Yeah.
we have
she was dumpster diving.
so
for
much
some
Yeah,
time
food.
like she just got
Maybe
off
he
her
was
shift
there.
at White Castle, and he was like,
if you're not
he
an
was hanging out
essential
in the
worker,
dumpster.
if you're an essential worker,
Yeah. She pulled him out dumpster diving.
thank
That's right.
you. Thank
Get
you
the fuck
so
outta
much. If you're not an essential worker, good luck, motherfucker. And you're trying to make me look like shit on the internet. Good luck, motherfucker. You have nothing else to do. I understand.
So
You
an
have
essential
fun.
worker can do this to her?
You do that shit.
I don't
She's
know.
making no sense.
Now,
Do you think?
Beyonce
do you
did
think
that.
he's drunk
I
right
saw
now?
something about how people thought
Maybe.
that I was coming for Beyonce.
But do you think she's gonna spin this into a win? Because
Beyonce
maybe
is-
that devil's luck thing. Because remember
Beyonce
Tekashi?
is the
People thought
cream of
Tekashi
the
was
fucking crop.
dead in the water. He had a whole bunch of federal charges
Beyonce
against
is
him.
the reason
Yeah.
why I believe
And
that I can be who I am. Beyonce is one of the
I think
driving
okay,
forces.
this alone right here is
of
probably
who
going
I
to turn
am
around the
in my
Beyonce crowd, the
career.
Bayhive.
I don't know about that.
Beyonce
I don't know about that.
I think people might be
undeniably talented.
The Beehive,
Every fucking
they
time
offer no
anyone
quarter.
ever came for Beyonce, I was there. And that's all I have to say. That's it. So, I told people on Twitter that I was going to show my boobs to them real hard, quote unquote. And some people
Here's the problem,
think
T.
that
Mhm.
I was serious.
I don't think she actually knows how to be. Kenny's saying I had this shit on mute
They
since you guys put it
realized
on.
that I wasn't serious.
She doesn't know how to be sincere. Is her problem.
No.
None of this is
that's
coming
my
across like she actually means any of it.
My
So-
mistake
Especially the longer she
was
talks,
thinking
she's
that
kind of
everyone was going
edging
to
into the smirkiness
understand my
yeah.
coming out. She can't stay
And,
contrite long enough.
By the way, I don't give a shit about being fucking famous. I don't give a fuck about a number one. Okay? I don't even know what that means at this point. Having a number one,
I don't care.
Is you have a number
she
one.
begged for people to stream
And
24
that's it.
hours.
I
under promise of showing her tits.
remember your commentary about irony poisons people.
I don't know. They give
voila.
you sneakers.
Yeah.
I don't know what having a number one is so fucking irrelevant to me.
No way. I'm going to offer no analysis
I
on the
just like
beehive
to make
because
music.
I don't want them to find
That's
me.
why I'm
That's
here.
true.
And that's why
By the
you
way,
know who I
did you see her
Because I
shirt? It
make
says
music.
hentai. So she's still kind of doing the edgelord.
She's still doing that shit. Yeah.
Why does she have a hentai
not
shirt?
showing my boobs shit. I don't even want to address it. It's a lot of Fortnite kids and gamer kids who just wish they could have seen my
You can't pay the high road
my
on this when you were the one to promise.
You're the one that
Yeah,
but that's
how
not
do
a
you
fucking
act
it's,
above it
it's
when you're the
so-
one.
when you were the one that encouraged it.
You know what? Something that I realized is when I post after getting a number one, I said,
Which is
you know,
fine. Like,
of course, thank
Just own
you
it.
to my
Whatever.
team, thank you
Yeah,
to
yeah.
everybody for working.
Don't
for
start
me, blah,
acting
blah,
like
blah.
it's their
Things like
sexism
that are important to thank people for. That I
You literally
understand.
tweet, if I make
But
number one, I'm going
saying,
to show my boobs so
oh
hard.
my
Like,
God, I can't
yeah,
believe this
you are
moment.
poking a
I
hornet's nest.
really made it.
Dude,
to
I
this
wish Ken would
point.
come in here because
But
Ken.
here's the thing, though. Like, do we have
Your
I don't
favorite
want.
artist.
Here's the thing, man.
Yeah.
I don't want my stream to get
And there's no
taken
judgment.
down. So we can't have Kenny
They
on right
care
now.
about that.
He's gonna pay something out of pocket.
That's true. True.
There's
Can't get my
nothing
stream
wrong
taken down
about
so quickly.
wanting
Yeah,
a
Kenny will
number
take
one
everything.
and working hard to get to that number one. For me, I don't give a shit. I just want to fucking make music. I don't care about a fucking I still don't get it. I just I don't understand fully what a number one means. It means you made it number one for a week.
But she
And then you fucking plummet like me. My shit's gonna keep going
See?
down.
She's
There's
going
gonna be
back
She
times
into
says she
where I
doesn't
go
care,
here,
but she's
then I go
caring right
here,
now.
Then I go
But she's
here,
going back
then I
into
go
her
here.
role.
It's
She's
gonna happen
becoming
all the time.
edgy and snarky again.
So-
Like,
At the same time.
she should have cried
You know, me
and
trying
gotten over.
to
She
sell
had
my
done 5
titties
minutes,
for
cried,
number
and gotten
one.
over it.
That
But
was
now
just
she's back to being
even
herself
more
again.
the point that I don't.
Like, here's the thing. She's copying
I'm
a plea right
doing
now.
it
Like, she's
because
trying to
I
explain
love the
herself.
people around me. If I want a number
She's
one,
copying a
I'm
plea, but
doing
she
it
can't
because I
keep up
fucking
the ruse.
want my
So
fans
she's
to be
Yeah.
proud of
going
me. I
back
want
to
my team
being
to be proud of me.
an edgelord
It's
again
not because-
halfway through the act.
God
she shouldn't have
damn,
done
I
it
need
this
a
long
fucking
because she
number
can't
one.
keep up the
It's
pose.
not about that. It's about me just
Yakub said the best thing.
wanting
Pick one or the other.
the
Come back,
people
come
around
out
me to be
snarky
fucking
and cheeky,
happy.
like, you know, F you guys.
Or
So,
be like,
I just-
contrite and,
Yeah.
get some sympathy. Like, just do
just-
something.
Bring out Oprah.
It's crazy
Commit.
when
Yeah.
you know.
Oprah needs some attention right
I
now.
get,
Oprah
I
would
get
do
the
it.
joke.
Here's the thing. I don't even think she would. Maybe she would go on Jada Pinkett's
tried.
red table.
My
Maybe she
homie
would.
paid
Yeah,
Doja Cat.
that might still happen.
I
But
understand.
she wouldn't be able
It's
to.
fucking-
I think
it
Jada
might
would
be
actually be disgusted by her.
That's true.
Doxing
Jada has
me
principles.
is psychotic. But you probably know that.
I think I'm gonna have to stop this.
But
think,
I
because
understand.
My
You
brain
know, I
is
know
melting.
you guys know the
Yeah.
joke
This
around.
is
Yeah, I mean, actually,
know
you know
the
what?
joke.
I'll let the.
You know.
the
Here's the
room-
thing. She hasn't actually explained
Wanna show
anything.
boobs
She's
real
just.
and you
I
don't.
know.
I say what.
So I just wanted to say, you know,
I'll let the chat
that's how I
decide.
feel.
Do you
The
want to
last
Yeah.
point that
I
I
want to see
wanna
this play
make
out? I'll let the chat decide. Press one if you
that
want to see it play out. If,
I
like,
love you guys.
we get like 10 ones.
so
I'll keep it. I'll
fucking
keep it
much.
going.
I love my fans.
Oh, I think it might be ending
and
anyway.
I'm so grateful. And this is the most coherent and serious you're probably ever going to hear me speak.
That's scary.
Unless
Wow,
it's like
that's
some
actually not
damn
instilling a lot of
award
confidence.
show or something like that. I really am so
But this made her more famous, whether it's
so
for the best
grateful.
or not.
There's no word
She did best.
for me to
Is the
describe
career
how much
over?
I
What
love
does the
you
chat
guys,
room
and
think?
I really do.
Y'all in the chat, do you think her
I'm
career is over, or do you think
so
she got the
sorry.
No,
double?
this is second wind.
I think it might be a
hurt
second
you
win.
guys
I think she
and
might
offended anybody
spin this into something.
on Twitter, Instagram.
Someone's gonna partner with her and
If
find a
you're a
way.
true
A reality
fan of
show
me,
that can always happen. She'll get a reality
you're
show out of this. I
young,
can see.
all of my young fans, you know, people who look up to me, you know, my behavior isn't something that always needs to be followed. I'm not perfect. But then at the end of the day, I shouldn't be doing dumb shit. But also I need to stand up for myself. Instead of making a video about That's
She-
diplomatically
she's white
and
womaning.
politically correct.
Stand up for myself.
Yeah.
You know
This
what?
is like
Making
total
doing
Karen
this
behavior
live
right now.
may have been the biggest fucking mistake in my career.
Yo, I'm changing the title of my stream
But
to
I'm
Doja
fucking.
Karen.
I just don't want to be
That's a
somebody
good one.
who's like,
I might steal that one.
who's just gonna sit there and bullshit you and fucking give you. Oh,
But spell Karen with
deeply and seriously
3
sorry
Ks.
about
Ah,
that woman. Like, I just don't want to be the person who fucking bullshits you. And because I know that what makes me happy is that you guys are happy and you know what the fuck is real. So thank you guys.
If only I stood up for myself, I wouldn't have had to use the hard R.
And thank you.
If only I stood up for myself, I wouldn't have to make a song called "Didn't Do Nothing" to reclaim the slur. I only learned that.
I only learned about that day.
Being on my Instagram and my Twitter, my social media.
Are we part of the
and
problem
YouTube,
giving her like the shine? I don't know. Like,
worldwide supporting me.
I feel like there's a teachable moment
the
here.
best
Are we the baddies? Yeah, the teachable moment is
thing in the world, and I really appreciate you.
the teachable moment is
And
stop
I'm
giving
sorry
clout
if
to
I
clout
hurt
sharks.
you or embarrassed you or made you feel.
Oh, I think did she stop it? I think she might have stopped it. Oh, the live video ended. You know what? It might start again, but my brain is.
I can't take any more of that.
Anymore. That was a kind mercy. You know, I'm glad that it happened.
I think, like I said, her publicist was probably sitting right behind the camera, and they're like, "All right, that's enough." You know,
yeah.
like, if she says anything more, she's gonna fuck up everything that she just like barely got through.
Her inability to wear wigs should have been our first sign. That,
oh yeah. When her tracks were off, yeah.
Because we always say like a lot of like these sellout black women, they don't want to go to a real black hair salon because they don't want to be part of like that culture. They don't feel comfortable. So she probably went to whatever the female version of Supercuts is to get her hair done for like a long time, and because those wigs were.
That's the thing. You can always tell like black women that hang out with other black women and black people in general is. Like, I don't know anybody who would have had their tracks showing like that with that much money. It just wouldn't be possible.
Oof, so the last thing that I wanted to talk about, I don't know if I'm going to talk about because that ended up making us.
Somebody's asking what would have made this a satisfactory apology.
That's a good question.
Some fucking contrition and sincerity. I don't know. Like the whole like. I hate when people do fucked up things and then have like a lengthy explique for why they did the fucked up thing rather than just like, you know what, that was fucked up and I'm sorry and I shouldn't have done that and just move on with your life. Damn, this whole like I tried to take power back from this term, this horrific and very like racially derogatory term that I only learned about that day. Yeah, I try to take power back from it by recording a song about it. Like, man, shut up.
She should have just cried and talk for 5 minutes and move on. But the tone by the end was so confused. And you know how you know she's kind of afraid of the feedback, right? The first apology was on Instagram.
Yeah.
And this live stream was on Instagram. And the reason why I think, because most of her time she's always on either IG Live with the comments on, or she's tweeting all day long. But Twitter doesn't allow you to turn off replies. And if you try to do that hidden replies thing, it becomes like Streisand effect. We try to hide the hidden replies. That's the first thing people go for.
When Twitter announced that they were going to hide the replies in that little corner, so I'm like, oh, so you're just making a treasure trove of all the best comments.
Exactly. That's the first thing that people.
Big up the thing, man.
Yeah. So it's yeah. So it's like that wasn't. You could tell that she's not really trying to. That she's kind of on the run. She's hiding. But let's see what happens. This is the last thing I'm going to ask the room. I know y'all been here for a while. We ended up being here longer than we planned because of the Doja Cat thing. That was not planned. But I'm actually going to take a break for a couple of days after this because this was too long. Damn, I was on so long. I got the coronavirus. But what do y'all think, man? Do y'all think she's going to survive this? Come out bigger? Maybe take a drop? Come back up? I'm curious what y'all think. And also, hit the like button on the way out. Hit the like button.
Yeah. Oh, says I hide blatant transphobia on my artwork or people who tell me I'm a man on my selfies. That's way different than, and I think that, you know, if Twitter was going to go in that direction, they should just make a full commitment to, yeah, I can just nuke this comment from the replies and stop the person from replying to me. That's what you do, other than this whole like hide comments thing. Because like I said, you're just creating a trove.
Yeah, exactly. They got to stop doing that. That's ridiculous. Well, anyway, my final thought on the thing is, I think she might pivot this into some other type of notoriety, but it might not be what she originally wanted. Because I think her first thing, it might be a road bump at the very least, but I think she really wants to pivot into mainstream legitimacy, and that's why she wanted those number ones. Because I think those number ones were going to be able to be pivoted into maybe a mainstream career. She is either going to have to pivot into some kind of more reality showish type of career, or she might end up getting there, but she got to have a few more bites of the apple. Maybe talk with a real PR person. I doubt a real PR person worked with her on that, and come back and try one or two more times. Like, if she doesn't turn it around, I think we're gonna get that real deal crying watery apology that we said she should have done this time. It might still come. What are your thoughts, Andre? What are your final thoughts?
I just don't care.
Maybe
like whatever happens with her life, I do not care.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I don't. The only as a matter of fact, I didn't really care so much about her. What I cared about was the fact that the idea that somebody could make a song with a reference that hurtful, and everyone just celebrates them like it's no big deal. But then she also made some like super homophobic comments right after that that "I'm a Cow" song.
Mm-hmm.
And then her explanation for that was like, well, I say this all the time. It doesn't mean that I don't like gay people.
Yeah. All the F word stuff.
It's a slur, and you say it all the time, but you like gay people and you have gay friends. Like that. That's not an explanation. It just means that your friends don't have any self-respect. That's all it means.
Yeah. I will say this. I do care, but the reason I care is not the microcosm of Doja Cat. Like, I don't care about Doja Cat. What I care about, and this is why people think I was too obsessed with slave play, but what I care about is I feel like there's this, and this word is so killed on Twitter, but this is gradual normalization of this stuff, and I'm worried about what this means as the next step for the normalization of lack of Black self-respect in the mainstream culture. Like, I feel like there's this Overton window of Black self disrespect, or just pimping out your lack of self-respect. Like, for example, in one season Insecure, they had this show within the show that was called Due North, that was basically scandal.
I hate slavery. Yeah, I know that one.
Yeah. And people kind of laughed at that. I said, oh, that's kind of messed up. But then the next year, Slave Play hit off Broadway. Then that hit Broadway. And I feel like if we get a lady who can pivot into a mainstream, legitimate rap career despite doing this stuff, I feel like Tyler, the Creator, and his edgelord shit is another thing. Like, I care about it in terms of what it means for the general normalization of that trend, because I think it's the babies. I think it's the babies that are going to be the reckoning. Like, 5 to 10 years from now, we're gonna have a serious reckoning. Especially like so much of us just have our kids, being raised on screens on the side. Like, I'm worried about, like, that's the part that I care about. But I think at this point, I feel like giving up. I don't know what can be done. It's bigger than us. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a there's a certain age cutoff where, like, you're just not going to get anything that really happens on the internet. And it used to be that there was a bit of a firewall between the internet and IRL. And now that people are just like raised almost entirely on the internet, they say and do the really weird shit that you hoped was never going to happen offline, right? Especially like TikTok teens have really just sort of crystallized that.
They're nuts.
Yeah. That all that. And the thing is, like, when I see like TikTok teens, especially Black ones, like talk about how much they love racist white people, that is the shit that makes me worry about. Well, first of all, it makes me think that Gen X parents failed. Like, whoever it was from Gen X that like has been having children and then raising them like this fucking failed. Like,
Yeah,
I was gonna say something really mean. I don't think I should actually say it on stream. I'll say it to you afterwards. But
no, you can't do that to the listeners. That's like saying, "Hey, I got a great secret, but I can't tell it."
drown your fucking children in a barrel and start over. If that's how they turn out, they're actually like the hard R N word is their favorite thing in the fucking world to do to other black people. Like you actually failed. As a matter of fact, drown yourself in a fucking barrel for raising children like that. What the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, I was gonna say because if they start over, they're just gonna do with the next batch.
Again, yeah, exactly. Like throw yourself in a river. Like this is what you produce. Like black children that lust after racist white people. What the fuck is wrong with you and your kids, man? Damn.
Yeah.
Like that stuff actually makes my blood boil because there's such a thing as a rebellious teenage phase, and then there's also like just not being raised with any sort of self-respect or values. And I think they see it from their parents who strive so hard to be accepted by white people that they've just sort of like turned that into a hyper reality for themselves. It's like, oh no, you're not actually going the full, like you want to be accepted by white people, but you have probably like some hang-ups about being accepted by racist white people. No, I'm gonna go straight for the racists because if they'll accept me, then anybody else will too. You know what I mean? It's like they're winning, they're beating at their parents at their own game, like is for that acceptance. And I don't think that comes out of nowhere. I don't see that in my family. I don't see that in people that I know, but that's because we're raised to actually have respect for ourselves.
I think that's a great place to end it. Thanks for joining us, and I'm going to take a couple of days off because this was really long.
I know.
I'm like, yeah. So I was trying to do like a live stream a day during the quarantine, but I'm going to refresh my batteries. But anything you want to plug before we stop and then we end it?
Oh yeah. So just watch out in July for the Resistance Noir launch. We still got a hell of a lot of work to do, but we're getting there. And we've got a really solid team.
And if you want to subscribe to him on Twitch, it's right there. Twitch.tv/resistance _ noir. Yeah, like I liked what Matt Crispin was doing with his daily using the quarantine downtime to like talk a lot on Twitch stream. But yeah, I think our problem is we end up going too long. So it's like I'm going to burn out soon. So I'm going to.
Are we scheduled for that? Like, is that a go?
Well, I don't know. Well, that leads me to my next thing.
Oh, what's that?
That I want to talk about. Go to patreon.com/champagne sharks, and for $5 a month, you get access to double the new episodes. Also, all our back premium only episodes. Also, access to the voice and chat Discord server, which includes the upcoming option to call into future live streams. We're going to have future call-in live streams that allow you to call into future streams that we do. And we're going to have like advice shows and things like that. We talk for something for about an hour, and then we take calls about the topic. But also, one of the final things that you will get to do is there's a room in the Discord that allows you to know who are the upcoming guests that we have coming, and you get to ask them questions that we ask them. And Andre just gave away this one, so I'll say.
Oh damn! I thought that was something you would have put in the chat. I'm my bad. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine.
But I didn't actually. All I said was, hey, is it a go? I didn't actually like allude to anything.
No, it's fine.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Actually, it works out because why not? Because actually, no, this works out fine actually. Because Matt Crispin is going to be appearing on the next Champagne Sharks. So if you become a patron, you get to go into the Discord and pose any questions that you might have for Matt, and I will ask them. So yeah, Matt Crispin /Kushbomb from Chapo Trap House. If you were already a Patreon member, you'd know that, but now you do know. So if you want to ask questions, by all means, become a member and
there you go. Go sign up for the Champagne Sharks Patreon so that you can get into the Discord, and from the Discord you can ask any question of Matt Crispin you want. See, this is me spinning it into a positive. How I just
no, it was a positive.
Your announcement. Okay.
No, it was a positive. So that's good. Okay. And also go to I put the wrong banner up. Go to Resistance Noir and follow Andre's streams. And he has some pretty live streams. And his streams are very book smart. Like I learned a lot of stuff. You invited me in the last one, and I just took down a bunch of book names. I couldn't contribute.
Oh, you weren't there for so we have like a Dungeons and Dragons, like a separate stream channel for that. And I was on with like Jamel, Rennie, Nina, and I don't know if you know Mike Petroselli.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, really cool dude, prolet cultist. And so we were actually like, it was almost like we were playing a game of dominoes and pulling out our books and just slamming them on the table.
Yeah. You guys know I did a stream with you guys, and I just couldn't keep up, but I was taking notes. So
oh wait, you were in that stream? Damn,
see that?
Remember when I told you about my Swiss cheese brain and like no memory whatsoever? The memory.
Hold on, that's a good place to end on. Do you see what he just did? He asked me, he told me about a stream that I was actually in, and he forgot that I was in that stream. And I just sat here and let him explain to me the stream. I was not gonna pull your card. I was actually gonna help you save face.
You're just gonna let me sit there and talk.
I was gonna let you save face, but yeah, the stream that he was just talking about, I was actually in that stream, and I was there. So, but yeah, that's an example of how I couldn't contribute. I just had to sit there and just take notes because y'all were dropping some heat. All right. Yeah, take care, everybody. Be good, and thanks for joining us. Take care.
Anytime.